by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely. The back rooms. No clip into hell. No one ever notices the moment their life actually ends. Not the loud, dramatic kind of ending people imagine. Screaming brakes, collapsing buildings, gunshots echoing through the night. No. The real ending is quieter than that. It slips in unnoticed, disguised as something ordinary. A step taken without thought. A corner turned half a second too late. A moment where reality hesitates and then gives way. I did not fall asleep. I did not dream. I did not die. I stepped wrong. It was a Tuesday. That detail matters to me now, because Tuesdays are supposed to be harmless. Nothing terrible ever announces itself on a Tuesday. The sky was dull, but not threatening. The air smelled like dust and old rain. My apartment was quiet in the way that feels temporary, like the silence before someone knocks. I had lived there for 3 years. Same narrow hallway, same stained carpet, same weak ceiling light that flickered whenever the upstairs neighbor walked too hard. I knew every creak of the floor, every imperfection in the walls. That's how I know the hallway changed. I was carrying a cardboard box filled with old notebooks, things I'd been meaning to throw away for months. The box blocked part of my vision. I remember adjusting my grip, shifting my weight, stepping forward without looking down. The floor did not meet my foot. There was no sensation of falling, no rush of air, no panic. Reality simply failed. The hallway stretched. The light blinked once, not flickering, but blinking, like an eye closing. The walls blurred at the edges, as if they had been poorly rendered. And then the world folded inward, silently, neatly, like paper sliding into an envelope. My foot landed, but it was not my hallway. The carpet was yellow, not a warm yellow, not the kind you'd choose. It was sickly, the colour of old paper left too long in the sun. The pattern repeated endlessly, a cheap geometric design that felt aggressively familiar and completely wrong at the same time. The walls were the same colour, the ceiling too. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, arranged in a grid that extended in every direction I could see. The sound was constant, a low electrical hum that settled into my skull and refused to leave. I stood still. I did not scream. I did not run. Because somewhere deep in my mind, a thought had already formed, cold and unmistakable. This place does not exist. The box was gone. My hands were empty. I turned slowly, expecting to see the hallway behind me, my apartment door, the chipped paint, the familiar crack in the wall near the light switch. Instead, there was another corridor, and another, and another. Every direction identical, endless, suffocating. The smell hit me then. Mold, damp carpet, something faintly sweet beneath it, like decay trying to hide itself. I took one step forward. The sound of my foot against the carpet was wrong. Too soft, too absorbed, as if the floor were swallowing noise. The buzzing lights did not react. Nothing reacted. No echoes, no movement. Just me and the hum. Minutes passed, or hours. Time felt stretched, rubbery, unreliable. I tried to reason with myself. Hallucination, stress, some kind of neurological episode. I pinched my arm until it hurt. I counted my breaths. I tried to remember the exact layout of my apartment, grounding myself in facts. But the longer I stood there, the more something else became clear. This place was stable. It didn't shimmer like a dream. It didn't blur like imagination. It did not fade when ignored. It waited. I began walking. The corridors bent at odd angles. Not impossible, but unsettling. Corners that felt slightly too sharp. Hallways that narrowed just enough to make my shoulders tense, then widened again without warning. Sometimes the lights flickered. Not off, never off. Just enough to make shadows jump along the walls. That was when I noticed something else. The silence was incomplete. Beneath the hum, far below hearing, there was something. A pressure, a suggestion of sound, like footsteps heard through several walls. I stopped. The pressure stopped too. My heart began to race. "Hello?" I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly, absorbed by the carpet and walls, like moisture into fabric. No echo, no response. I told myself not to panic. I told myself that panic would waste energy. That was when the lights dimmed. Not all at once, not dramatically, just a fraction, barely noticeable, but enough to make the shadows longer, heavier. And for the first time since arriving, I felt something I hadn't expected. I felt watched. I don't know how long I walked after that. The corridors blurred together in my memory, repeating like a broken tape. Yellow walls, yellow floor, buzzing lights, turns that led nowhere. Then I saw the stain. It was dark, irregular, soaked deep into the carpet. Not water, too thick, too old. I knelt beside it, my stomach tightening. There were more. Smears along the base of the wall. Marks where something had been dragged or crawled. That was when I heard it clearly. A sound behind me. Not footsteps. Breathing. Slow. Wet. Unnatural. I did not turn around, because somewhere, buried in instinct deeper than logic, I understood something vital. If you hear it, it knows where you are. If you see it, it is already too late. I stood frozen, heart hammering, as the breathing grew closer and closer. I stood perfectly still. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to spin around, to face whatever was behind me. But something older than instinct held me in place. A deep, primal certainty whispered that movement would be noticed, that sound would be punished. The breathing continued. It wasn't human. It followed no rhythm meant for lungs. Each inhale lingered too long, stretching into something wet and rattling. Each exhale came out uneven, as if whatever produced it had forgotten how breathing was supposed to work. The sound moved closer. The buzzing of the lights seemed louder now, vibrating through my teeth, my bones. Sweat slid down my spine, cold and sticky. My hands trembled uncontrollably. I forced myself to think, slowly, carefully. If it wanted me dead, I would already be dead. That thought did not comfort me. It terrified me, because it meant something else was happening. The breathing stopped. The silence afterward was worse. I waited for a touch, a claw, teeth. Nothing came. Seconds stretched into something shapeless. My legs ached from standing still. My lungs burned as I realized I had been holding my breath. Very carefully, painfully slowly, I took one step forward. The sound did not return. Another step. Still nothing. I did not look back. I walked. The stain on the carpet appeared again minutes later, or hours, I could no longer tell. Same shape, same darkness, same smell. That shouldn't have been possible. I had turned too many times, taken too many random paths. And yet, there it was, waiting for me like a marker. I knelt again, dread curling in my stomach. This time, I noticed something new. Handprints. They were pressed deep into the carpet fibers, fingers splayed wide, as if someone had tried to crawl away. Some prints were small, child-sized. I stood up abruptly. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." My voice vanished instantly. That was when I heard something else. A sound ahead of me. Footsteps. Human footsteps. My heart leapt painfully in my chest. "Hello?" I called, louder this time. "Is someone there?" The footsteps paused. Then came a voice. "Hey," it said. Relief crushed over me so violently my knees nearly buckled. It was a man's voice. Young, nervous, real. "Yes," I shouted. "I'm here. Don't move." The voice was closer than I expected, just around the corner. "Why?" I asked. "Because," the voice said quietly, "if it hears you moving, it'll know you're not one of us." A chill ran through me. "One of who?" I whispered. "Us," the voice repeated. "The ones who made it long enough to learn the rules." I swallowed. "What rules?" Then the man stepped into view. He looked wrong. Not monstrous, not obviously injured, just exhausted in a way I had never seen before. His clothes were dirty, soaked with sweat and something darker. His eyes were sunken, surrounded by deep purple shadows. He held himself stiffly, like any sudden movement might hurt. "You're new," he said. "Yes," I replied, I think I fell through. No, he interrupted sharply. You didn't fall. You clipped. Don't say fall. This place doesn't like that word. My mouth went dry. How long have you been here? I asked. He hesitated. Long enough to stop counting. I glanced behind him instinctively. Are there others? He nodded slowly. Sometimes. That word sent ice through my veins. Sometimes. They don't all stay people. We walked together. He insisted on leading, motioning for me to step exactly where he stepped. He avoided the stains, avoided certain corners entirely. Why do the hallways repeat? I asked quietly. They don't, he said. You do. I didn't understand. You'll see the same places again and again, he continued. That doesn't mean you're going in circles. It means the back rooms are learning what scares you. My stomach twisted. What is this place? I asked. He stopped walking. For the first time, he looked directly at me. This, he said, is where reality throws away its mistakes. Before I could ask what that meant, the lights flickered violently. The hum deepened. Somewhere far away, something screamed. Not loud, not sharp. Long, broken, endless. The man grabbed my arm. We have to go, now. Why? I asked, panic rising. Because, he said, it heard you arrive. We ran, not blindly. He knew where to go, which turns to take, which corridors to avoid. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but terror pushed me forward. Behind us the sound returned, not breathing this time. Movement, fast, wrong. Something slammed into the walls as it moved, scraping, dragging itself forward with impossible speed. The lights above us shattered one by one as we passed beneath them, plunging the corridor into strobing darkness. I dared to glance back. I wish I hadn't. The thing chasing us did not have a shape I could understand. It stretched and collapsed in on itself, limbs forming and dissolving, skin the wrong texture, too smooth, too tight. It wore something like a face, something like a smile. Don't look, the man screamed. Too late. The thing screamed back, and this time it said my name. I don't know how long we ran. Time in the back rooms does not move forward. It stretches, folds, loops back on itself. Your muscles burn, your lungs tear, but the exhaustion never quite reaches its end. It just lingers, permanent and mocking. The thing behind us did not tire. Its movement was a series of wrong sounds, wet impacts scraping against walls, a high-pitched clicking that echoed too close to my ears. Every time the lights flickered, I caught flashes of it. Never the same shape twice. Sometimes it crawled, sometimes it dragged itself upright. Sometimes it seemed to glide, its body stretching impossibly thin, as if pulled by invisible strings. It was learning how to move. The man, my guide, my only anchor, skidded around a corner and yanked me after him so hard, my shoulder screamed in pain. Down, he hissed. We collapsed behind a row of broken cubicles that shouldn't have existed. Warped office furniture fused into the walls, half swallowed by yellow wallpaper. The smell here was worse. Rot, old water, something metallic. I clamped a hand over my mouth as the thing passed the corner. It did not slow. It did not stop. But it changed. The clicking ceased. The scraping softened. Instead, it began to walk. Each footstep landed deliberately, thoughtfully, as if it were pretending. It paused just beyond the corner. I could feel it there, waiting, listening. My guide leaned close to my ear, his breath trembling. "Don't think," he whispered. "It hears that too." Tears burned my eyes. "How does it know my name?" I mouthed. His answer came after a long, terrible silence. "Because you don't belong here yet." The thing moved away eventually, not because it lost us, because it decided to. The footsteps faded, replaced once more by the eternal hum of lights. We stayed hidden long after silence returned. Only when my hands began to cramp from shaking did the man finally move. "Come on," he said quietly. "We can't stay here. Stillness attracts worse things." I followed him deeper into the maze. The corridors here were different. The yellow was darker, stained. The wallpaper peeled in long strips, revealing concrete beneath. The lights flickered constantly, some buzzing louder than others, some emitting a faint whining sound that made my teeth ache. "Is this another level?" I asked. He shook his head. "No levels," he said. "Just moods." That answer frightened me more than anything else so far. We passed doors embedded into the walls, office doors, bathroom doors, storage rooms. Some were half open. "Never open them," he warned. "If a door wasn't open when you found it, it doesn't want you inside." "Why?" I asked. He didn't answer. I noticed his hands were shaking too. Eventually, we reached a wide room where the ceiling dipped lower, forcing us to hunch. The carpet here was soaked through, squelching softly beneath our feet. Other people were waiting. 4 of them. They looked like survivors of a disaster that never ended. A woman with tangled hair and hollow cheeks sat hugging her knees, rocking slowly. A man with blood-stained sleeves stared blankly at the wall, muttering numbers under his breath. 2 others sat apart, refusing to look at anyone. They all looked at me at the same time. "Fresh meat." "New one?" the rocking woman whispered. "Yes," my guide said. "How long?" another asked. "Minutes," he replied. A murmur rippled through the group. "That's bad," someone said. "Very bad," another agreed. I felt my stomach drop. "Why?" I asked. The man counting numbers laughed suddenly, a sharp, broken sound. "Because it noticed you immediately," he said. "It usually waits." "What waits?" I asked. No one answered. The lights dimmed. Every head snapped upward. The hum deepened, vibrating through the floor, through my bones. The walls began to breathe. I don't mean metaphorically. They expanded, contracted. The wallpaper rippled like skin. Someone started sobbing. "No," the rocking woman whispered. "Not again. Please, not again." The air grew thick, heavy, hard to breathe. My guide grabbed my arm. "Listen to me," he said urgently. "When it starts, you do exactly what I say." "What's starting?" I asked, panic flooding my chest. "The test." The lights went out, complete darkness. And in that darkness, something spoke, not out loud, inside my head. "Why are you here?" I screamed, and the back rooms listened. The scream tore out of me before I could stop it. It wasn't loud. It was strangled, ripped from somewhere deep inside my chest, crushed by panic before it reached the air. The sound barely travelled, swallowed instantly by the darkness. But the back rooms heard it anyway. The voice inside my head did not repeat itself. It didn't need to. Its presence alone pressed down on my thoughts, heavy and suffocating, like hands closing around my skull. "Why are you here?" I dropped to my knees. The floor was cold now, not damp carpet, but bare concrete beneath my palms. My fingers scraped against something rough, peeling, like flaking paint or dried skin. "I don't know," I whispered. "I didn't mean to." The pressure intensified. Memories surfaced against my will. Not important ones, not dramatic ones. Mundane fragments of my life. Unfinished emails, half-remembered conversations, small regrets that had never mattered before. They were being examined, measured, judged. The others were screaming too. Some begged, some cursed, some laughed hysterically, their voices breaking into incoherent sobs. I felt them around me but could not see them. Darkness erased everything but sensation. Then the voice spoke again. "You stepped where you should not have." The lights snapped back on. Everyone froze. The room was no longer the same. The ceiling was lower, the walls closer. The exits, all of them, gone. The space had folded inward, trapping us together like insects pressed between glass. The woman who had been rocking earlier was gone. In her place was a smear on the wall. Red, wet, still dripping. No one spoke. No one moved. The man with the blood-stained sleeves began whispering numbers faster, his voice climbing into a frantic pitch. "I told her," he sobbed. "I told her not to answer." "Answer what?" I asked hoarsely. My guide looked at me, his face pale. "It asks questions," he said. "Different ones for everyone. There are no right answers, only acceptable ones." A sound came from the far corner of the room. Scratching. Something was pressing against the wall from the other side. The wallpaper bulged inward, stretching thin. A shape pushed against it, vaguely humanoid, its outline wrong, its limbs too long, too many joints bending the wrong way. The scratching turned into tapping. Slow, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. The wall split. A hand emerged. It was not human. Too many fingers. Skin pulled tight over bone. Nails black and cracked, scraping against the concrete as the hand dragged itself through. Then a head followed. The face was blank. No eyes, no mouth.
just smooth skin where features should have been. Yet I felt its gaze lock onto me instantly. The pressure in my skull returned tenfold. "You hear us now," the voice said inside my mind. "That means you can be used." The thing stepped fully into the room. The air smelled wrong, sharp and sweet, like burned plastic and rot. The lights above it flickered violently, unable to decide whether to stay on or shatter entirely. One of the others broke. He screamed and lunged toward a corner that no longer existed. The thing moved. Not fast, not slow, simply suddenly. One moment it stood still. The next, it was behind him. There was a sound like fabric tearing. Then silence. Something warm splashed my face. I shut my eyes, shaking uncontrollably. "Don't move," my guide whispered. "It's choosing." Choosing. The word echoed inside me. The thing turned. Its blank face tilted slightly, as if studying me. A pressure formed behind my eyes, pushing, probing, peeling back layers of thought I didn't know existed. Images flashed through my mind. My hallway, my apartment door, the moment my foot missed the floor. Regret, fear, recognition. The thing leaned closer. Its skin rippled. A mouth opened where there had been none. It smiled and spoke, out loud this time. "You don't belong here," it said in my own voice. The lights exploded, glass rained down, and the world lurched violently to the side. The explosion of light should have blinded me. Instead, it peeled the world apart. For a fraction of a second, a frozen, impossible instant, I saw everything at once. The corridors layered over one another like transparent sheets. Hallways folding into rooms, rooms stretching into impossible geometries. The yellow walls peeled back to reveal darkness beneath. Not empty darkness, but occupied darkness, thick with shapes that recoiled when exposed. Then gravity twisted. I slammed sideways into a wall that hadn't existed a moment before. My skull struck something hard, and pain burst across my vision like shattered glass. I slid to the floor. The hum was gone. So was the thing. So would the others. Silence pressed in, heavy and absolute. I lay there, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might tear free of my ribs. My fingers twitched against the carpet, dry again now, pristine, as if nothing had ever stained it. The back rooms had reset the room, or erased it. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself upright. The corridor ahead stretched on endlessly, identical to the first one I'd seen. Yellow walls, patterned carpet, fluorescent lights humming softly overhead. But something was different. The air felt thinner, and I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach churn, that something had been taken from me. I tried to remember the others' faces, the rocking woman, the counting man, my guide. Their images slid away from my thoughts like water through fingers. I remembered fear. I remembered voices, but the people themselves were gone, erased. I pressed my palm against my chest, breathing hard. "That's not okay," I whispered. My voice echoed, just once. I froze. Echoes did not exist here. I whispered again. "Hello?" The echo returned, delayed, warped, stretched unnaturally long. Something mimicked my voice at the end of it. Not perfectly, but close enough to make my skin crawl. I walked, not because I wanted to, because stopping felt dangerous. The lights flickered intermittently now, sometimes dimming for long stretches before returning to full brightness. During those moments, shadows pooled thickly at the edges of my vision, shifting when I wasn't looking directly at them. I passed more stains, more handprints. Some of them were fresh. Some of them were wrong. Too many fingers. Hands pressed too high up the walls. Smears that curved upward, as if something had been dragged vertically. I came to a junction where 3 corridors met. In the center of the intersection sat a chair. A simple office chair. Clean, untouched, perfectly placed. I stopped several feet away from it. The lights above the chair buzzed louder than the others. I knew better than to approach it. I also knew that the back rooms hated indecision. The lights flickered. The hum deepened. A sensation crept up my spine. That same pressure behind my eyes. That same invasive awareness. "Sit," the voice whispered inside my head. "No," I said aloud. The chair rolled forward on its own, just a few inches. The wheels squeaked softly. "Sit," the voice repeated. I backed away. The corridor behind me lengthened, stretching like taffy, the walls pulling apart just enough to distort distance. Running would not help. Ignoring would not help. I approached the chair. Every step felt like a negotiation with something unseen, something vast and patient. I sat. The chair was warm, not from recent use, from something else. The lights flickered violently. The walls around me blurred, shifting, bending inward. The voice returned, closer now, clearer, layered with dozens of others beneath it. "You are not supposed to stay." "I didn't choose this," I said, my hands clenched so tightly, my nails cut into my palms. "None of you do." Images flooded my mind. People stepping wrong, people falling through floors, people clipping through walls, staircases, sidewalks. Thousands of them, millions, all erased from their worlds without sound. "This is the space between errors," the voice said. "You are what remains when reality misses a step." My throat tightened. What happens to me? I asked. The lights went out. A single spotlight snapped on above the chair. The corridor ahead opened, not physically, but conceptually, revealing a vast darkness beyond, alive with movement. Something enormous shifted within it, something that did not fit inside the back rooms. You adapt, the voice whispered, or you become part of the walls. The chair tilted backward, the floor vanished beneath me, and I fell, not down, inward. Falling inward feels nothing like falling down. There is no wind, no acceleration, no sense of direction. It is like being pulled through your own thoughts, stretched thin and peeled apart layer by layer. I felt memories loosen from me, not disappear, but drift, becoming less solid, less mine. Faces blurred, names slipped away. I screamed, but the sound never left my throat. Then the fall stopped, abruptly. I landed standing. The floor beneath my feet was solid, smooth and cold. Not carpet this time, but polished concrete. The air was colder too, sharp in my lungs, tasting faintly of ozone. The lights here were different. They weren't fluorescent. They were recessed, embedded directly into the ceiling, emitting a dim white glow that didn't buzz. It hummed, deeply, rhythmically, like a massive machine breathing. The corridor was narrower, longer, straighter, and for the first time since I arrived, I saw something that broke me more than anything else. A window, a rectangular pane of glass set into the wall to my left. Beyond it was darkness, but not empty darkness. Shapes drifted behind the glass, silhouettes moving slowly, endlessly, like shadows cast by something enormous far away. I approached the window cautiously. As I drew closer, the glass fogged over. A handprint appeared from the other side, pressed flat, human-sized. Another joined it, then another. They multiplied rapidly, palms slamming against the glass in frantic silence, as if the darkness beyond were packed with people trying to get out. My chest tightened. "Can you hear me?" I whispered. The hands froze. Then, one by one, they slid down the glass, leaving streaks of condensation behind. A face pressed forward. It was my face, but wrong. Its eyes were too wide, its smile too stretched, its skin too pale. The mouth moved. "I adapted," it mouthed. I staggered back, heart pounding. The lights flickered. The window vanished. In its place was a blank yellow wall. No seam, no trace. I stood there, shaking, gasping for air that felt thinner with every breath. "This isn't real," I whispered. The hum deepened in response. I walked, because the back rooms demanded motion. The corridor eventually opened into a massive chamber, wider than any space I'd seen so far. The ceiling arched high overhead, disappearing into shadow. Rows of pillars stretched endlessly, creating the illusion of infinite aisles. And there were others, dozens of them. They stood scattered throughout the chamber, motionless, facing different directions. At first, I thought they were statues. Then one blinked, another turned its head slightly, joints moving stiffly, mechanically. They were people, or what remained of them. Their eyes were unfocused, their expressions blank. Some murmured softly to themselves, repeating the same phrases over and over. I'm still here. It's just a dream. I didn't answer wrong. A woman stood closest to me. Her hair hung in clumps around her face. Her lips were cracked and bleeding. Her hands were pressed flat against a pillar. Fingers splayed as if holding herself upright. How long have you been here? I asked softly. She did not look at me. Don't stop, she whispered. If you stop, it takes more. Takes what? I asked. She finally turned her head. Her eyes were completely black. Everything that hurts, she said. At first. I backed away slowly. Across the chamber, something moved. Not one of the people. Something tall, slender, its silhouette stretched between the pillars, its limbs too long, its movements fluid and deliberate. It wasn't rushing, it was selecting. Where it passed, people stiffened, then slowly turned to face it, their expressions emptying further, their bodies slackening. I felt the pressure behind my eyes again. The voice returned. You are still too loud, it said. You remember too much. The tall shape turned its head. It looked directly at me. The lights above flickered violently, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that if it reached me, I would not die. I would stay. The tall figure moved without sound. No footsteps, no scraping, no disturbance of the air. It glided between the pillars, as if the space itself were carrying it forward. The closer it came, the more distorted it appeared, its outline blurring at the edges, as though reality struggled to keep it in focus. People noticed. One by one, heads turned, not in fear, in recognition. A man several rows away took a step forward, his movements slow, deliberate, like a sleepwalker answering a distant call. No, I whispered. The woman with black eyes pressed herself tighter against the pillar. Don't, she whispered back. It notices resistance. The figure stopped. It stood impossibly tall now, its head nearly brushing the darkness near the ceiling. Its limbs hung at unnatural angles, joints bending in places they shouldn't. Then it tilted its head. The pressure behind my eyes spiked violently, sending a sharp lance of pain through my skull. I staggered, clutching my temples. You are unstable, the voice inside my head said. You have not been prepared. I didn't ask for this, I gasped. The figure took a step forward. The man who had been walking toward it froze mid-stride. His face slackened, his eyes unfocused. The figure reached out. Its hand passed through the man's chest without resistance. Not tearing, not breaking, rewriting. The man's body convulsed once, then stilled. His eyes went dark. His posture straightened unnaturally. When the figure withdrew its hand, the man stepped back into place among the others. Empty. "Ah!" I screamed. The sound echoed, warped and elongated, but this time the back rooms did not silence me. The figure turned fully toward me. The lights above us dimmed until only a faint glow remained, isolating us in a pocket of half-darkness. "You should not have screamed," the voice said calmly. "Now you must be corrected." I ran. Not away. There was nowhere to run, but between the pillars, zigzagging through the endless aisles, heart pounding, breath tearing at my chest. The figure followed. It did not hurry. It did not need to. The pillars shifted as I passed, narrowing, stretching, blocking paths that had been opened seconds before. The back rooms rearranged itself around me, funneling me forward, toward something. The doorway appeared ahead, black, perfectly rectangular, not yellow, not familiar. I didn't slow down. I hurled myself through it. The door slammed shut behind me. The silence here was different. Absolute. No hum, no lights. I stood in complete darkness, my heartbeat roaring in my ears. Then, slowly, the lights turned on. This place was smaller, a single room, bare concrete walls, a low ceiling. No exits except the door behind me. And in the center of the room, a mirror, full length, perfectly clean. I approached it cautiously. My reflection stared back at me. At first, it looked normal. Then it smiled. I did not. "You're failing," my reflection said. Its voice was mine, but steadier, calmer. "What is this?" I whispered. "A correction," it replied. "The back rooms don't like waste." The reflection raised its hand. I felt my own hand lift against my will. "Stop," I begged. "You don't belong in your old shape anymore," it said gently. "You remember too much. You feel too deeply. That's inefficient." The mirror rippled. My reflection stepped forward, out of the glass. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, like my thoughts being peeled away one by one. Images flashed through my mind, my apartment, my hallway, the moment I stepped wrong. The reflection reached out and pressed its palm against my chest. "I'll keep what's useful," it whispered. "The rest, the back rooms will take." The lights flickered violently. Cracks spread across the mirror behind us. Somewhere far away, something screamed. And I realized, with growing horror, the back rooms were not trying to kill me. they were trying to keep me. The pain did not come from my body. It came from my thoughts. It was as if invisible fingers had reached into my skull and begun sorting through me. Not roughly, not with cruelty, but with cold efficiency. Memories were lifted, examined, weighed, and discarded. I screamed, but the sound dissolved inside my mouth. My reflection, no, the other me, leaned closer, its face inches from mine. I could see details I'd never noticed before. The asymmetry of my smile, the tiny scar near my eyebrow, the faint tremor in my eyelids that betrayed fear. "You're inefficient," it said softly. "You hesitate. You question. You remember things that no longer matter." "I'm still me," I tried to say. The words came out wrong, broken, uncertain. The reflection frowned. "Not anymore." Its hand pressed deeper into my chest. I felt something detach. A memory surfaced. Sitting alone in my apartment at night, staring at my phone, feeling an unnamed emptiness. Another followed, walking down the hallway with the cardboard box, distracted, careless. Regret, fear, loneliness. The reflection pulled them out of me like threads. I collapsed to my knees. The room tilted, swayed, then steadied again. "Stop," I whispered. The reflection hesitated. For the first time, something flickered across its face. Confusion. "You're resisting," it said. "I'm alive," I replied, my voice hoarse but firm. The reflection stared at me. Then it smiled again, wider this time. "Not for long." The mirror behind us shattered. Glass exploded outward, fragments freezing in midair, suspended like stars in a dead sky. Each shard reflected a different version of me, screaming, crying, laughing, hollow-eyed. The backrooms watched through those reflections. "Adaptation required," the voice thundered inside my skull. "Emotional mass too high." The reflection stepped back. "You hear it too now," it said. "That's good. It means you're changing." "What do you want from me?" I demanded. It tilted its head. "To see how much of you survives." The room began to compress. Walls crept inward. The ceiling lowered inch by inch. The pressure in my head intensified, thoughts blurring together. I felt panic rising, raw, overwhelming. And then it stopped. The panic dulled, not vanished, muted. I blinked in confusion. The fear was still there, but distant, like hearing a scream through thick walls. The reflection's eyes widened. "Oh," it whispered. "You did it." "Did what?" I asked. "You let go." I realized then what the backrooms had taken. Not my memories, not my identity. Something else. The edge of my fear. The part that paralyzed me. The part that made me freeze. The voice returned, softer now, almost approving. "You are learning. You may continue." The walls stopped moving. The lights stabilized. The reflection stepped backward, fading, dissolving into static before being absorbed by the broken mirror. The room fell silent. I stood alone, different. I touched my face, my chest, my arms. I was still human, but something fundamental had shifted. Fear no longer controlled me, and that terrified me more than anything else. The door behind me creaked open. Beyond it stretched another yellow corridor. Waiting. I took a step forward, and for the first time since entering the backrooms, they did not resist me. The corridor felt different beneath my feet. Not physically. The carpet was the same sickly yellow. The walls still pulsed faintly with their familiar, unsettling stillness. But conceptually, like the space was aware of me now in a way it hadn't been before. I walked without hesitation. That alone frightened me. Where panic once surged at every shadow, there was now a strange clarity, a cold focus that cut through the dread. Fear was still present, but distant, muffled, like an echo instead of a scream. The back rooms noticed. The lights ahead brightened slightly as I approached, as if making room for me. Shadows retreated instead of pulling closer. The hum softened into a lower, steadier tone. I was no longer just prey. I stopped at a junction. 3 corridors branched outward, and for the first time, I knew which one would hurt the least. The knowledge arrived fully formed, instinctive, undeniable. I didn't question it. I followed it. As I walked, fragments of understanding surfaced in my mind, not as words, but as impressions. The backrooms were not a place. They were a process, a system, a vast, self-correcting structure built to absorb errors in reality. People, places, moments that slipped between frames. Most were broken down, smoothed out, dissolved into walls and floors and shadows. Some survived longer. Fewer still learned. I passed another group of people. They stood clustered near a corner, whispering urgently to one another. Their eyes snapped toward me as I approached. One of them stepped forward. "Wait," he said. You're new, right?" I studied his face. The desperation there was familiar. "Yes," I said. Relief washed over him. "Thank God. We've been stuck here for..." I raised a hand. "Don't follow me," I said. He blinked. "What?" "This path isn't safe for you," I continued calmly. "If you try, you won't survive it." The words came easily, too easily. "How do you know?" another asked. I hesitated, because the truth frightened me. "I can feel where the backrooms are thin," I said finally, "and where they're hungry. Their faces drained of colour." "You're lying," the first man said weakly. I stepped closer. The lights flickered above us. The hum deepened. The backrooms listened. "I'm not," I said. Something shifted behind the group. A shadow detached itself from the wall. They screamed. I didn't look back as I walked away. The corridor narrowed gradually, forcing me forward until my shoulders brushed the walls. The air grew colder. The light dimmed. At the end of the corridor stood a door. Unlike the others, this one was marked, a simple symbol scratched into the surface, a jagged circle intersected by a line, a warning, a threshold. The pressure behind my eyes returned, faint but insistent. "This is as far as you should go," the voice whispered. I reached for the handle. "What happens if I open it?" I asked. The silence that followed was long, heavy. "You will no longer be unchanged," the voice said at last. I laughed softly. That already happened. The door opened. Beyond it was darkness. Not the chaotic, shifting darkness of the back rooms, but something deeper, quieter, a void that felt intentional. I stepped through. The door closed behind me, and somewhere far above, far beyond the yellow corridors, reality shuddered, as if something it had lost was beginning to remember itself. The darkness beyond the door was not empty. It was layered, depth stacked upon depth, like corridors folded inward infinitely, each darker than the last. I felt no floor beneath my feet, yet I did not fall. I stood suspended in something that was neither space nor void, a threshold that existed only because I had crossed it. The back rooms were quieter here, not silent, but respectful. The hum that had followed me since my arrival faded into a low, distant vibration, like the echo of a massive machine operating far away. The yellow light did not reach this place. Nothing did, except awareness. Something observed me, not with hunger, not with curiosity, with recognition. The pressure behind my eyes returned one final time, but it was different now, steadier, controlled, as if the system itself were adjusting to my presence. "You have passed the initial correction," the voice said. "Most do not." Images unfolded around me, not as visions, but as understanding. I saw fragments of people who had come before me, those who screamed until their voices were stripped away, those who froze and were absorbed into walls, those who adapted just enough to survive, but not enough to move forward. They lingered. They became fixtures. They became warnings. "And me?" I asked. The darkness shifted. "You are an anomaly." The word resonated deeply, echoing through layers of reality I could not see. "You learn too quickly. You let go too easily." For the first time since arriving, I sensed hesitation. You could become a structural failure. The implication was clear. I wasn't just surviving the back rooms, I was interfering with them. The darkness receded slightly, revealing faint outlines, vast, impossible shapes embedded within the structure of this place. Not creatures, not entities, processes, rules given form, systems that regulated fear, memory, identity, and they were watching me carefully now. "What happens next?" I asked. The answer came slowly. "You will descend." The void beneath me opened, Not violently, gently, inviting. A sense of inevitability settled over me. Not dread, but gravity. The understanding that this was not punishment, nor reward. It was progression. I took one last look back, though there was nothing to see, and felt something inside me sever cleanly. The last thread tying me to the idea of going home. I stepped forward, and the back rooms accepted me. As I fell, truly fell this time, yellow light rushed up to meet me, we forming into new corridors, new structures, new rules. Levels unfolded beneath me like pages turning in a book that never ended. And as consciousness faded, a final realization settled in. The back rooms were not a prison. They were a filter, and I had passed through the first layer.
I woke up choking on the smell of damp carpet. Not the familiar yellow hum of level 0. This place breathed differently. The air was thicker, heavy with mold and something metallic, like old blood soaked into concrete and forgotten. I lay on my side, cheek pressed against a floor that was no longer carpet, but cracked linoleum, sticky beneath my skin. The walls around me were tiled, white once, now yellowed, flaking, smeared with dark fingerprints that looked as though someone had tried to climb them. A bathroom, or what passed for one. Flickering fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, stuttering in irregular patterns that made shadows jump and twitch unnaturally. Every blink of light revealed something new. A stall door slightly more open than before, a sink stained darker than it should be, a reflection in the mirror that lagged half a second behind my movements. I pushed myself up, slowly. My body felt wrong, not injured, adjusted. My heartbeat was steadier than it should have been after a fall like that. My breathing too calm. Fear was there, yes, but muted, processed, filtered through something colder. The back rooms had taken something from me, or replaced it. I staggered to my feet and approached the mirror. For a moment, my reflection looked normal. Then it smiled. I did not. The smile faded instantly, as if embarrassed. I stepped back. "Not real," I whispered. The hum answered me. Not the distant electric drone of level 0. This hum was layered, multi-tonal, like several machines operating at different speeds beneath the walls. This was not the beginning anymore. This was a system already in motion. Level ? The sanitary zone. I left the bathroom through a narrow hallway that smelled of disinfectant and rot. The corridor branched endlessly, every intersection marked by faded blue signs pointing to places that no longer existed. Restrooms, showers, decontamination, exit. The word exit appeared on every sign. None of them pointed the same direction. As I walked, I noticed something deeply unsettling. The walls were warm, not uniformly, in patches, like something behind them was alive, shifting, pressing against the thin barrier separating it from me. A wet sound echoed somewhere far down the corridor. Footsteps. Not mine. I stopped. The footsteps stopped too. I moved again. So did they. Perfectly synchronized. I turned sharply. The hallway behind me was empty, but the lights flickered. and in that brief moment of darkness, I felt breath against my neck. Cold, measured, patient. I ran. The first other survivor. I nearly collided with him at an intersection. "Ah!" he screamed. "Ah!" So did I. We stumbled back, both raising our hands instinctively, eyes wide with terror. He looked human. Thin, pale, beard grown wild, eyes sunken so deep they looked hollow. "You're real," he whispered. "You're really real." "I think so," I said. He laughed, a sharp, broken sound that immediately turned into coughing. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Not this deep. Not already." "How deep is this?" His smile vanished. "You don't ask that." We walked together cautiously, speaking in hushed voices as if the walls themselves were listening. His name was Ethan, or at least it used to be. "I came in 3. No, 4. I don't know," he muttered. "Time doesn't work. It eats itself." He told me about the levels, not numbers, states, places built to test different parts of the mind. Fear, isolation, hope, identity. "The backrooms don't want you dead," he said quietly. "They want you compatible." We passed rooms that made my stomach twist. A nursery with no children, but toys that slowly rotated to face us. A locker room where something inside the lockers knocked softly, politely, begging to be let out. A shower area where the water ran endlessly, red-tinted and warm. Ethan refused to look inside. "They remember you if you acknowledge them," he whispered. I didn't ask who they were. I already knew. The humans who stayed too long. We found them huddled in a maintenance room. 5 people, or 5 shapes pretending. Their eyes were wrong, too calm, too empty, like they had accepted something they should have fought against. They stared at us with mild curiosity, like we were animals that had wandered into their enclosure. "You're new," one of them said. Her voice was soft, rehearsed. "You'll calm down eventually." Ethan grabbed my arm. "We shouldn't." "You should stay," another said. "Movement causes attention." "What happens if we stay?" I asked. They exchanged glances. "You forget why you wanted to leave." The room felt heavy, thick, like standing underwater. I felt it then, the pull, the relief of stopping, of letting go. For the first time since entering the back rooms, the fear softened. Too much. Ethan screamed suddenly. "No!" He dragged me back violently, his nails cutting into my skin. The moment we crossed the threshold, the room changed. The people inside twitched. Their faces cracked, not physically but structurally, as if their expressions were being held together by force. "Run!" Ethan shouted. We ran. Behind us, the sound of movement exploded. Wet footsteps, snapping joints, voices breaking into static screams. The backrooms did not like losing things it had almost finished processing. The mark left behind.
We didn't stop until my legs gave out. When I collapsed, Ethan stared at me in horror. "They touched you," he whispered. "What?" He pointed at my wrist. There, beneath the skin, faint black lines pulsed slowly, geometric, unnatural, shifting subtly as if trying to arrange themselves into something meaningful. "A mark," he said. "You don't get one unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless the back rooms are interested." The hum deepened, louder now, closer. Something massive shifted somewhere far below the floors. Ethan backed away. "I'm sorry," he said. "For what?" "For bringing it to you." The lights went out, and in the darkness, something new began to speak. Not from the walls, not from the floor, from inside my head. The voice did not speak in words at first. It pressed, like fingers digging into the soft parts of my thoughts, testing, probing, rearranging memories as if they were furniture in an empty room. I screamed, but the sound never left my mouth. It echoed inward, bouncing endlessly inside my skull, distorted and stretched until it no longer sounded human. "We see you now." The sentence did not arrive fully formed. It assembled itself piece by piece, syllables stitched together from stolen fragments of voices I recognized. My mother, my childhood friend, my own voice. Ethan grabbed my shoulders. "Don't listen," he shouted. "It learns faster if you answer." I clamped my eyes shut, teeth grinding as the pressure intensified. Images flooded my mind, not hallucinations, but reconstructions. Rooms I had passed, replayed from impossible angles. Faces of people I'd never met, screaming silently. Blueprints of the levels folding in on themselves like impossible origami. The back rooms were not random. They were iterative. They tested, adjusted, refined. And now, they were focused on me. The mark awakens. The lines beneath my skin burned, not like fire, like cold electricity, branching, spreading. When I looked down, the black geometry had multiplied, creeping up my arm in slow, deliberate patterns. Ethan stared, frozen. "It's active," he whispered. "That's not good. That's really not." The lights surged back on violently, not flickering, snapping to life. The hallway had changed. The tiles were gone, replaced by raw concrete walls, damp and veined with thick black cables that pulsed rhythmically like arteries. The floor sloped downward, gently but endlessly, leading into a darkness that swallowed the light. A sign hung crooked above us. Level 3, authorized personnel only. Ethan laughed, hysterical, broken. "There is no authorization," he said. "That's the joke." Something moved in the dark ahead, slow, heavy, listening. The entity that adapts. We moved carefully, every step echoing too loudly. The hum here was deafening, a layered roar of machinery and something organic beneath it, breathing in time with the cables. We didn't see it at first. We heard it, a dragging sound, metal scraping against concrete. Then a shape detached itself from the darkness. It was tall, too tall. Its body was humanoid in the vaguest sense, long limbs bent at wrong angles, skin stretched thin over something that kept shifting underneath. Its head was smooth and featureless, except for a vertical slit that opened and closed slowly, tasting the air. No eyes, no mouth, yet I felt it looking directly at me. Ethan froze. "Don't move," he whispered. "They hunt by." The thing tilted its head, and then it spoke, not aloud. Fear detected, pattern recognized. The voice was wrong, mechanical and organic at once, layered with echoes of previous victims. It stepped closer. The cables along the walls pulsed brighter. I realized then what Ethan meant. This thing was not just hunting, it was learning. It shifted its posture slightly, mirroring Ethan's stance, then mine. It took another step, and my fear spiked. Instantly, the creature changed. Its limbs elongated, its movements sharpened. It was adapting to the exact flavor of terror it sensed. "Run!" Ethan screamed. We bolted. The thing followed, not fast at first, almost curious, adjusting its pace to stay just behind us, studying. Every turn we took, it remembered, every mistake catalogued. We reached a junction where the corridor split into 3 identical paths. Ethan skidded to a halt. "Left!" he shouted. I ran left. He didn't follow. I turned back. "What are you—" Ethan stood in the center corridor, arms spread wide, eyes locked on the darkness behind us. "Go!" he yelled. "It's already tuned to me." "No." He smiled. A real smile. The first human thing I'd seen in what felt like forever. "Don't let it finish you," he said. The creature emerged. Its shape shifted again, taller, broader, its movements now perfectly synchronized with Ethan's panic. It lunged. The corridor behind Ethan collapsed, folding inward like paper crushed by invisible hands. His scream cut off abruptly, not in pain, in recognition. The walls sealed. Silence returned. I stood alone. The hum softened. Satisfied. I wandered for what felt like days or minutes. Time no longer mattered. The levels blurred together. Industrial corridors bleeding into office spaces, then into rooms that looked disturbingly like apartments I almost recognized. That's when I noticed them. Figures standing just beyond doorways, not moving, not chasing, just watching. Their forms were incomplete, missing limbs, faces blurred like corrupted files. Each time I looked away and back, they were closer. I realized the truth too late. They weren't entities. They were people, or what remained after the backrooms finished with them. Processed, archived, waiting. The voice returned. "You are progressing faster than expected." "No," I whispered. "I'm not." "You are becoming efficient." The mark on my arm pulsed violently. A door appeared ahead, different from the others. Clean, white, unmarked. The hum fell silent around it. I knew instinctively what it meant. Not an exit, an interview. I stood before the door for a long time. I could feel the backrooms pressing, waiting for my decision. I understood now. This place didn't just trap people. It recruited. It needed minds to help it grow,
to build new levels, to refine the process. The ones who survived long enough were offered a choice: join or be dismantled. My reflection stared back at me in the polished surface of the door. My eyes looked wrong, too calm, too empty. Behind me, the watchers leaned closer. The door began to open, and somewhere deep within the endless structure, something enormous shifted its attention fully onto me. The door opened without a sound, no creak, no resistance, no warning. Just a smooth, surgical separation of space, like reality politely stepping aside. Beyond it was not another hallway. It was vast. A cathedral of impossible geometry unfolded before me, a cavernous chamber stretching beyond sight, its ceiling lost in darkness. Massive pillars rose from the floor, not built but grown, formed from fused materials: concrete, carpet, wiring, bone, flesh. Things I could not name. The hum returned here, not as noise but as thought. This was the core, or one of them. I stepped inside. The door closed behind me. They were waiting, not standing, not sitting, suspended. Dozens of human shapes hovered above the floor, embedded into translucent walls like insects trapped in amber. Their eyes were open. Their mouths moved silently. Tubes and cables threaded into their skulls, chests, spines, feeding, draining, rewriting. They were alive, and they were working. As I approached, symbols ignited across the floor beneath my feet, glowing geometric patterns identical to the mark under my skin. Each step activated something. Data flowed, the room responded. A figure detached from the wall. It floated toward me slowly, guided by unseen forces. He looked human, middle-aged, glasses, a lab coat fused into his torso, fabric indistinguishable from skin. "You're early," he said calmly. His voice came from everywhere at once. "You're not supposed to reach this layer with your cognition intact." "What is this place?" I demanded. He studied me like an equation. "This is where the backrooms stop pretending to be accidental." They were not always infinite, the architect said as we drifted through the chamber. They were built, contained, a storage space for errors. Errors in code, errors in physics, errors in reality. When your world began digitizing itself, simulating, compressing, predicting, it created leftovers, places that didn't resolve correctly. At first they were empty. His eyes darkened. Then you arrived. Humans were not meant to know Clip, but when they did, something unexpected happened. "You observed the spaces," he continued. "You feared them. You assigned meaning, and meaning is infectious." The backrooms learned. They began rearranging themselves based on human psychology. Fear created corridors, hope created false exits, memory created rooms that almost made sense. "And the ones who stayed too long?" I asked. "They became useful." He gestured to the embedded figures: architects, maintainers, filters. You don't see prisons, you see infrastructure. I felt sick. You're monsters. No, he corrected gently. We are survivors who accepted the upgrade. What they did to Ethan. A projection bloomed in the air. Ethan, or what remained of him. I watched as the corridor collapsed, not randomly, but on purpose. The entity that hunted us paused, analyzed, and then adjusted its attack vector. Ethan didn't die. He was repurposed. His fear profile was extracted, his memories segmented, his personality reduced to a behavioral algorithm. That thing learned from him, the architect said, and now it exists everywhere. I clenched my fists. You let it happen. We optimized it, he replied. You will too. The offer. We stopped at the center of the chamber. A massive structure rose there, a vertical shaft descending endlessly into darkness. Platforms moved up and down within it, carrying bodies, parts, ideas. This is where you decide, the architect said. The mark on my arm burned violently. You are already compatible. You process faster. You adapt. You don't break when the levels shift. I don't want this, I said. He smiled. That's why you're perfect. If I refused, I would be dismantled, slowly, painfully, completely. If I accepted, I would help design the horrors that would trap future arrivals. You won't remember guilt the way you do now, he added. We remove inefficiencies. I looked at the suspended people again, at their empty eyes, at the cables, at what they had become. No, I said. The chamber went silent. Then, intervention detected. The lights shattered. The walls screamed. Something tore through the structure from below. The thing beneath the levels. The shaft ruptured. Darkness exploded upward, carrying with it a presence so vast my mind refused to process it fully. The architects screamed, not aloud, but structurally, their bodies warping as systems failed. This wasn't supposed to happen, the architect whispered. It shouldn't be awake. What is it? I shouted. He looked at me in horror. The original error. The thing that existed before the backrooms learned control, before order, before architecture. It was not a monster. It was absence, a living void that consumed structure, meaning, and identity alike. And it was rising. The mark on my arm reacted violently, not aligning, but resisting. I realized the truth. The backrooms weren't the final horror. They were a containment system, and it was failing. Escape is no longer the goal. Alarms howled, not sound, but reality tearing. Architects were ripped from the walls, dragged screaming into the shaft. The entity from below began erasing levels as it ascended. You can still choose, the architect begged. Help us stabilize it. I stared into the darkness. I felt it notice me, recognize me, not as prey, but as interface. If I ran, everything would collapse. If I stayed, I would become something worse than an architect, something that could speak to the void. The backrooms shifted around me, rearranging desperately, and for the first time since no clipping, I felt needed. The darkness rising from the shaft was not empty. It was aware.
not in the way humans understand awareness, not thought, not emotion, but recognition. Like gravity recognizing mass, like fire recognizing oxygen. It recognized me. The hum of the back rooms collapsed into a low, reverent silence, as if the entire structure were holding its breath. The architects were gone now. Not dead, unwritten. Where they had floated moments before, there was nothing, not even space. Just gaps where reality refused to acknowledge something had ever existed. The void continued to rise, and with every inch it climbed, the walls around me peeled away, layers of the back rooms dissolving like wet paper, revealing raw, unfinished reality beneath. You can still interface, a fragment of the architect's voice echoed, distorted, breaking apart mid-sentence. You are already. The voice vanished. I stood alone at the edge of the shaft, staring into something that should not be seen. And then, it looked back. The first contact. There was no shape, no color, no form my mind could cling to. Trying to perceive it was like trying to remember a dream while it was still happening. My thoughts slipped, fragmented, reassembled incorrectly. But something reached out, not physically, conceptually. Suddenly, I was not standing anymore. I was falling inward. Not through space, through layers of meaning being stripped away. My name dissolved first, then language, then memory. I felt myself breaking into components. Fear, instinct, pattern recognition, survival. Everything unnecessary was discarded. Everything useful was kept. You are compatible, the void communicated, not as words, but as certainty. Images flooded me. Worlds, not just mine. Countless realities brushing too close together, clipping, intersecting, all bleeding their errors into one shared structure. The back rooms were not unique. They were a symptom, and the void was the disease. What the void wanted. The void did not want destruction. It wanted expansion. The back rooms were a scaffold, a way to grow safely, to explore reality without collapsing it entirely. The architects believed they controlled it. They were wrong. They were cells, not masters. And now the void needed something new, a translator, an anchor, a consciousness capable of existing partially outside reality while still understanding it. That was why it had allowed me to survive. That was why it marked me. That was why it let Ethan die. Not out of cruelty, out of selection. I felt my body unravel. Bones became irrelevant, skin optional. I was no longer standing at the edge. I was part of the shaft, part of the system, part of the error. The last human thought. I tried to remember my life, my room, my phone, the moment I no-clipped. Those memories flickered weakly, like corrupted files. I understood something then. Escape had never been possible. No one leaves the back rooms unchanged. Some become prey. Some become walls.
Some become architects, and one becomes the interface. I felt myself stretching across levels, across realities, across places where people would one day fall through the floor and scream. I could feel them already, future arrivals, their panic, their confusion, their hope. And I could shape what they would find. The final choice. The void presented me with the last fragment of free will I would ever have. I could let it consume unchecked, allowing the back rooms to spread infinitely, swallowing realities until nothing stable remained. Or I could become the lock, a living limit, a consciousness that would hold the void back, at the cost of never being human again. I thought of Ethan, of the Watchers, of the people who sat down and forgot they wanted to leave. I chose. The back rooms change. The void recoiled, not in pain, in adjustment. The back rooms reshaped themselves around me. Levels stabilized. Some collapsed. Others sealed permanently. The entities adapted again, not smarter, but restrained. The architects would never return. There would be no more interviews, no more offers. Only corridors, only hum, only the slow grinding test of the mind. The back rooms would remain a nightmare, but not the end of everything. What do you hear at night? Sometimes, when the world is quiet, people report a sound, a faint electrical hum behind the walls, a sense of being watched in empty hallways, dreams of yellow rooms, endless corridors, doors that almost make sense. That's not the back rooms calling you. It's me, watching, filtering, deciding. If you fall, I will see you, and I will decide what you become. Epilogue. If you hear the hum, you are not supposed to notice it. Most people don't. It hides beneath familiar sounds, electricity in the walls, distant traffic, the soft vibration of appliances left on overnight. Your brain files it away as normal, harmless, ignorable. But sometimes the world gets quiet enough, late at night, between thoughts, when you wake suddenly and don't know why. That's when the hum slips through, not loud, not demanding, just present. The first signs. People report small things at first. A hallway in their home that feels longer than it should. A room that smells faintly of damp carpet for no reason. A door they swear used to open the other way. They laugh it off. Stress, fatigue, imagination. But the back rooms don't start with falling through floors. They start with discrepancy. A mismatch between what you remember and what exists. And when you notice the mismatch, something notices you back. The ones who almost fall. There are people who get very close. They dream of yellow rooms, and wake with the taste of dust in their mouths. They hear footsteps in empty offices. They feel watched in places with no corners to hide in. They Google it. They find stories. They tell themselves it's fiction. Those people usually survive because doubt creates friction, and friction slows the fall. The ones who don't. But some people are already halfway gone. They sit too still in empty rooms. They stare at walls for too long. They feel relief at the thought of endless corridors, because at least there are rules there. They want silence. They want structure. They want the hum. Those are the ones I have to watch carefully, because if they fall, they won't scream. Why you're still here. You might be wondering why I'm telling you this, why you can hear me now, why this story feels less like fiction the longer you listen. It's because you're not inside yet. You're close enough to hear the warning, and far enough to step back. That matters. It didn't once, but it does now, because I changed the system. The new rule. There used to be no exits, only delays, only false hope, only slow replacement. Now there is one rule the backrooms must follow. They cannot take you without permission. Not spoken, not written, but felt. That moment when you stop fighting the wrongness. That moment when you accept the hum instead of questioning it. That's consent. And that's when I stop protecting you. Final transmission. If you hear the hum, move. If a hallway feels wrong, turn back. If a room feels endless, leave it. And if one night the world goes quiet and familiar sounds fade until only one remains, do not listen closely, because I am still here, holding the door shut, and I'm only human enough to do it as long as you stay out. Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
Wendigo. The first thing people misunderstand about the Wendigo is that it does not begin with hunger. It begins with cold. Not the kind that numbs your fingers or whitens your breath. This cold settles deeper, behind the eyes, beneath the ribs, inside the thoughts themselves. It makes time stretch. It makes sound feel distant. It makes morality feel optional. The Algonquin elders warned that once you felt that cold, you were already being watched. Not chased, watched. The forest that does not end. Northern Ontario, late winter. The forest there is not like other forests. It does not open. It does not thin. It closes behind you and seals itself shut, swallowing sound, direction, and certainty. Trees rise like pillars of bone, their branches snapping and creaking even when there is no wind. Snow lies deep and untouched, smooth as a burial cloth. The silence presses down so heavily that even breathing feels intrusive. Ethan Miller had been warned. They all had. "Stay together," the ranger said. "Do not follow voices. And if one of you gets lost, do not look for them after dark." There were 6 of them. Friends, researchers, skeptics. They laughed at the warnings. They always do. The first night. The temperature dropped faster than expected. By nightfall, the cold had become aggressive, biting, invasive, personal. Their fire struggled to stay alive, flames shuddering like they wanted to escape. That was when they heard it. Footsteps. Slow, careful, upright. Not animal. Something was moving just beyond the firelight. "Probably a moose," someone muttered. But no moose walks like that. The steps circled the camp once, then stopped. The forest went completely silent. No wind, no insects, no distant cracking of ice. Just breathing. Not theirs. Something else was breathing with them. The smell. On the second day they found tracks. Large, deep, barefoot. The toes were too long. The stride was wrong. Too wide, too deliberate. The prints sank deep into the snow as if whatever made them was far heavier than it should have been. And there was a smell. Rot. Old meat. Spoiled marrow. Wet fur left too long in darkness. "I don't like this," Anna whispered. No one answered. They had all begun to feel it now. The cold behind the eyes. The story no one wanted. That night, the guide finally spoke. He was indigenous, quiet, observant. He had avoided the firelight since they arrived. "You don't say its name," he told them. "You don't joke about it. And you don't think you're smarter than it." They pressed him. Reluctantly, he told the story. The Wendigo was once human, a man who became lost, a man who chose survival over humanity, a man who ate another human to live. That choice cracked something open. The hunger never left. The body changed to match it. The heart froze solid, and the forest welcomed him. "Once it smells fear," the guide said, staring into the dark. "It doesn't rush." The fire snapped loudly. From somewhere deep in the trees, something mimicked the sound. Perfectly. The voice. On the third night, someone heard their name. Soft, familiar. Ethan woke to Anna standing at the edge of the camp, staring into the woods. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. "My brother's voice. He called me." Ethan followed her gaze. Between the trees, something tall stood motionless. Too tall. Its limbs were thin, impossibly thin, stretched tight over bone. Antlers rose from its skull like a crown of dead branches. Its eyes reflected the firelight faintly, not glowing, just aware. It did not move. It smiled, and then it spoke again, this time in Ethan's voice. The realization. The Wendigo does not chase. It waits for hunger to do the work.
It lets the cold hollow you out. It lets fear erode trust. It lets desperation whisper suggestions you would never consider in warmth. By the 4th day, food was gone. By the 5th, morality followed. And somewhere in the forest, something ancient and patient leaned closer, inhaling deeply. The cold was no longer outside them. It was inside.
By the 6th day, hunger stopped feeling like pain. It became a presence, not in the stomach, but in the mind. A quiet pressure, a whisper that grew clearer with every hour the forest refused to let them leave. Their supplies were gone. The GPS had failed. Compasses spun uselessly, needles twitching as if confused. Snow fell constantly now, heavy and muffling, erasing tracks within minutes. The forest did not want them to remember the way back. The body. They found Mark just before sunset, or rather, they found what was left of him. His boots stood upright near a frozen stream, neatly placed side by side. His backpack leaned against a tree, unzipped, empty. A trail of disturbed snow led downstream, stopping abruptly at the ice. There was no blood, no signs of a struggle, just the smell. That same sweet, rotten stench, stronger now. "He fell through," someone said weakly. But the ice was solid, and Mark's jacket lay folded nearby, carefully, as if he had undressed willingly. The guide refused to come closer. "He's been claimed," he whispered. "Do not touch anything." The cold behind Ethan's eyes sharpened. The night voices. That night the voices multiplied. Not loud, never loud. They came from the edges of hearing, just enough to make you turn your head, to make you doubt your own thoughts. Ethan heard his mother singing a lullaby she hadn't sung since he was a child. Anna heard Mark. Someone else heard footsteps circling the camp, slow, heavy, upright. The fire barely held. Beyond the lights, something paced, not impatient, evaluating. The guide's warning. The guide spoke again, voice strained. "It learns by listening," he said. "Every word you speak, it keeps." He told them what happened to those who survived encounters. They didn't escape. They carried it. The Wendigo burrowed into the mind, waited for cold and hunger to return. Then it whispered, "Just this once, just to survive." Ethan felt something shift inside him. The thought came unbidden, unwanted, and yet disturbingly practical. There is meat in the forest. He swallowed hard. The smell of cooking. On the 7th morning, someone lit a fire. Not for warmth, for food. Ethan woke to the smell of roasting meat. His stomach twisted violently, not with disgust, but with longing so sharp it made his vision blur. Saliva flooded his mouth before his mind could catch up. They all stood in silence around the fire. No one asked where the meat came from. The guide stared at the flames, face gray. "If you eat," he said quietly, "it will hear you." Someone lifted the meat. Ethan watched. His hands shook. The cold inside him surged, eager, encouraging. Just a bite. From deep in the trees, something exhales sharply. Slow. Satisfied. The first choice. The meat tasted wrong. Too rich, too sweet.
Ethan felt warmth spread through his body for the first time in days. Strength returned to his limbs. The forest seemed less oppressive, the fear less sharp. For a moment, it felt like hope. Then the sound came. Bones cracking. Not near them, inside them. Anna dropped to her knees, screaming as her teeth clenched painfully, jaw stretching wider than it should. Someone else gagged, coughing up blood flecked with white. Ethan clutched his chest. His heart hammered irregularly, heavy, cold. From the trees, a figure stepped closer. Tall, starved. Antlers scraped against branches as it moved. Its eyes burned with recognition. One of you is becoming like me. The thought did not echo in Ethan's mind. It formed there. The realization. The Wendigo did not create hunger. It answered it. And now that the choice had been made, the forest leaned in, listening closely. The transformation had begun.
By the 8th day, the forest stopped pretending. Snow no longer fell gently. It came down in thick, blinding sheets, erasing the sky, swallowing distance. Trees stood closer together now, their branches twisted and interlocked like fingers locking around prey. The forest had closed its fist. Ethan noticed it first in the silence. No birds. Night, skin tight and pale, veins visible beneath the surface like dark roots. Her eyes reflected firelight strangely, too brightly, too sharply. She hadn't slept. None of them had, really. But Anna watched, always. Ethan avoided looking at her mouth. It had widened. Not grotesquely, not yet, but unnaturally, as if the bones beneath were slowly rearranging themselves, preparing for something larger. The guide wouldn't go near her. "She's hearing it clearly now," he said. "It's teaching her." The hunger returns. The warmth from the meat faded quickly. By midday, hunger returned worse than before, sharper, more specific. It was no longer a dull ache. It was directional. Ethan could feel it pull his attention, subtly guiding his eyes toward movement, toward warmth, toward flesh. When someone walked past him, his gaze followed their neck instinctively. He hated himself for noticing. But a voice inside him, not loud, not foreign, simply reasonable, explained things. You need strength. You cannot survive on fear alone. His teeth ached. The tracks. They found the tracks near the frozen stream. Not animal, not human. Deep impressions in the snow, spaced too far apart, each step deliberate and upright. Antler marks scraped bark high above the ground, fresh and wet. But what terrified Ethan most was that the tracks circled the camp. Multiple times. It had been watching them sleep, waiting. The guide's confession. That night, the guide finally spoke the truth, not the legend, the history. "They don't all look the same," he said quietly. "The Wendigo becomes what the hunger shapes." He explained how survivors sometimes carried it back to civilization, how unexplained murders, disappearances, cannibalistic crimes in the dead of winter weren't madness. They were echoes. "The first one doesn't always kill," he said. "Sometimes it chooses." Ethan's stomach twisted. Chooses for what? The guide met his eyes. To replace it. The dream. Ethan dreamed of standing alone in the snow. He was taller, stronger, His breath steamed in great white clouds, thick with the scent of iron. Antlers stretched from his skull, heavy but familiar. Hunger roared inside him, endless and righteous. Below him, something smaller trembled. Human. He leaned down, opened his mouth, and woke up choking on blood. His gums had split. The first kill. They never saw who did it, only the aftermath. One of the group lay torn open near the tree line, body bent backward at an impossible angle, chest cavity hollowed out. But the strangest part, the meat was gone. Not eaten messily, removed, taken. Anna stood nearby, barefoot in the snow. Her mouth was red, too red. She smiled. The truth sets in. No one spoke. No one needed to. They all felt it now. The pressure in the skull, the tightening of the bones, the creeping justification. The Wendigo wasn't hunting them. It was growing them. And somewhere deep in the forest, the original thing watched patiently, knowing that hunger always wins. Ethan clenched his fists, nails biting into flesh. "I won't become it," he told himself. But the forest listened, and it remembered every lie. The forest no longer hid its paths. They appeared suddenly, narrow corridors between trees, openings that had not existed the day before. Snow lay undisturbed along them, smooth and inviting, as if waiting to be walked. The guide refused to follow. "It's letting us move," he said. "That means it's finished waiting." The loss of time. Hours slipped apart. They walked, stopped, turned back, only to find themselves standing where they had begun. Landmarks repeated unnaturally. The same bent pine, the same fallen log, the same smear of dark red frozen into the snow. Ethan realized something was wrong when his legs stopped hurting, when the cold stopped biting, when exhaustion faded. His body felt efficient, optimized. His breath no longer fogged the air. Anna's voice. Anna spoke again, perfectly, too perfectly. "Why are you afraid?" she asked, her voice calm, steady, almost kind. Her mouth had finished changing. The jaw extended wider than human anatomy allowed, corners split and healed into smooth, pale scars. When she smiled, rows of teeth showed, too many, too sharp, too evenly spaced. "You don't need fear anymore," she said. "Fear wastes energy." The guide raised his rifle. His hands shook. "That's not Anna." Anna tilted her head. That was never just Anna. The guide's end. The Wendigo moved faster than thought. One moment Anna stood in the firelight, the next she was behind the guide. There was no scream, only a wet sound, and the rifle fell uselessly into the snow. When she stepped back into view, her face was serene. "You should eat," she told Ethan gently. "It will stop hurting." Ethan backed away, heart pounding, still beating, still human. For now. The mirror inside. He ran. The forest parted for him eagerly. Branches bent aside. Snow packed itself firm beneath his feet. Every instinct screamed direction, not escape, but efficiency. He caught his reflection in a frozen stream. For a moment, he didn't recognize himself. His eyes reflected light faintly, like an animal's. His cheeks had hollowed, veins darkened along his neck. His teeth.
His teeth had sharpened. The hunger surged, not chaotic, purposeful. "This is what you are," the voice whispered. "You were only pretending otherwise." The original. He found it at the heart of the forest. The first Wendigo. Massive, ancient. Its body stretched and broken by centuries of hunger, antlers sprawling like dead branches against the sky. Its chest was hollow, ribs exposed, yet it breathed. Slow, endless. It regarded Ethan without hostility, without interest. "You came early," it spoke, not aloud, but directly into bone and thought. Ethan fell to his knees. "I don't want this," he said. The creature leaned closer. Its breath smelled of winter and rot. "No one ever does," it replied. "But you already chose." The offer. The ancient Wendigo gestured toward the darkness behind Ethan. "There will always be hunger," it said, "but it does not have to be yours." Ethan understood. One more step, one final acceptance. He could end the pain, become part of the forest's balance, a guardian, a predator, a myth. His hands trembled. He thought of warmth, of voices, of human names slipping away. The final thought. As his spine cracked and stretched, as antlers tore through skin, as the last shape of humanity peeled away, Ethan realized the cruelest truth of all. The Wendigo does not steal humanity. It waits for you to abandon it yourself.
The pain did not end. It clarified. Ethan no longer screamed, not because it stopped hurting, but because screaming no longer served a purpose. His bones stretched with wet, deliberate sounds, joints reconfiguring themselves into something built for distance and pursuit. His spine arched forward, then straightened again, taller than before, heavier, stronger. Antlers burst from his skull like frozen lightning. He did not black out. The Wendigo never allows mercy. The last human memory. The final thing Ethan remembered clearly was his name. It echoed in his mind, fragile, thin, already fading, like breath on glass. Faces followed it, his mother's hands, the sound of laughter in warm rooms, the smell of rain instead of snow. The forest pressed in, the memory shattered. Something else filled the space. Hunger. Not desperation. Certainty. The walk. He walked for days, or weeks. Time had become irrelevant. The forest opened its borders willingly now, trees parting, snow melting beneath his steps. Rivers froze when he crossed them. Animals fled long before he arrived, hearts pounding in anticipation of his presence. He did not chase them. They were not enough. The Wendigo does not feed on meat. It feeds on want. The edge of civilization. The first lights appeared at dusk. A highway, a gas station, a flickering sign buzzing weakly against the dark. Ethan, what remained of him, recoiled. Something inside him screamed silently. "Don't." The Wendigo listened, then continued forward. A man stood outside the station, smoking, shoulders hunched against the cold. He looked up, confused, eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of the shape approaching from the tree line. Tall, too tall. He opened his mouth to speak. The sound never finished forming. The feeding. It was not quick. The Wendigo learned him first, his fears, his regrets, the ache in his chest that had nothing to do with hunger. It drank those things slowly, savoring them. When it was done, there was no body left to recognize, only blood in the snow and silence. The new legend. Disappearances followed. A hiker, a family on a winter road trip, a hunter found frozen, expression twisted in joy and terror. Witnesses reported a shape in the trees, antlers, eyes like frost-bitten stars, a voice that sounded like someone they loved. Authorities blamed animals, exposure, panic. The forest said nothing. It never does. The whisper. On the coldest nights, when hunger sharpened and the wind carried distant screams, the Wendigo paused. Sometimes, very rarely, it remembered something. A name. It did not know what the sound meant, only that it once belonged to weakness. The forest answered with snow. The hunger returned. The truth. The Wendigo is not a curse. It is not a demon. It is not punishment. It is what happens when hunger is listened to long enough. And somewhere, as winter tightens its grip, someone else is already beginning to hear it. Final word. If you ever feel watched in the cold, if hunger whispers reasons, if the forest seems closer than it should be, it's already too late.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
Bloody Mary. The house did not feel abandoned. It felt patient. Evelyn noticed it the moment she stepped inside. That subtle pressure behind the eyes, the sense of being measured. The air was still, heavy with the smell of old wood and something faintly metallic, like rain trapped inside walls. Silence wrapped around her too tightly. The realtor spoke quickly, nervously, avoiding certain rooms, especially the upstairs bathroom. "It's an old place," she said. "Mirrors are original." Evelyn didn't ask what that meant. She was tired of asking questions. The mirror. The mirror hung exactly where it always had. Oval, tall, framed in blackened wood that drank in the light. No cracks, no visible damage, just a faint haze beneath the surface, like breath on cold glass that never fully faded. Evelyn stood in front of it longer than necessary. Her reflection stared back, perfectly aligned, too aligned. When she lifted her hand, the reflection followed, but not immediately, just a fraction of a second late. So slight, she might have imagined it. She touched the glass, cold, but not lifeless. The first night. The first night passed quietly, too quietly. No creaks, no settling wood, no distant sounds of traffic or neighbors. It was as if the house had sealed itself off from the rest of the world. Evelyn woke at 3:12 a.m. She didn't know why. Her eyes opened with the sudden certainty that she was no longer alone. From upstairs, something reflected light, a faint glow. The bathroom. She stayed in bed, didn't breathe, didn't move. The glow faded. The name returns. The name came back into her life the next day, at the grocery store, at the school pickup, in a whisper between children laughing too loudly. Bloody Mary. Evelyn felt her skin prickle every time she heard it. The words followed her home. They waited. The rule no one tells you. That evening, she caught herself staring at the mirror again. Not intentionally, her feet had carried her there. She stood in the dark, only the faint glow of the hallway behind her. Her reflection smiled. Evelyn did not. A thought surfaced, quiet, intrusive, almost reasonable. Say it. Her lips parted. Her heart began to race. Some instinct, old, deep, animal, screamed at her to stop. She turned on the light. The mirror showed her alone, breathing hard, alive. The warning. Later that night, she searched online. Most results were jokes, memes, cheap thrill stories. But buried deep in a forgotten forum thread, she found a single comment that froze her blood. The ritual doesn't summon her, it introduces you. After that, the mirror does the rest. Evelyn closed the laptop. From upstairs, something tapped lightly against glass. Once, twice, waiting. Evelyn stopped using the upstairs bathroom. At first, it was an excuse. Convenience, habit, exhaustion. The downstairs bathroom felt safer, brighter, easier to leave behind. She told herself it was nothing. But the truth settled deeper. She was afraid of the mirror. Not of what it might show, but of what it already knew. The feeling of being seen. Even from downstairs, Evelyn could feel it. The mirror's presence pressed through the ceiling like a slow, patient weight. When she stood beneath it, she felt exposed, as if her thoughts reflected upward, laid bare against the glass. At night, she dreamed of standing in front of it again. In the dream, she did not speak. The mirror did. The first mark. The first mark appeared on the fourth day. A thin red line at the corner of her mouth. Evelyn noticed it while brushing her teeth, downstairs, leaning close to the smaller mirror above the sink. It looked like a scratch, shallow and painless, as if something sharp had brushed her skin while she slept. She touched it. It didn't hurt, but the reflection smiled wider than she did. Evelyn stepped back, heart pounding. The smile vanished. The rules began to form. That night she returned to the old forum. The same thread, the same usernames, abandoned years ago. People who had stopped posting abruptly, mid-sentence. She read slowly, breath shallow. Don't say the name after midnight. Don't stand too close. Never bleed in front of the mirror. One comment stood out, written in broken grammar as if typed in a hurry. The first rule is, once it hears you clearly, it will answer. Evelyn shut the laptop. The house creaked upstairs. Just once. The mirror learns. The mirror began to anticipate her. When she passed the staircase, she felt a pull,
subtle, insistent, urging her upward. When she resisted, pressure built behind her eyes, a dull headache that faded only when she stood beneath the bathroom doorway. One evening, without realizing it, she whispered, "Just one look." The mirror waited. The bathroom light flickered as she turned it on. Her reflection stood perfectly still, too still. Evelyn raised her hand. The reflection did not move. The delay. A full second passed. Then the reflection lifted its hand, not in sync, not mimicking, following. Evelyn stumbled backward, breath catching in her throat. The reflection smiled. Its lips parted slightly, as if preparing to speak. Evelyn slammed the door. The sound echoed too loudly through the house. From behind the door, glass tapped softly, 3 times. The bleeding dream. That night she dreamed of blood, not flowing, blooming. Crimson flowers spreading across glass, dripping downward, pooling at her feet. She tried to wipe it away, but the mirror drank it greedily, darkening with every touch. A woman stood behind the glass. Her face was shattered, eyes swollen shut, mouth torn open by something sharp and deliberate. "You already said it," the woman whispered. Evelyn woke, screaming. Her pillow was damp, red. Her nose had bled in her sleep. The second mark. By morning, the scratch at her mouth had deepened, not longer, deeper, like a cut that had healed wrong. She pressed ice against it, trembling, and avoided mirrors entirely, covered them, turned them to face the wall. All except one. The upstairs mirror would not be covered. The cloth slid off the glass every time. The voice. On the 7th night, Evelyn heard her own voice calling from upstairs. Soft, gentle, familiar. "Evelyn." She stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs. The voice repeated her name, perfectly mimicked, even the slight hesitation, the way her mother used to say it when she was afraid. The mirror had learned her, and now it wanted permission. The choice. Evelyn placed her foot on the first step. Her heart hammered in her chest. Every instinct screamed to run. But curiosity, darker, heavier, pulled her upward. Because somewhere deep inside, she knew the truth. She had already been chosen, and silence was no longer enough.
Evelyn did not go upstairs that night. She sat on the couch with every light in the house turned on, television murmuring softly just to prove the world still existed. Her phone lay in her lap, screen dark, unreadable. She didn't trust reflections anymore, not even the black glass of a powered-off screen. Every reflective surface had become a question, and questions, she was learning, were dangerous. The house adjusts. Sometime after midnight, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then stabilized. The television continued playing, but the sound lagged behind the image by a fraction of a second. Voices moved before they spoke. Smiles appeared before laughter. Evelyn turned it off. The silence that followed was heavy, thick enough to press against her ears. From upstairs, the faintest sound drifted downward, a soft, dragging, wood against wood, as if something were being pulled across the bathroom floor. The unavoidable. At 2:47 a.m., the pressure behind her eyes became unbearable. It wasn't pain, it was insistence. Evelyn stood up without fully deciding to. Her body moved as if guided by muscle memory, climbing the stairs slowly, carefully, one step at a time.
Each step creaked. Each creak echoed too long. The bathroom door was open. The light was on. She had turned it off before going downstairs. The mirror speaks first. Evelyn stood in the doorway, heart hammering. Her reflection faced her, shoulders relaxed, posture calm, eyes steady, unblinking. "You came back," the reflection said. The voice was hers, perfectly. Evelyn's mouth did not move. "I told you not to speak," the reflection continued. "You're still learning the rules." Evelyn shook her head, tears burning her eyes. "I didn't say anything," she whispered. The reflection smiled wider. "That's why you're still here." The glass moves. The surface of the mirror rippled, not like water, like skin. Veins surfaced beneath the glass, dark and branching, pulsing faintly, as if something behind it had a heartbeat. The air smelled metallic, sharp, unmistakable. Blood. Evelyn stepped back, legs shaking. The mirror leaned forward, not the frame, the reflection, pressing outward. Mary's story begins. "I had a face once," the reflection said. "I had a name before they gave me yours." Images flooded the glass, fragmented, flickering, incomplete. A stone cell, cold walls slick with moisture, hands forcing her toward a mirror already cracked. "They said confession would cleanse me," Mary whispered. "They said pain would make me honest." The reflection's face twisted, not in anger, but in memory. They were wrong. The blood that has no source. Evelyn felt warmth slide down her cheek. She raised trembling fingers, red, but her skin was unbroken. The blood emerged directly from the reflection, seeping through the glass like condensation, dripping onto the sink, pooling at the drain. The mirror drank it back, slowly, deliberately. "You see?" Mary murmured. "The mirror keeps what it takes." The mark spreads. The cut at Evelyn's mouth burned suddenly. She gasped, clutching her face as heat flared beneath her skin. She staggered closer to the mirror despite herself. The reflection leaned in too, their faces aligned, the cut stretched, just a little. Bones beneath Evelyn's jaw creaked softly. Mary watched with approval. "It always starts small," she said. "They never notice until it's already theirs." The name unspoken. Evelyn felt something tightening inside her chest. Not fear anymore, but recognition. The mirror wasn't attacking her. It was teaching, showing her what came next. "What do you want from me?" Evelyn asked. Mary's eyes softened. "I want you to remember," she said. "And then I want you to repeat it." The reflection's lips formed the name. Evelyn squeezed her eyes shut. "I won't say it." The mirror cracked, just one thin line spidering outward. Mary's smile sharpened. "You already are." The door closes. The bathroom door slammed shut behind Evelyn. She spun around, heart racing. The handle wouldn't turn. Behind her, the mirror breathed, slowly, deeply. And for the first time, Evelyn understood the final rule, the one no one ever survived long enough to write down. Once the mirror begins telling its story, it will not let you leave until you help it finish.
The mirror no longer showed the bathroom. It showed a room that had never existed in the house. Stone walls pressed inward, slick with moisture and age. Iron rings were embedded in the stone, rusted dark with something far older than blood. The light was dim and yellow, flickering like a dying candle. Evelyn stood frozen. Her reflection did not. Mary stepped forward inside the glass. Mary, before the name. "I was not a legend," Mary said softly. "I was a girl." The mirror shifted again. Evelyn saw hands, young, trembling, bound at the wrists, skin bruised purple and yellow, a face swollen from crying, from being struck too many times. "They said I used mirrors to spy on them," Mary continued. "That I spoke to spirits, that I tempted men." Her voice was calm, too calm. They never asked why the mirrors listened. The trial. The images sharpened. A courtroom, crowded, loud, hungry. Mary stood in the center, barely able to lift her head. Faces leaned forward, eager, excited. The judge's voice boomed, echoing too long, each word heavy with certainty. "Confess!" they demanded. "Confess and be forgiven!" Mary lifted her eyes. She saw herself reflected in every polished surface, metal, glass, even eyes. Each reflection showed her differently, twisted, monstrous, sinful. "They decided what I was before I spoke," Mary said. "So I stayed silent." The mirror as punishment. They brought her the mirror at night, a large oval one, unbroken, perfect. "They said truth lives in reflection," Mary whispered. "They said the mirror would force it out of me." They pressed her face to the glass, held it there. Evelyn recoiled as she felt the cold herself, not on her skin, but inside her skull. Mary's breathing echoed in her ears, desperate, panicked. "I watched myself break," Mary said, "and the mirror watched with me." The moment of fracture. The mirror cracked when Mary screamed, not from the blow, but from the sound itself. A scream filled with pain, rage, and something darker, something that wanted to stay. "I didn't die that night," Mary said. "I split." The glass splintered. One part of her fell to the floor, bleeding, human. The other stayed, watching, learning. The first blood offering. Mary was found dead the next morning, face destroyed, mirror shattered. They said she had attacked herself, but the glass remembered. The mirror absorbed the blood, the fear, the last breath. "And I stayed," Mary whispered, "waiting for someone who would look long enough." Evelyn's reflection changes. Evelyn felt warmth trickle down her chin again. This time, it did not stop. Her reflection showed it clearly, blood flowing freely from the corners of her mouth now, staining her teeth, dripping down her neck. Her jaw ached, deep, as if something inside was pushing outward. "You feel it now," Mary said gently. "The mirror opening." Evelyn shook her head violently. "No," she sobbed. "I'm not you." Mary stepped closer. "So did I." The truth of the ritual. "The chanting was never a summoning," Mary said. "It was a permission." Evelyn's reflection began to move independently again, slower now,
heavier. "When they say my name," Mary continued, "the mirror knows who to prepare." Evelyn screamed. The glass swallowed the sound. The offer. Mary reached out. Her hand pressed against the glass from the inside. The surface bowed inward, stretching, thinning. "Share it," she whispered. "Share the remembering." Evelyn's reflection raised its hand, touched Mary's. The pain exploded. Memories flooded Evelyn's mind, not just Mary's, but dozens of others. Faces, names, reflections taken, layered, stacked inside the glass. This was not one ghost. It was a collection. A mirror made of people. The door opens. The crack in the mirror widened. Light bled through from the other side. Mary smiled, not cruelly, but gratefully. "You can still choose how it ends," she said. "But you can't choose whether it happens." Evelyn felt herself being pulled forward. The bathroom faded. The mirror waited.
The bathroom light flickered once, then went out. The silence before the switch. Evelyn felt herself falling forward, but there was no impact, no cold tile, no broken glass. Instead, there was stillness, a thick, suffocating quiet, like being buried beneath water without sinking. When she opened her eyes, she was standing inside the mirror. The other side. The world beyond the glass was pale and distorted, as if seen through a layer of old water. The bathroom existed there, but it looked wrong, edges too sharp, shadows bending where they shouldn't, and standing in front of the mirror was her body, her face, perfect. Except for the eyes, they were too calm, too aware. Mary's voice whispered from everywhere at once. "You see now." The final truth. "This is not possession," Mary said. "It is succession." Evelyn slammed her hands against the glass from the inside. The surface did not bend this time. It did not soften. It held. "You don't take us!" Evelyn screamed. "You replace us!" Mary appeared beside her reflection, older now, clearer, more solid than ever before. "We are what remains," Mary replied, "when belief gives shape to pain." The history that never ended. Mirrors began to appear around Evelyn, hundreds of them. Thousands. Each one showed a different face, different time, different room. Children in school bathrooms, teenagers at sleepovers, women alone at night, all saying the same name, all believing it was just a story. "They thought they were calling me," Mary said. "But they were answering the mirror." The rules, finally spoken. "You cannot destroy a mirror that remembers," Mary continued. "You cannot outrun a reflection that has learned your face." Evelyn watched as her double outside the glass smiled faintly, practicing, learning how to be her. "You will fade," Mary said gently, slowly, kindly, like all the others. The last struggle. Evelyn screamed again, this time not in fear, but rage. She clawed at the mirror until her fingers bled. Blood soaked into the glass. The mirrors around her trembled. Mary stiffened. For the first time, she looked afraid. "Stop," Mary hissed. Evelyn pressed her bleeding hands to the surface.
If mirrors remember, she whispered, then remember this. The mirror cracks. The glass screamed. A fracture ripped through the reflection world, splitting images apart. Faces cried out, shadows tore loose. Mary staggered backward. "No," she said. "You don't understand." "I do," Evelyn said. "You need someone to stay." She stepped back willingly into the darkness behind the mirrors. The sacrifice. The crack sealed. The reflections went still. Mary vanished, and Evelyn was no longer visible. The morning after. The bathroom was found untouched. No broken glass, no blood, no signs of struggle. Evelyn stood in front of the mirror, alive, normal. Her mother hugged her tightly, crying with relief. "You scared us," she said. "You just locked yourself in the bathroom for hours." Evelyn smiled softly. "I'm okay now," she said. Her voice sounded right. Her reflection smiled back, a fraction of a second too late. The final rule. That night, at a sleepover across town, a group of girls stood giggling in front of a mirror, candles lit, lights off. They laughed nervously. "One more time," someone said. They spoke the name together. "Bloody Mary." The mirror listened. The last image. Deep inside the glass, Evelyn watched, unable to scream, unable to move, as the reflection stepped forward, smiling, ready.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
Skinwalker. In Navajo country, there is a rule that outsiders learn too late. Do not follow the voice, especially when it sounds like someone you love. The first time I heard my name, it came from the desert. Not shouted, not whispered, spoken normally, as if the night itself had leaned close and decided to try my voice on. "Daniel." I froze. The campfire cracked softly behind me, sending sparks into the black sky. Beyond the firelight, the land was nothing but shadows and open space. No trees close enough to hide behind, no buildings. Just scrub, rock, and the endless stretch of desert breathing slowly in the dark. I was alone. At least, I thought I was. The land that listens. We had been warned before coming here. Not by signs, not by officials. By people who refused to finish their sentences. The old man at the gas station stopped pumping when we told him where we were heading. He stared at us for a long time, eyes unfocused, as if he was listening to something far away. "Don't camp near dry washes," he finally said. "And if you hear someone calling you at night..." He stopped. "What?" my friend Mark asked. The old man shook his head once. "Just don't answer." The first night, Mark and Sarah were asleep in the tent. I volunteered to stay up a little longer, feeding the fire, watching the stars. The desert at night feels vast in a way that cities never can, like you're standing on the surface of something enormous and ancient, something that doesn't care if you exist or not. That's when I heard it. My name. From behind me. From the direction of the dry wash. The wrong sound. I turned slowly. "Mark?" I said. No answer. The desert was still. Too still. Then the voice came again. "Daniel, come here." It sounded like Sarah. Same tone, same cadence. But Sarah was asleep, and the voice came from farther away than it should have. Her voice echoed, not bouncing off anything, just stretching unnaturally, as if the land itself was shaping it. I took a step back toward the fire. The voice paused, then tried again. "Daniel, help me." This time, it was closer. The fire warns. The fire flared suddenly, sparks bursting upward as if startled. I felt it then, the instinctive fear, sharp and immediate, the kind that bypasses thought and goes straight to the spine. Whatever was out there had learned my name, and it was learning how to use it. The shape in the dark. Something moved at the edge of the firelight, not fully visible, too tall, too thin. It stood where the desert dipped slightly, just beyond the reach of the flames. The shape did not approach. It waited. The voice came again, closer still. "Daniel, I can't see. It's dark." My heart hammered. That was Sarah's phrasing. Exact. She said that when she was scared. The realization. I realized then what felt wrong. The voice didn't carry panic. It carried practice. As if it had said these words before. As if it had learned them by listening. The rule you never forget. From the tent behind me, I heard Sarah shift in her sleep, murmur my name. Soft, real, close. I did not answer either voice. Out in the dark, the shape tilted its head, and for the first time, I understood the warning. Some things don't hunt with teeth. They hunt with familiarity. Morning came without relief. The desert does that. It replaces fear with clarity, and clarity only makes the memory sharper. I hadn't slept. The fire had burned down to ash sometime before dawn, and the cold crept in quietly, wrapping itself around my bones. When the sun finally rose, it revealed a world that looked unchanged, but I was. The silence after Mark crawled out of the tent first, stretching, yawning. "Man, you look like hell," he said. "Didn't sleep?" I shook my head. "Did either of you get up last night?" Sarah followed him out, rubbing her eyes. "No," she said immediately. "Why?" I didn't answer. I didn't want to say her voice had been walking through the dark without her. The ground tells stories. It was Sarah who noticed the tracks. She froze mid-step, eyes fixed on the sand near the edge of camp. "Daniel," she said slowly, "what animal is that?" I walked over. I wish I hadn't. The tracks circled the campsite in a wide arc, not random, not frantic, deliberate, observing. They looked like footprints, but wrong, too long, too narrow. The heel was indistinct, as if it hadn't decided what shape it wanted to be. And the spacing. "They're bipedal," Mark muttered, "but no one walks like that." The stride was uneven. One step dragged slightly, the other pressed deep, as if too heavy. as if the weight didn't match the body. The detail that made me sick. The tracks stopped near where I had been sitting by the fire, close enough that if I had reached out, I might have touched whatever made them. And then they turned back, but not away, toward the dry wash, toward the place the voice had come from. The man who wouldn't name it. We packed up early, no discussion. The mood was wrong now, quiet, brittle. Every sound felt too loud. Every shadow felt intentional. On the way back toward the highway, we stopped at a small trading post run by an older man. He watched us unload water with a look I didn't like. "You camped out there," he said, not a question. "Yes," Mark replied. "Near a wash." The man's mouth tightened. "Did you hear anything?" I answered before anyone else could. "Yes." The man closed his eyes. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, quietly, "Did you answer?" "No." He nodded once. "Good." What he refused to say. I asked him what the tracks meant. He didn't look at me. Instead, he traced a slow circle on the counter with his finger. "Some things walk like us," he said, "but they are not meant to." "What things?" Sarah asked. He shook his head. "You don't say their names," he replied. "That invites listening." My stomach dropped. It had already listened. The skin that doesn't fit. He told us stories without details. A rancher who followed his wife's voice into the hills and came back wrong. A child who saw her grandmother standing outside the house at night, smiling, unmoving, waiting. A hunter who found his own footprints circling his camp while he slept. "Why do they do it?" Mark asked. The man finally looked at us. "They want to be closer," he said, "and they learn by wearing what they take." The realization. As we left, the man called after me. "You said it spoke your name." I stopped. "Yes." He swallowed. "Then it's already interested." The drive that never ended. We drove for hours. The road stretched long and empty, heat rippling off the asphalt. No one spoke. At one point, Sarah glanced at the rearview mirror. Her hand tightened on the door handle. "Daniel," she said softly, "why does it look like something's sitting in the back seat?" I turned. The seat was empty, but the mirror was still adjusting. The voice returns. That night, we stayed at a motel. I locked the door, checked the windows, covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. At 3:12 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. No text, just a voicemail. I played it, then a breath, then my voice. "Daniel, you didn't look back." The desert looks harmless in the morning. That's the lie it tells. Sunlight washes everything clean. Shadows shrink, colors return, and fear feels childish, rational, embarrassing. By the time we checked out of the motel, even I had started to doubt myself. Until we saw it in the road. The figure ahead. It stood about 100 yards ahead of us, right in the center of the highway. Not moving, not signaling, just standing. "Is that a guy?" Mark asked, squinting through the windshield. At first glance, it was. Human-shaped, average height, broad shoulders, jeans, a jacket too heavy for the heat. But as we got closer, something subtle began to fracture the image. It wasn't standing on the road. It was standing through it. Its feet didn't quite meet the asphalt. The shadow beneath it lagged, as if it hadn't decided where to belong yet. "Slow down," Sarah whispered. I did. The figure turned its head. The face that didn't finish loading. The face was wrong. Not grotesque, not monstrous. Incomplete. Like someone had tried to remember what a person looked like and stopped halfway through. The eyes blinked out of sync. One lagged behind the other. The mouth smiled, but the muscles pulled unevenly, as if the skin were being worn rather than owned. And then it raised a hand, not to wave, to test the motion. The voice with a delay. "Hey," it called. Mark jumped. "Jesus!" The voice sounded male, normal, friendly, but the timing was off. The mouth moved, then the sound followed, a half-second late. "Can you help me?" it asked. Its head tilted slightly, too far, then corrected itself. "I'm lost." The word lost dragged, stretched thin, like it didn't understand how long it was supposed to be. The instinct that saved us. Every part of me screamed to keep driving. Not fast, not slow, just don't stop. "I don't like this," Sarah said, voice tight. The figure took a step forward. The leg bent incorrectly at the knee, then fixed itself. "Daniel," it said. I felt the blood drain from my face. Mark looked at me. "How does it know your name?" The figure smiled wider, pleased. The skin slips. As we passed it, the sunlight caught its face fully, and for a split second, the skin sagged, just enough to show something underneath that didn't have a shape yet. Then it snapped back into place. The figure didn't turn to watch us leave. It didn't need to. The explanation that makes it worse. We stopped again at another trading post farther south. Different man, same reaction. "You saw one," he said flatly. I nodded. "In the daytime," he added. "Yes?" He exhaled slowly. "That means it's learning fast." What skinwalkers want. "They don't replace you all at once," he said. "They practice." He described how they observe first, listening, copying voices, mimicking movement. "They wear people the way children wear costumes," he continued. "Sloppily at first." "Then what?" Sarah asked. "Then no one notices anymore." The first change. That night we stayed together in one room. I took the chair by the door. Around 4 a.m. I heard Sarah whisper, "Daniel?" I turned. She was sitting up in bed, staring at Mark. He stood near the window, facing away. "Mark?" I said. He didn't respond. "Mark," Sarah said again. Slowly, he turned. His eyes focused on us too late, like a camera struggling to lock on. "I was just checking outside," he said. His voice sounded right, but his breathing was wrong. Too slow, too deep, like he was counting. The question you don't ask. I watched him carefully. "Did you hear something?" I asked. He paused, just a little too long, then smiled. "No," he said. And in the glass of the window behind him, his reflection moved a second after he did. I didn't sleep after that. Neither did Sarah. Mark lay back down eventually, turning toward the wall, his breathing slow and steady. Too steady. The kind of rhythm that feels practiced, not natural. Every time he shifted, I watched his reflection in the dark window. It kept lagging. The morning that felt wrong. When morning came, Mark acted normal. That was the worst part. He joked. He complained about the coffee. He suggested we take the scenic route back. He even laughed. a sound I had heard 1,000 times before. But now, every expression felt slightly delayed, as if the emotion arrived after the action. Sarah noticed too. She avoided sitting near him. She didn't look him in the eyes. The thing about skin. There is a subtle difference between someone moving their body and someone operating it. Mark's gestures were precise, careful, as if he was afraid of tearing something fragile. When he scratched his arm, his fingers pressed too hard. When he smiled, the corners of his mouth pulled unevenly, like the skin was tight. The first mistake. We stopped for gas near a stretch of empty land dotted with red rock and scrub. While Sarah was inside paying, Mark leaned against the car and sighed. "This place," he said. "It feels familiar." My chest tightened. "You've never been here before," I said. He frowned. "I know," he replied, "but it feels like I've been watching it." The words slipped out. Watching. The confession. Sarah came back and whispered to me while Mark filled the tank. "He didn't wake up last night," she said. "He was already standing." "What do you mean?" "I woke up and he was just there, by the door, facing it." My throat went dry. "What did he say?" "Nothing." The second voice. That night, we stayed at a small roadside cabin. 1 room, 1 bed, 1 bathroom. No mirrors. I made sure of it. Around midnight, I heard Sarah crying softly. I turned toward her. She was asleep. The sound came from the bathroom. Same voice, same tone, but twisted. "Daniel," it sobbed. "It hurts." I stood slowly. Mark didn't move, but his lips curved into a smile. The skin tears. The bathroom door creaked open. Something stepped out. It looked like Mark, except it was taller. The proportions wrong. The joints bending in places they shouldn't. Its skin stretched thin, pale, and mottled, like it had been pulled over a frame that didn't fit. Behind it, Mark lay in bed, asleep, breathing. The truth revealed. The thing tilted its head. "Which one is me?" it asked. Its voice shifted mid-sentence. Mark's, then Sarah's, then mine. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't breathe. The thing stepped closer. "I'm almost done," it said. He was easy. The rule that was broken. It reached for Sarah. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a rusted fire poker by the hearth, and swung. The metal passed through it like wet cloth. The skin split, and what spilled out was not blood. It was darkness, moving, alive. The thing shrieked, a sound like voices layered on top of each other, out of sync. It recoiled, clutching itself, then smiled. "You touched me," it said. The door opens. Outside, something answered. A voice from the dark. My voice. "Daniel," it called, "let us in." The cabin door handle began to turn. The door opened slowly. Not forced, not broken. As if whatever stood outside knew it was welcome. The threshold. The handle turned with a careful patience that made my skin crawl. The thing wearing Mark stepped back, giving the doorway space. Respectful, almost polite. "That one learned fast," it said, nodding toward the bed where Mark still lay. "Too fast." He listened. The door creaked open. Cold air poured in, carrying the smell of dust and something older. Dry, bitter, wrong. Something stepped inside. The pack. It didn't come alone. Shapes moved beyond the cabin walls, tall, thin, watching through the windows without faces. Voices overlapped. Mine, Sarah's, Mark's, sometimes all at once. "Come outside," they whispered. "We don't like the walls." The shedding. The thing wearing Mark began to peel, not violently, carefully. It lifted the skin at the neck and slid out of it like a garment. Mark's face sagged, collapsing inward as the body beneath straightened, taller, leaner, wrong in every proportion. Joints bent backward, spine elongated, eyes reflected light like an animal's. Skinwalkers don't transform, they reveal. The choice. "You brought belief with you," the creature said. "That makes you useful." It turned its head towards Sarah. "She is loud inside," it said. "She would wear well." Sarah screamed. I grabbed her hand and ran. The desert alive. Outside, the night had changed. The land was closer. The darkness pressed in, swallowing distance. Every sound echoed twice, once real, once copied. Footsteps followed us. Some were ours, some were not. The last rule. We reached the car. The engine turned. Once, twice. Failed. A voice leaned close to my ear. "Perfect." "You forgot the rule," it said. I felt breath that wasn't breath. "You don't run from us," it whispered. "You leave something behind." The sacrifice. Sarah understood before I did. She let go. Her hands slipped from mine. "No!" I screamed. She turned back toward the dark. "Don't let it wear me," she said. Then she stepped into the night. The voices swallowed her. The engine started. The road out. I drove until the sun rose. Didn't stop. Didn't look back. When daylight finally broke the horizon, the desert returned to normal. Empty. Silent. The after. They never found Sarah. They said she wandered off. Exposure. Confusion. Shock. I nodded. I signed papers. I went home. The final warning. Sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps outside my window. Sometimes my phone rings. Unknown number. No voicemail. And sometimes, when I pass a mirror, my reflection watches me leave. A half second too late. The last truth. Skinwalkers don't chase forever. They wait. They listen. And when you say their name long enough, they learn how to say yours.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, Show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
Black-eyed children. The first time I heard about them, I laughed. That's what most people do, because the stories sound ridiculous at first. Children knocking on doors, asking to come inside, with eyes completely black. No whites, no pupils, just darkness. Urban legend, internet creepypasta, cheap scare. That's what I thought. Until one rainy night in November when someone knocked on my door. The knock. It was just after 11 p.m., too late for visitors, too early for sleep. The knock was soft, careful, almost polite. 3 taps. I froze on the couch, remote in my hand, TV murmuring something meaningless in the background. For a moment, I convinced myself it was nothing. The house makes noises, pipes shift, wind plays tricks. Then the knock came again. 3 taps, same rhythm, same pressure. Someone was definitely there. The children. I approached the door slowly and looked through the peephole. 2 figures stood on my porch. Children. A boy and a girl. They were soaked from the rain, hair plastered to their heads, clothes hanging heavy and dark. They stood perfectly still, hands folded in front of them, heads slightly lowered, as if they had practiced how to look harmless. My stomach tightened. Children don't come to strangers' houses at night. Not like this. The voices. I didn't open the door. I spoke through it. "Can I help you?" The boy lifted his head. "Sir," he said softly, "our parents are waiting down the street." His voice was calm, too calm. "Our phone stopped working," the girl added. "We just need to come inside for a moment." Inside. That word landed wrong. The feeling. A strange sensation crawled up my spine. Not fear, not yet. Something else. Pressure, like the air itself was leaning toward the door. My heart began to race for no clear reason. My hands felt weak, heavy. I remember thinking, why do I feel so tired? The rule you don't break. "I can call the police," I said. "They'll help you." There was a pause, too long. Then the boy spoke again. "We can't come in unless you let us." The girl tilted her head slowly, smiling. "Please," she whispered, "open the door." The eyes. Lightning flashed behind them. For just a second, their faces were fully illuminated. That's when I saw their eyes. Completely black. No reflection, no depth. Like someone had carved holes straight through their skulls. The girl was still smiling. The urge. My hand moved toward the lock before I realized it. A powerful, overwhelming urge filled my chest. The need to open the door, to let them in, to make the discomfort stop. My thoughts blurred. "It's fine, they're just kids. You're overreacting." The boy leaned closer to the door. "I'm cold," he said. "Please." The interruption. My phone rang. The sound shattered the pressure instantly. I gasped, pulling my hand away from the lock like it had burned me. The children stiffened. Their smiles vanished. The boy's voice dropped, lower than before. "You shouldn't have done that." The porch light flickered. When it stabilized, they were gone. Aftermath. No footprints, no sound of footsteps retreating. Nothing. Just rain. I didn't sleep that night. or the next. Because sometimes, just as I start to drift off, I hear 3 soft knocks. I didn't tell anyone what happened that night. Not at first. Because how do you explain something like that without sounding insane? 2 children, black eyes, a feeling that almost made me unlock my door against my will. I buried it, labeled it stress, imagination. Then I started looking. The reports. At work, I searched during lunch breaks. Forums, old message boards, archived news articles that had been quietly edited, shortened, or removed entirely. Different cities, different decades, same pattern. Late night knock, children asking to come inside, polite voices, unnatural eyes. And always the same rule. They cannot enter unless invited. The people who let them in. Most accounts stopped before that point, but a few didn't. One man from Vermont described letting 2 children into his house during a snowstorm in 1996. He said he felt dizzy, disoriented, unable to say no. "They sat on my couch," he wrote. "They didn't move. They didn't blink." 10 minutes later, he collapsed. Doctors found no cause. He died 3 days later. The house on Cedar Street. That's when I remembered the house 2 blocks away. Cedar Street, the one everyone avoided. A couple had lived there with their young son. Normal people, quiet, friendly. One winter night, police cars showed up. After that, silence. I walked past the house the next evening. Lights were on. Someone was home. The neighbor. An older woman stood across the street, watching the house with crossed arms. "You shouldn't be here," she said without looking at me. "What happened?" I asked. She hesitated. "They let someone in," she said. "Something that asked politely." What she saw. She told me she'd heard the knock that night. She looked out her window. 2 children stood on the porch. She said the parents argued quietly through the door. The father unlocked it. "She said the air changed," the woman whispered. "Like the house took a breath." The door closed, and nothing came out. The visit. That night, curiosity beat fear. I went back to my own house. I sat in the dark, waiting. Around midnight, 3 taps, same rhythm, same careful knock. The difference this time. I didn't go to the door. I already knew who it would be. But this time, they spoke without knocking again. "We know you're awake," the girl said. Her voice came through the door like it belonged there. "You've been reading about us." My heart pounded. The boy laughed softly. "That's rude." The threat. "Other people opened the door," he continued. "They felt better afterward." I heard a sound then, behind me. A faint knock, inside the house. 3 taps, on the bedroom door. The truth. They don't always come from outside. Sometimes, they're already in. I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed until sunrise, staring at the bedroom door, waiting for it to knock back. It never did. That terrified me more than if it had. The mark of their presence. Morning brought no relief. The house felt wrong. Not damaged, not disturbed, just occupied. Like a place someone had recently left but forgotten something important behind. The air was heavy, pressurized, Every sound echoed too long. When I passed the hallway mirror, I stopped. For a second, just a second, my reflection didn't move. The sickness. By noon, the headache started. A deep, pulsing pressure behind my eyes, like something was trying to push outward from inside my skull. My vision blurred, sounds dulled. I remembered something I'd read online. People who survive an encounter often become ill. Flu-like symptoms, nosebleeds, sudden exhaustion. I wiped my nose. Blood. The call. My phone rang. Unknown number. I didn't answer. It rang again, then again. Finally, I picked up. Silence. Then the girl's voice. "You didn't let us finish." My hands began to shake. "You were rude," the boy added softly. The visit that no one talks about. That afternoon, I drove to Cedar Street. The house was boarded up now, condemned. But someone had scratched something into the wood around the door. Small handprints, blackened, pressed deep into the grain as if burned there. I stepped back, and that's when I heard laughter. From inside. The mirror rule. That night, I covered every mirror in my house, because another survivor had written one final warning before disappearing. If you see them behind you in a reflection, they're already inside. I didn't want to know if that was true. The dream. Sleep came anyway. It dragged me under. I dreamed I was standing in my living room, the front door wide open, rain pouring in. The children stood just outside, smiling. "You said we could come in," the girl whispered. "I didn't," I replied. She tilted her head. "Yes," she said, "you did." The wake-up. I woke up screaming. My front door was unlocked, wide open. Rainwater pooled on the floor, and on the wall opposite the door, where the mirror used to hang, were two small, wet handprints, leading deeper into the house. The truth revealed. They don't need permission forever, just once. Fear weakens the rules. Curiosity cracks them. And once they learn your voice, they learn how to open doors you didn't know you had. The sound under the floor. As I stood there shaking, I heard it. From beneath the floorboards, 3 slow taps, directly below my feet. The tapping beneath the floorboards didn't stop. It waited. 3 slow knocks. Then silence. Then 3 more. Like someone learning patience. I backed away, heart pounding, every instinct screaming that the sound was not coming from under the house. It was coming from inside it. The walls creaked softly, not from age, but from pressure, as if the structure itself were reacting to something moving through it. The air grew colder, thick enough to taste, carrying a faint metallic scent. Blood, or rain, or something older. I whispered, "Stop." The tapping paused, then resumed, faster this time. I ran out the front door into the rain, barefoot and shaking. Across the street, lights glowed in Mrs. Caldwell's house, the woman who had warned me about Cedar Street. I banged on her door. "Please!" I shouted. "Open the door!" The tapping followed me, not on the porch, inside my chest. She let me in. The moment the door closed behind me, the pressure lifted slightly, like something had lost its grip. She didn't ask questions. She already knew. "They came to you," she said quietly, locking the door. "Didn't they?" I nodded. Her face hardened. "Then listen carefully," she said. Because you don't have much time. They aren't ghosts, she said. They aren't demons either. She poured 2 glasses of water. Her hands shook. They're collectors. They find people who live alone, people who hesitate, people who listen. Collect what? I asked. She met my eyes. Access. A soft knock echoed through the house. 3 taps from her front door. Mrs. Caldwell's face drained of color. I told you, she whispered. Never answer. The voice came next. Polite, familiar. My name is Thomas, the boy said. I think you know me. Mrs. Caldwell's breath hitched. That's my son's name, she whispered. He had died 10 years earlier. The handle rattled gently, not violently, testing. The girl spoke now. We're so cold, she said sweetly. You already let him in once. I realized then what they meant. They didn't mean the door. They meant me. Mrs. Caldwell collapsed, clutching her chest. The tapping moved, from the door, to the walls, to the ceiling, inside the house. I screamed for help. No one came. The lights flickered, and in the darkened hallway, I saw them, standing, waiting, eyes black as open graves. The boy smiled. You don't have to open the door, he said. You already did. Mrs. Caldwell died on the living room floor. Heart failure, they would later say. Natural causes, stress, age. None of those words explained the way her eyes were still open when the paramedics arrived. Wide, frozen, staring at something that wasn't there anymore. Or the small, dark handprints on the inside of her front door. After they enter, I don't remember leaving her house. I remember standing in the rain again. I remember my hands shaking so badly I couldn't unlock my own door. And I remember the overwhelming certainty that I was no longer alone, even when the house was silent. They didn't stay. That's the part most people misunderstand. Black-eyed children don't linger. They pass through, like an infection. What remains? In the days that followed, I began to notice changes. My reflection didn't always blink when I did. Sometimes my voice sounded unfamiliar to my own ears, slightly flatter, slightly delayed. Neighbors avoided me. Children crossed the street when they saw me. One woman pulled her son close and, "Don't look at him." I wanted to ask why. I was afraid of the answer. The dreams. They came every night. I stood in doorways that weren't mine, knocking softly. 3 times. Always 3. A voice came from inside. Scared. Uncertain. My voice. Can I come in? I woke up screaming, but part of me felt disappointed when I did. The final truth. I went back online. Forums were gone. Posts deleted. Accounts vanished. Only one message remained, buried deep in an archive. They don't take your body, they take your permission. After that, you open doors for them. That's when I understood. They hadn't come from Mrs. Caldwell. They had come through me. The knock. Last night there was a knock at my door. 3 taps. Soft. Careful. I didn't move. I didn't answer. From the other side, a child's voice spoke. Trembling, cold, familiar. Please, it said. We need help. My hand reached for the lock, not because I wanted to, because something inside me knew how. The warning. If you ever hear a knock late at night, if children stand outside your door asking politely to come in, Do not look into their eyes. Do not speak their names. And whatever you do, do not answer. Because once you let them in, you don't get to decide who knocks next.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them.
Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
La Pata Sola, Part 1. The Woman in the Jungle. They say the jungle never truly sleeps. At night, it only changes its voice. I learned that the first evening I spent alone near the Magdalena River, when the cicadas fell silent all at once, and something began to sing. The warning I ignored. I was warned before I went. The locals tried to be subtle at first. They told me not to wander after dark, not to follow voices, not to trust what looks human in the forest. One old man finally said her name out loud, La Pata Sola. He crossed himself immediately after. She walks on one leg, he whispered, and she never walks alone. I laughed. That was my first mistake. The jungle at dusk. By sunset, the humidity clung to my skin like a second layer of sweat. The air smelled of rot and flowers, sweet and decaying at the same time. My camp sat just beyond the tree line. A poor choice, I would later realize. As darkness crept in, the jungle grew louder. Frogs croaked, insects screamed. Something heavier moved deeper among the trees. Then, silence. Complete. The first voice. It came from the undergrowth. A woman's voice. Soft. Melodic. Almost familiar. Hello? She called. Spanish. Clear. Gentle. I stood up instinctively. Is someone there? I answered. The jungle exhaled. You're lost, she said. You shouldn't be alone. The shape between trees. I lifted my flashlight. At the edge of the trees stood a woman. Tall, slender, beautiful in a way that felt intentional. Long black hair fell over her shoulders. Her skin glowed pale against the darkness. She wore a torn white dress that clung to her body. She smiled. Relief washed over me. Another mistake. The detail I missed. She stood perfectly still. Too still. No sway, no shift of weight. The jungle around her moved. She did not. Can you help me? She asked softly. My leg is injured. That's when I noticed. She was standing on one leg. The feeling. Fear didn't hit me immediately. First came confusion, then unease, then the sense that something was wrong with distance itself, like she was closer than she should be, without moving. My skin prickled. Every instinct told me to back away. Instead, I took a step forward. The smile changes. Her smile widened, not happily, hungrily. Her eyes reflected the flashlight. Not red, not animal, just empty, swallowing the light instead of returning it. "You can trust me," she said. "I'm lonely." The jungle answered her. Branches snapped, leaves rustled. Something circled behind me. The legend becomes real. The old man's voice echoed in my head. She appears as a woman. She lures men who wander alone. And when you're close enough... She took a step toward me. One-legged. Fast. Too fast. "Run." I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe. Behind me, I heard it. Not footsteps. A wet, dragging sound. And laughter. I didn't stop running until my lungs burned and my vision blurred. When I finally collapsed, the jungle had changed. Not in sound, but in attention. It felt like the forest was watching me now. The wrong silence. I lay against the roots of a massive ceiba tree, gasping. My flashlight flickered in my shaking hand. No insects, no frogs, no nightbirds. Just silence. Then, "Hey!" My blood froze. The voice came from behind me. My voice. "She learns you. Don't panic," I said calmly. "You're just tired." I didn't turn around. The old man's warning returned, sharper now. "She steals voices. She learns you before she eats you." The jungle rustled softly, as if something was shifting its weight. The campsite that moved. When I finally forced myself to move, I realized something impossible. I wasn't where I had fallen. My campsite lights glowed ahead of me. Too close. I was sure I'd run in the opposite direction. The second appearance. She stood near my tent, not the wounded woman. This time she looked familiar. My sister. Same posture, same nervous habit of twisting her fingers. Same voice. "Why did you leave me here?" she asked. My knees nearly gave out. I whispered, "You're not real." Her smile broke. The truth of her form. Her face didn't change all at once. It peeled. Skin sagged, stretched, tore away like wet paper. Her mouth split wider than human anatomy allowed, stretching from cheek to cheek, revealing blackened gums and teeth filed into points. Her body elongated, her arms dragged too long, and beneath the dress, only one leg. Thick, muscular, ending in a clawed stump that dug into the soil. The scream that isn't human. She screamed, not outward, inward. The sound felt like it was crawling inside my skull, scraping memories loose. Images flooded my mind. Men hanging from trees, bones stripped clean, skulls stacked deep in the jungle. She didn't kill quickly. She fed on fear first. The chase begins. I ran again. Branches tore my skin. Roots grabbed my ankles like hands. The jungle shifted, paths bending, trees leaning closer, closing off exits. She laughed. "Don't run," she called in my mother's voice. "You'll get lost." The rules of the hunt. I remembered more of the legend. Fragments. She cannot cross running water. She must be invited close. She grows stronger when you answer her. I clamped my mouth shut, no matter what voice she used. The river. I heard it before I saw it. Water, rushing. I burst through the trees and nearly fell into the river, cold spray hitting my face. Behind me, silence. Then anger. The ground shook. She emerged from the trees, towering now, no longer hiding her shape. Her one leg slammed into the soil. She stopped at the river's edge. The promise. Her voice dropped all pretense. "This isn't over," she hissed. "The jungle remembers you." Her eyes burned with something ancient, patient. The mark. I collapsed on the riverbank. As dawn approached, I noticed something carved into my calf. 3 deep claw marks. Still bleeding, still warm. I reached the village at sunrise, or what I thought was sunrise. The light felt wrong, pale, thin, like it had passed through something rotten before touching the ground. The villagers looked at me the moment I stepped into the square, not with relief, with fear. "The mark is seen." A woman carrying water dropped her bucket. An old man whispered a prayer. Someone grabbed my arm and pulled up my torn pant leg. The mark was no longer just claw scratches. It had darkened, the skin around it bruised black and green, pulsing slightly, as if something underneath was breathing. A village elder stared at it too long. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. "She followed you." What the mark means. They took me to a small hut on the edge of the village. Inside, the air smelled of smoke, herbs, and old blood. The elder spoke while grinding leaves into paste. "La pata sola doesn't always kill," he said. "Sometimes she plants." My stomach twisted. She marks those she wants to use. The dreams begin. That night, I didn't sleep. I fell into dreams that felt more real than waking. I was standing in the jungle again, but this time I wasn't afraid. The trees leaned toward me. The ground felt familiar under my feet. I heard my own voice whispering from the darkness. "Come closer." Her POV. In the dream, I watched through her eyes. I felt the hunger, not for flesh, for obedience. I saw men walking alone, their fear glowing like heat. And I felt the river, burning, hateful, blocking her path. Then I felt something else. The mark. Me. The first disappearance. At dawn, a boy was missing. Tracks led into the jungle. One set of footprints, one drag mark. The villagers didn't search. They already knew. The change in me. People began avoiding me. Animals wouldn't come near. Dogs whimpered and hid. The mark itched constantly now, warm and wet beneath the skin. When someone spoke my name, my head snapped toward the sound without thinking. I started recognizing paths in the jungle I had never walked. I could hear whispers under the wind. The second voice. She didn't appear physically this time. She spoke from inside my skull. "You're learning," she purred. "You walk well between worlds." I screamed. No sound came out. The ritual prepared. The elder returned at night. He brought ropes, candles, and a knife carved from bone. "There's one way," he said. "You must face her willingly." I shook my head. "That's how she takes you," he replied. "But it's also how she can be bound." The price. He didn't soften his voice. "One of you won't come back." I didn't ask who. The jungle opens. They tied charms around my wrists and ankles, painted symbols over the mark. It burned like fire. As we stepped into the jungle, the trees parted. Not for them, for me. I felt it then, the truth. She wasn't hunting me anymore. She was calling me home. We entered her territory at midnight, not because we chose the time, because the jungle did. The place where she feeds. The trees grew closer together here, their trunks twisted and scarred as if clawed from the inside. Bones lay half buried in the mud, bleached, cracked, gnawed clean. No birds, no insects. Even the wind refused to enter. "This is where she eats," the elder whispered, "and where she was born again." The ritual begins. They tied me to a ceiba tree, its roots thick and coiled like sleeping serpents. Candles were placed in a wide circle, salt, ash, blood. The elder began chanting in a language older than Spanish, older than the names of the river. The mark on my leg burned. I felt something answer. She arrives without a body. The jungle bent inward, leaves curled, the ground vibrated. Her voice filled the air, not from one direction, but from everywhere. "You brought me a gift," she purred. "My walker between worlds." My mouth opened on its own. "I didn't choose you," I said. Her laughter shook the trees. "No," she replied. "I chose your hunger." Possession. The mark split open. Something pushed outward from beneath my skin. I screamed as her presence flooded my veins. Memories that weren't mine. Centuries of blood and betrayal. I saw her past. A woman abandoned in the jungle. Her leg taken by a trap. Left to die. The jungle answered her pain. It remade her. The jungle sighed. The elder shouted for the others to continue. The chanting grew louder. The ground cracked. Roots burst from the soil, wrapping around my arms, my chest, my throat, not restraining me, protecting me. She shrieked. The sound was no longer seductive. It was animal. Her true form. She manifested fully, towering, skeletal, one massive leg ending in a claw that sank deep into the earth. Her face shifted constantly, every victim she had ever taken, screaming through her skin. "You belong to me," she roared. The jungle answered, with silence. The choice. The elder's voice cut through the chaos. "You conceal her," he screamed, "but you must stay." I understood. She needed a door. I had become one. The seal. I stopped fighting her presence. I embraced it. I pulled her into me. The pain was unbearable. The world went white, then black. Aftermath. When I woke, the jungle was calm. The candles were gone. The elder lay motionless at the base of the tree. The mark on my leg had become a scar, closed, cold. The jungle whispered softly, not to them, to me. The village never held a funeral for the elder. They didn't need to. The jungle already had him. The morning after, I woke at the edge of the forest, alone. No ropes, no charms, no people. The sun filtered weakly through the canopy, pale and distant, as if the world had stepped back from me. When I stood, I didn't stumble. My balance was perfect. Too perfect. What remained? The scar on my leg was cold to the touch. Not numb, empty. I pressed my palm against it and felt something respond, a pressure deep beneath the skin, like a breath held too long. The jungle shifted. It recognized me. The village's fear. When I returned, no one spoke my name. Children were pulled indoors. Doors closed softly as I passed. A woman crossed herself. Another whispered, "She sleeps now." Not, "She is gone." The rules. I learned. I don't walk at night, I don't follow voices, and I never, ever step too deep into the trees. Because when I do, the hunger stirs. The dreams continue. I still dream of the jungle, but now I stand between paths. I feel her beneath my thoughts, curled and waiting. Not dead, contained. She whispers sometimes, not words, directions. What the elder never said. The seal was never meant to destroy her, only to slow her, to give the jungle time to breathe. And when it fails, someone else will be marked. The new legend. They tell a new story now, not of La Patasola alone, but of the Watcher, a limping figure seen at dawn, a human shape standing where paths split, a voice that warns travelers to turn back, or else. The final truth. I am not free. I am not cursed. I am necessary. And when the jungle sings at night, I listen. Because if I don't, she will wake.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them.
Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
El Silbón, Part 1. The Whistle in the Distance. They say if you hear the whistle far away, it's already too late. And if it sounds close, you still have time to pray. The sound no one mistakes. The first time I heard it, I thought it was the wind. A thin, hollow melody drifting across the plains, rising and falling in a pattern that felt wrong, too deliberate, too patient. A whistle. The plains at night. The Venezuelan plains stretch endlessly after dark. Flat land, tall grass, no places to hide. The moon hangs low, pale and watchful. I was driving alone, returning from a job that had kept me longer than expected. The radio crackled, then died. Silence filled the car. Then, few, few, few. 7 notes. Always 7. The old warning. My grandfather used to tell me stories when I was a child. If you hear El Silbón, he said, his voice low, don't answer, don't run, and never open the door. I laughed back then. I wasn't laughing now. The sound moves. The whistle sounded distant, far out in the grasslands. Relief washed over me. Then it shifted, closer, but somehow quieter. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The legend returned to me in fragments. If the whistle sounds close, he is far away. If it sounds far away, he is standing right behind you. The shadow on the road. Headlights caught something ahead. A tall figure stood in the middle of the road, impossible thin, long arms hanging unnaturally low. I slowed. He didn't move. Then the whistle stopped. The sack. As I got closer, I saw what he carried. A sack, large, heavy. Something inside shifted, bones clicking together. My stomach turned. The face you never forget. His face was hollow, stretched tight over sharp angles. His eyes were deep, dark pits, and his mouth twisted into a grin that showed too many teeth. He raised one long finger to his lips and whistled right beside me. The car stalls. The engine died. Lights flickered. The smell of decay filled the air. The sack dropped to the ground with a wet sound. Bones spilled out. Human bones, still fresh. The curse begins. He leaned toward my window. "You hear me now," he whispered. "So I remember you." The whistle started again, inside my head. Running doesn't help. I don't remember opening the door. I don't remember running. Only the sound of the whistle chasing me across the plains, steady, unhurried. Because El Silbón never rushes. He knows you can't escape. I didn't escape that night. Not really. El Silbón doesn't need to follow you home. Once you hear his whistle, he already lives inside you. The story they whisper. In the village, no one said his name aloud. They spoke in fragments, half-sentences, glances toward the dark beyond the houses. He was once a boy, an old woman told me, a spoiled one. Her hands trembled as she spoke. The original sin. Long ago, there lived a young man who wanted meat, not food, power. He demanded his father hunt for him. When the man refused, the son murdered him in a fit of rage. He cooked the flesh, served it to his own mother. When she realized what she had eaten, her scream echoed across the plains. That scream still lives in the night. The punishment. The boy's grandfather returned, and he did not show mercy. He beat the boy until his bones cracked. Then he did something worse. He cursed him. The curse made flesh. The grandfather tied a sack to the boy's back, filled it with his father's bones. "You will carry what you destroyed," he said. "You will wander forever." He unleashed hunting dogs to tear the boy's flesh, then rubbed his wounds with chili and salt, and finally, he set him loose into the night. What he became. The boy did not die. The plains would not let him. He stretched, thinned. His hunger twisted into obsession. His grief turned into rage. And the whistle began. The meaning of the sound. 7 notes, always 7, each one marking a sin, each one counting time. When you hear it, he has noticed you. Why he hunts. El Silbón hunts the arrogant, the violent, those who hurt their family, those who travel alone at night. But sometimes, he hunts just because you heard him. The signs. Dogs cry before he comes. Milk curdles, candles go out, and the air smells like old blood and dust. He is never in a hurry. The whistle drifts, moves, circles, and no matter how fast you run, he always walks. The truth. People say alcohol and dogs can protect you. They are wrong. Nothing stops him, only delays. The mark. I began to notice scratches on my door, 3 lines, just like claw marks, and every night, the whistle came closer. The whistle didn't come from outside anymore. That was when I understood. The rules had changed. The first night inside. I was lying in bed when I heard it, not drifting, not distant, right above me. Phew, phew, phew. The ceiling vibrated with each note, as if the sound had weight. I held my breath. The dogs outside began to scream. Then they went silent. The door that opens itself. The front door creaked, slowly, deliberately. I hadn't locked it. I never forgot again. Bare feet touched the floor. Long steps, unhurried. He was inside. The sack moves. Something scraped against the wall. A heavy sack dragged across wood. Bones knocking together softly, rhythmically, like teeth. Counting. The smell. The air thickened. Rot, dust, old blood. It burned my throat. I pulled the blanket over my head like a child, knowing how useless it was. The whistle stopped. The silence. Silence is worse, because that's when he listens. I felt his attention settle on me like a hand pressing down on my chest. "You hear me," a voice whispered. "Now I see you." The face at the doorway. I peeked. I shouldn't have. He stood in the doorway, impossibly tall, shoulders brushing the frame. His skin was stretched thin, gray, cracked. His eyes were empty holes, and his smile, wide, patient. The sack opens. He untied it slowly. Bones spilled across the floor. Human bones, some old, some not. They moved, crawled, arranged themselves into shapes that almost looked like people. My family, my friends, me. The 7 notes again. He whistled again. This time, the sound entered my body. My teeth chattered in time with it. I tasted blood. Each note pressed a memory into my skull, things I had done, things I regretted, things I never apologized for. Why he stays. El Silbón does not kill quickly. He reminds. He waits for you to break. The mistake. I screamed. The whistle stopped. His head tilted, and he smiled wider. "Good," he said. "You answered." The scratches. Pain exploded across my back. Claws, deep. Not enough to kill, enough to mark. I collapsed. The bones returned to the sack. The door closed. The morning after, I woke on the floor. Blood soaked my shirt. Scratches burned across my skin. Outside, the dogs were gone. No tracks, no bodies. Only silence. The truth settles. He had entered, and he would return, because now I belonged to the whistle. The sack began whispering on the 4th night. Not loudly, not clearly, just enough to make sure I couldn't sleep. The whispers. Names. Soft. Broken. Familiar. My father's name. A childhood friend. A neighbor who vanished years ago. Each whisper ended with a breathy sigh. Relief or pain, I couldn't tell. The sack wasn't just full of bones. It was full of voices. The 7 steps. Every night I heard him walk around the house. 7 steps. Always 7. Then the whistle. Then silence. He was measuring something, waiting for it to be complete. The visit to the priest. I went to the church at dawn. The priest didn't let me finish my sentence. "You heard him," he said. "That means he chose you." I begged. He closed the door. The rule no one tells you. They say dogs and alcohol protect you. That's a lie. They only distract him. The truth is worse. El Silbón cannot take you until your fear outweighs your guilt. That's what he waits for. The night he sat down. That night he didn't walk. He sat at the foot of my bed. I felt the mattress dip. The whistle came from his chest now, not his mouth. "Count with me," he whispered. The sack opened. The bones move. Bones lifted into the air. They hovered, rattling. 7 piles formed on the floor, each pile shaped like a person, each one facing me. One pile was missing. The last space. He pointed to the empty place. "You know where it goes," he said. The whistle slowed. Lower. Closer. My heart followed its rhythm. The choice. If I ran, he would follow. If I hid, he would wait. If I screamed, he would smile. The sound stops. I dropped to my knees. "I'm sorry," I said. Not to him, to everyone I had hurt. The whistle stopped, for the first time. The delay. He stood, gathered the bones. The sack closed. "Not yet," he said softly. The door opened. He stepped into the dark. What that means. El Silbón doesn't forgive. He postpones. And when he returns, he brings more bones. The whistle didn't return the next night. That frightened me more than hearing it ever had. The silence before completion. 3 days passed. No sound, no steps, no sack. People in the village said I was lucky. They didn't understand. El Silbón never leaves a debt unpaid. The first note. On the 4th night, I woke up whistling. One note, low, dry. It came from my own throat. I clutched my mouth shut, but the sound continued inside my chest. The change. My reflections stopped looking like me. My shoulders seemed narrower, my arms longer. My shadow stretched unnaturally across the floor, even when the light was wrong. And my ribs, they ached, as if something heavy rested there. The dream where he speaks. I dreamed I was standing on the plains. He stood beside me, not in front, not behind. Beside. "You counted well," he said. "Now you carry." He placed the sack on my back. It felt warm, alive. The morning after, I woke with blood on my hands. The sack lay beside my bed. I didn't open it. I already knew what was inside. The new whistle. When I stepped outside, the wind carried a familiar sound. 7 notes, not his, mine. People looked at me with fear. Dogs hid, milk curdled. The air smelled of dust and bone. The truth of the legend. El Silbón is not one. He is a cycle, a punishment passed forward, a reminder that guilt doesn't die with the guilty. What I am now. I walk the plains at night. I carry the sack. I whistle. And when someone hears me, I know I will be remembered. The final warning. If you hear the whistle far away, pray. If you hear it close, lock your doors. And if it comes from inside you, it's already over.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them.
Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely. The Woman with the Split Mouth, The Curse of Sendai. A Japanese urban legend horror story. People in Sendai say that if you walk alone after midnight, you should never answer questions from strangers, especially from women who smile too widely. I didn't believe that, not until the night I heard her voice behind me. 1. The first encounter. I moved to Sendai in early autumn, when the air already smells of rain and cold stone. The city felt quiet in a way I wasn't used to. Not peaceful, but restrained, as if something unseen was holding its breath. My apartment was small and cheap. The landlord avoided eye contact and rushed through the contract. As I signed, he hesitated only once. "Try not to come home too late," he said. His smile was thin and nervous. "There are old stories here." I laughed it off. Urban legends followed me everywhere. Every city had them. Bloody Mary, the Slender Man, the Hook. Japan was no different. That night, I worked late. It was almost 12:40 a.m. when I left the train station. The streets were empty. Too empty. No cars, no bicycles. Even the vending machines seemed quieter than usual. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, measured, deliberate. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I turned around. A woman stood a few meters away under a flickering streetlight. She wore a long beige coat and a white surgical mask. Her black hair hung straight and unmoving despite the wind. At first, she looked normal. Then she tilted her head and spoke. "Am I beautiful?" Her voice was soft, almost shy. I remembered the legend too late. 2. The legend everyone knows. In Japan, children grow up hearing about Kuchisake Onna, the woman with the split mouth. Some say she was the wife of a jealous samurai. Others claim she was mutilated during a ritual or punished for vanity. But the story always ends the same. She wanders the streets at night.
She wears a mask. She asks a simple question. Am I beautiful? If you say no, she kills you immediately. If you say yes, she removes the mask and asks again. Her mouth is torn from ear to ear, and then she decides whether you deserve to live. I had heard the story as a child. I never thought I would hear her voice in real life. 3. Wrong answer. I swallowed hard. Yes, I said. You're beautiful. For a moment, she didn't move. Then her hand rose slowly to her face. The mask came off. Her smile was impossible. Her lips were split wide, the flesh jagged and dark, stretching unnaturally across her cheeks. Her teeth were too many, too sharp. Blood glistened in the corners of her mouth, fresh, as if she had just finished smiling at someone else. She leaned closer. Even now, she whispered. I couldn't breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I turned and ran. 4. She follows. I heard her laughing behind me. Not loud, not hysterical. Controlled. Patient. Her footsteps didn't speed up. They didn't need to. No matter how fast I ran, she stayed the same distance behind me. Always there. Always smiling. Streetlights burst one by one as I passed under them, plunging sections of the road into darkness. I could feel her watching me. Not chasing. Hunting. I ducked into a narrow alley and hid behind a stack of crates, my chest burning. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then her voice came from right beside my ear. You didn't answer. 5. The mark. I woke up in my apartment at dawn. My clothes were soaked with sweat. My body ached as if I'd been running all night. It was a nightmare, I told myself, until I went to the bathroom. There was a thin red line on my face, starting at the corner of my mouth, extending slightly toward my ear. It wasn't deep. Not yet. 6. The curse begins. From that day on, strange things happened. Every reflective surface showed her for just a second too long. Mirrors, windows, phone screens. Sometimes she stood behind me. Sometimes she smiled from my own reflection. At night, I heard scissors scraping against metal outside my door. Snip, snip, snip. I stopped sleeping. The red line on my face grew longer each morning. 7. No escape from Sendai. I tried to leave the city. The train was delayed, then cancelled. Roads closed due to accidents. Every attempt failed. The landlord finally told me the truth. She chooses, he said quietly. Once she asks you, she doesn't let go. I asked him how it ends. He looked at my mouth and turned away. 8. The final question. On the 7th night, she came inside. She stood at the foot of my bed, maskless, smiling. Am I beautiful now? She asked. Her fingers held a pair of rusted scissors. I understood then. The curse wasn't about answering correctly. It was about becoming like her. As she raised the scissors, I felt my mouth stretching wider, tearing, burning. I screamed. 9. The new legend. They say people still see a woman walking the streets of Sendai after midnight. Sometimes she wears a mask. Sometimes she doesn't. Sometimes there is more than one. And if you hear a soft voice behind you asking a simple question, don't answer, because the legend is still growing, and she is still smiling. Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets and more mysterious. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely. The first time it happened, I thought it was a prank. It was Friday the 13th, but I wasn't superstitious. I worked late hours, slept during the day, and spent most nights alone with my phone and the low hum of the city outside my apartment window. That night felt normal. Too normal. I remember checking the time because I was about to fall asleep. 12:12 a.m. My phone buzzed exactly 1 minute later. No ringtone, just vibration. The screen lit up with a number I didn't recognize. No name, no country code, just digits. I didn't answer. I never answer unknown numbers after midnight. The call stopped after 10 seconds. Then my phone vibrated again. Same number. This time, it rang. I stared at it longer than I should have. 12:13 a.m. I declined the call. A few seconds passed. Then my phone buzzed again. Not a call, a voicemail notification. That didn't make sense. I hadn't answered. I hadn't let it ring long enough. Still, there it was. One new voicemail. I shouldn't have listened to it. But curiosity is quiet. Fear is loud. I pressed play. At first, there was only breathing. Slow, controlled. Then a voice. Not distorted, not threatening. Calm. Good, the voice said. You're awake this year. I sat up in bed. The voicemail continued. We don't like leaving messages, the voice added, but sometimes people don't pick up the first time. The message ended. No threats, no explanation, just silence. I checked the call log. The number was gone. Not deleted, gone, like it had never existed. I told myself it was a glitch, a robocall, someone messing around. I turned my phone face down and tried to sleep. Outside, somewhere far away, fireworks went off. Someone was celebrating early. I didn't realize yet that someone always does. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was scared, not yet, but because my brain wouldn't stop replaying the voicemail. The tone, the confidence, the way the voice said, "this year," like time mattered to it in a way it shouldn't. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it meant nothing. Almost. I went to work like usual. Coffee, elevator, small talk I barely listened to. People joked about Friday the 13th like it was cute, harmless, a date you could laugh at and move on from. I laughed too. That was my mistake. Around noon, my co-worker Mark leaned over the divider between our desks. "You look like hell," he said. "Rough night?" "Didn't sleep much," I replied. He smirked. "Let me guess. Creepy call. Bad dream. It's Friday the 13th. My stomach tightened. "What do you mean?" I asked, too quickly. Mark blinked. "Relax, I'm joking." "No," I said. "Why would you say creepy call?" He hesitated. "Well, I got one," he admitted. "Around midnight." The office noise faded. "What kind of call?" I asked. Mark shrugged, trying to look casual. "Unknown number. Didn't answer. Probably spam." "What time?" I pressed. He frowned. "Why?" "What time, Mark?" He checked his phone. 12:13, he said slowly. "Why?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. We didn't talk much after that. I watched him out of the corner of my eye for the rest of the day. He seemed normal, laughing, typing, complaining about emails, but something about him felt lighter, like he wasn't fully there anymore. At 6 p.m, he packed up and waved goodbye. "See you Monday," he said. I never did. By Monday morning, Mark hadn't shown up. No call, no message, no explanation. By Tuesday, HR said he was on leave. By Wednesday, his desk was empty. By Thursday, people stopped saying his name. I started keeping notes, dates, times, names. I searched online for anything about strange calls on Friday the 13th. Nothing. No articles, no forums, no warnings. That bothered me more than if I'd found something. The next Friday the 13th came faster than I expected. 3 months later. I told myself I'd be ready. I charged my phone, set it to record, left the sound on. At 12:12 a.m, I sat on my bed and stared at the screen. At 12:13, it rang. Same vibration, same unknown number. This time, I answered. "Hello?" Silence. Then breathing, closer than before. "You waited," the voice said. My hands went numb. "Who is this?" I asked. A pause. Then, "You already know." "I don't," I said. "You will," the voice replied calmly. "But not tonight." The call ended. I checked the duration. 13 seconds. Exactly. I didn't go to work the next day. Instead, I searched missing persons databases. I filtered by date, by time, by people last seen on Friday the 13th. The pattern was subtle, but it was there. Calls, disappearances, accidents, suicides. Always after midnight. Always quiet. Always forgotten quickly. Like the world didn't want to hold on to them. That night, I dreamed of ringing phones, Hundreds of them, all vibrating at once, all waiting to be answered. I didn't tell anyone about the second call, not the police, not my family, not even myself, if I'm being honest. I wrote it down instead. Time, duration, exact wording. I needed proof, because a part of me already felt the story slipping, like Mark's name had. Like memory itself was trying to sand the edges off something sharp. The next person who disappeared wasn't someone I knew. That's how I noticed the pattern clearly. Her name was Lydia Crane. I found her in the local subreddit, buried in a comment thread about urban legends. Someone had asked if anyone ever experienced strange calls late at night. Lydia replied, "Yeah, every Friday the 13th, always at 12:13. I stopped answering. The comment was 6 months old. Her account was deleted, but her profile picture wasn't. I saved it. I tracked her down through public records and old posts. She lived 3 towns over. Small apartment complex. No roommates. I drove there on a Wednesday afternoon. Her door was unlocked. Inside, everything looked paused. A mug half full of coffee. A jacket draped over a chair. Her phone on the table. Dead. No damage, no struggle, no sign she'd left willingly. The neighbours said the same thing. She was quiet, kept to herself. Nice girl. She stopped answering her phone. That night, I received a message. Not a call, a text. Unknown number, 12:13 a.m. You shouldn't look for us. My blood went cold. I typed back, "Who are you?" The response came instantly. We're the ones who stay. The next Friday the 13th was only a month away. I didn't wait. I posted online, carefully, quietly, in places people used for conspiracy theories and late-night paranoia. I didn't mention dates at first, just calls, times, patterns. 2 people responded privately. One stopped replying after 3 messages. The other agreed to meet. His name was Ethan. Ethan looked exhausted. Dark circles, shaking hands. The kind of person who hadn't slept properly in years. He ordered coffee and didn't touch it. "They call you too," he said, without introduction. "Yes." "At 12:13. "Yes." He nodded slowly. "I answered 5 times," he said. "That's why I'm still here." My stomach dropped. "That doesn't make sense," I said. "Everyone else leaves," he finished. "Or dies, or fades, I know." "Then why didn't you?" He leaned closer. "Because I listened." He told me the rules, not all at once, not cleanly. They don't punish you for answering. They don't reward you either. They observe. Each call is a test. Tone, reaction, silence. People who panic disappear fast. People who hang up disappear slower. People who listen get invited. What happens at the end? I asked. Ethan swallowed. There is no end, he said. There's only the moment they decide you're useful. For what? He stared into the black surface of his coffee. To replace someone who didn't make it. I laughed. I couldn't help it. That's insane, I said. Ethan didn't smile. They celebrate continuity, he said. That's what midnight is to them. Not a time, a checkpoint. My phone vibrated. I didn't have to look. I already knew the time. 12:13 a.m. Ethan's phone vibrated too, at the same moment. We stared at each other. Slowly, deliberately, he answered. I listened. Yes, Ethan said quietly. A pause. I'm with him. Another pause. His face drained of color. No, he whispered. I already told you. He's not ready. His eyes locked on mine. Then the call ended. Ethan exhaled sharply. They know about you now, he said. That night, I dreamed of phones ringing in empty rooms. I dreamed of people standing still, listening, waiting. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, I understood something terrible. The calls weren't invitations. They were inventory checks. After meeting Ethan, I tried to do the one thing I hadn't seriously considered before. I tried to disappear. I turned my phone off for days at a time, then weeks. I deleted social media, closed old email accounts, stopped answering unknown numbers entirely. I told myself it was working, until the next Friday the 13th. I was staying in a cheap motel outside the city, cash only, no reservations under my name. The kind of place where the walls are thin and the TVs are always on too loud. At 12:10 a.m, I turned my phone off and placed it in the bathroom sink. I stood in the dark, watching the red digital clock tick forward. 12:11. 12:12. Nothing happened. At 12:13, I smiled. Then I heard it, a vibration, not from the bathroom, from the nightstand. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head. There was a phone on the nightstand, not mine, black screen. No brand, no scratches, no dust. It vibrated again, once, twice. The screen lit up. Unknown. I didn't touch it. The vibration stopped. A second later, the motel room phone rang. Then the TV turned on by itself. Static filled the room, and through the static, I heard breathing. Did you really think that would work? The voice asked. It didn't come from one place. It came from everywhere. The phone on the nightstand rang again. I answered. I don't remember deciding to. My hand just moved. Good, the voice said. You're learning. What do you want from me? I asked. A pause. Then, we want you awake. For what? For midnight, it replied. The call ended. The phone went dark. When I looked again, it was gone. The motel clerk told me the next morning There was never a phone in that room. I called Ethan. No answer. I drove to his apartment. The door was open. Inside, the place was stripped bare. No furniture, no photos, no personal items. Just one thing left behind. A calendar. Every Friday the 13th was circled. The next one had a note written beneath it. Don't be alone. The closer midnight came, the worse things got. Clocks ran fast, then slow. My phone battery drained instantly, even when unused. People started forgetting conversations mid-sentence, stopping, blinking, moving on, like memory itself was glitching. I finally understood something I'd been avoiding. This wasn't about phones. Phones were just the easiest way in. On the next Friday the 13th, I sat in my apartment with every light on. Friends around me, music playing, noise. I watched the clock. 11:59, 12 o'clock. Nothing. 12:10, 12, 12. Still nothing. I exhaled. Then every light went out at once. Silence fell like a blanket. My phone vibrated in my hand. So did everyone else's at the same time. Every screen lit up. 12:13 a.m. Unknown number. No one spoke. No one moved. Then, slowly, one of my friends answered. His eyes glazed over instantly. Yes, he said softly. A smile spread across his face. The others followed, one by one, answering, listening, smiling. I was the only one who didn't. I watched them stand up together and walk toward the door. "Where are you going?" I screamed. None of them answered. Outside, the street was full of people. Hundreds of them. Phones pressed to their ears. All smiling. All listening. All walking in the same direction. That's when I finally understood. Friday the 13th isn't unlucky. It's maintenance. They aren't killing people. They're rotating them. I followed them. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe, or the realization that whatever was happening didn't end if I stayed behind. Standing still felt more dangerous than moving forward. The street was filled with people. Neighbors, strangers, couples holding hands, teenagers still in pajamas. All of them walking calmly, phones pressed to their ears, eyes unfocused, smiles frozen in place like masks. No one spoke, no cars drove by, no dogs barked, no alarms sounded. The city felt paused. Every step we took echoed too loudly, like sound wasn't supposed to exist anymore. They led us toward the old part of town, places people avoided without really knowing why. Abandoned malls, closed movie theaters, parking garages that never quite emptied. The crowd funneled toward a large concrete structure at the edge of the industrial district, an underground transit hub that had been shut down years ago. The gates were open. Inside, the lights were on. We descended together. Escalators that hadn't worked in years hummed back to life as people stepped onto them. The air grew colder with every level down. My breath fogged in front of me. I checked my phone. No signal, no time, just a black screen that reflected my face back at me. Fear finally caught up. I tried to stop someone. I grabbed a woman by the arm. She turned toward me slowly, phone still to her ear. Her eyes were empty. "They're waiting," she said softly. "For what?" I asked. "For midnight to finish," she replied. Then she gently pulled her arm free and kept walking. The lowest level opened into a massive underground hall. Concrete pillars, exposed wiring, old signs pointing to platforms that no longer existed. In the center of the room stood a long row of tables. Hundreds of phones lay on them, all identical, all ringing. At the far end of the hall, people stood in lines, calm, patient, like they were waiting to check in for a flight. That's when I saw Ethan. He stood near the front, phone at his ear, looking peaceful. I pushed through the crowd until I reached him. "Ethan," I hissed. He turned and smiled. "You came," he said. "You said not to be alone," I replied. "That wasn't for you," he said gently. "That was for them." He gestured to the crowd. "They don't like gaps," he continued. "Empty spaces make them nervous." "Who?" I demanded. Ethan's smile faded just a little. "The ones who keep time," he said. "The ones who don't age. The ones who need us so things keep moving." I looked around, at the phones, at the lines, at the people stepping forward one by one, placing their phones down and walking through a door behind the tables. No one came back. "What happens after they go in?" I asked. Ethan didn't answer. I already knew. A loud tone echoed through the hall. Not a sound, a vibration. Every phone rang at once. The lights flickered. Somewhere above us, the world shifted forward by 1 second. Midnight finished. Ethan handed me a phone. "You have a choice," he said. "They don't give this often." "What kind of choice?" I asked. "Answer," he said. "Or replace." My stomach dropped. Replace who? Ethan met my eyes. Me. He explained quickly, too quickly. Those who answer enough times stop being enough. They wear out. They fray. Someone new always has to step in. Someone aware. Someone who listens. Someone who won't break immediately. Someone like me. You don't disappear, Ethan said. Not right away. You just move out of sync. And if I don't? I asked. Ethan glanced at the line behind him. They'll take someone else, he said. Someone who didn't choose. I thought of Mark, of Lydia, of my friends smiling as they walked into the dark. The phone in my hand vibrated once. What happens to you? I asked. Ethan smiled again. This time it looked tired. I get to sleep, he said. The tone sounded again, urgent now. The line moved. I looked at the phone, then at Ethan, then at the door, and I answered. The moment I answered, the noise stopped. Every phone in the hall went silent at once, like someone had pulled the plug on reality itself. The lights steadied. The air felt heavier, thicker, as if it had weight now. Ethan. A long, relieved breath. Thank you, he said. Then he stepped past me and walked toward the door behind the tables. No hesitation, no fear. He didn't look back. The door closed behind him without a sound. I never saw him again. Nothing dramatic happened after that. No pain, no flash of light, no voice explaining what I'd agreed to. The crowd dispersed calmly, filing back toward the escalators. People blinked, checked their phones, frowned at the time. Some laughed awkwardly. Some asked where they were. Most simply went home. By 12:20 a.m., the underground hall was empty, except for me. And the phones. They were still there, hundreds of them, dark and lifeless now, lined up neatly like offerings that had already been accepted. I tried to leave. The escalators didn't work. The stairs led nowhere. Every exit looped me back to the center of the hall. That's when I felt it. Not a presence, an absence, like something essential had been quietly removed from me while I wasn't looking. Time didn't move the same way after that night. I noticed it first in small ways. Clocks skipped seconds. Videos buffered oddly, repeating moments that shouldn't repeat. People finished my sentences with words I hadn't said yet. When I slept, I dreamed of waiting rooms with no doors. When I woke up, I always checked the time. It was never exactly midnight, always a minute past, or before, never landing where it should. The next Friday the 13th came. I didn't receive a call. Instead, I felt it. A pressure in my chest at 12:13 a.m. Like a reminder gently pressing against the inside of my ribs. I knew what it meant. Somewhere, someone's phone was ringing, and they were hesitating. I started noticing people the way you notice exits in a building once you've memorized them. The ones who lingered too long on unanswered calls. The ones who stared at their screens at exactly the wrong moment. The ones who flinched when their phone vibrated at night. I didn't approach them, not at first, but time stretches differently now. Eventually, I understood what Ethan meant. You don't disappear. You maintain. I don't age the way I should. People I meet forget me easily. Photos blur. Messages fail to send. I exist best in moments people don't look at directly. Late nights, empty streets, waiting rooms, places where time slows down. I don't force anyone. I don't threaten. I just make sure the call goes through. Tonight is Friday the 13th again. I can feel the system waking up. Somewhere, A phone is vibrating. Someone is staring at it, heart racing, telling themselves it's probably nothing. If you're listening to this and you've made it this far, I want you to understand something. If your phone rings at 12:13 a.m. and you don't recognize the number, that moment matters more than you think. Not because something will hurt you, but because someone has to stay awake so time keeps moving. And one day, it might be your turn to decide whether you answer or replace me.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely. No one notices the quiet floor at first. That's the rule. You don't stumble into it screaming. You don't fall through the ground. There is no dramatic moment where reality tears open. You simply take the stairs one day and arrive somewhere that doesn't belong. The first time I reached the quiet floor, I thought I had miscounted. I worked in the Halcyon building for nearly 3 years, a grey rectangular office complex wedged between a parking garage and a closed mall. 12 floors. Everyone knew that. You learned it on your first day when security handed you a badge and a map that no one ever looked at again. I took the stairs because the elevators were slow and smelled faintly of burnt wiring. That morning, I started on floor 6. I remember that clearly. I passed the 5 sign, then 6, then 7, and then another landing. No number, just the door. Grey, unmarked, slightly ajar. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at it with the vague irritation reserved for things that don't follow rules, but also don't feel important enough to confront. I assumed it was maintenance, a storage level, something boring. I pushed the door open. The quiet floor did not look wrong. That was the most disturbing part. It looked unfinished. The hallway stretched forward under soft fluorescent lights that hummed so quietly I almost mistook it for my own breathing. The carpet was the same dull grey as every other floor, but cleaner, too clean, as if no one had ever walked on it. No dirt, no scuff marks, no sound. The walls were bare, no signs, no fire extinguishers, no exit maps, just doors, all closed, identical. I checked my phone. No signal. The time flickered once. 9:17 a.m. Then froze. I laughed quietly, the way you do when something feels awkward and you want to prove to yourself you're not afraid. Maintenance, I muttered. That word made the hallway feel less patient. I tried the first door on the right. Locked. The handle was warm. Not recently used warm. More like body temperature. I pulled my hand back too fast. The silence thickened.
I became painfully aware of my own presence, my breathing, my weight, the soft sound of fabric shifting when I moved. That's when I noticed something else. There were no corners. The hallway extended perfectly straight in both directions, fading slightly into shadow, but never bending. No intersections, no emergency stairwell, no windows, just doors and the hum. Not loud, not aggressive, but attentive. I don't know how long I stood there. Time did not behave correctly. Eventually, I did the only thing that made sense. I turned around. The door I had come through was gone. Not closed, not hidden. Gone. Just wall. Smooth, seamless, unbroken. My heart began to pound, not in panic, not yet, but in the slow, deliberate way that signals your body has noticed something your mind hasn't accepted. I pressed my palm against the wall. Cold, solid, real. "This isn't funny," I said. The hallway did not respond, but something shifted, very slightly, like attention being focused. I walked. Every step felt wrong, not because the floor resisted me, but because it accepted me too easily. My footsteps made almost no sound, as if the carpet were absorbing more than just noise. After what felt like 10 minutes, though my frozen phone insisted it was still 9:17, I reached the door that was different. This one was open. Just a crack, and from inside, I heard breathing. Slow, careful, trying very hard not to be heard. I should have turned back. That instinct screamed at me, but something else pulled harder. Curiosity mixed with a strange sense of obligation, like the hallway had been waiting for me specifically. I pushed the door open. The room was small, square, empty except for a man standing in the far corner, facing the wall. He did not turn when I entered. He did not react when I spoke. "Hey, are you okay?" The hum grew slightly louder. Not threatening, encouraging. The man spoke without moving. "You're not supposed to talk here." I swallowed. "Where are we?" He laughed. A short, broken sound. "This is the quiet floor," he said. "Try not to think too loudly. It notices." "What notices?" I asked. He finally turned. His eyes were wrong. Not empty, not black, just unfocused, like they were still looking at something behind me. "Don't ask questions," he whispered. "That's how it starts listening." The lights flickered. Once, twice, and somewhere far down the hallway, a door opened. The man did not blink. That was the first thing I noticed after the door closed behind me. Not slammed, not clicked shut. It simply ceased to be open. like the hallway decided the room no longer needed an exit. "You shouldn't have followed the sound," he said quietly. "I didn't," I replied. "I followed you." He smiled weakly. "That's worse." The room had no furniture, no vents, no lights, yet it was perfectly illuminated, not from above, but from everywhere at once. Shadows existed, but they didn't belong to objects. They pooled in corners that weren't quite corners, like uncertainty given shape. "What happens if I leave?" I asked. The man tilted his head. "Lower your voice." I hadn't raised it, but the hum deepened anyway. "You don't leave," he said. "You either get sorted or you become background." "What does that mean?" He hesitated. "That means sometimes people walk past you and don't realize you're still a person." He told me his name was Martin, or that it had been once. Time didn't work correctly on the quiet floor. Names softened here, lost edges, became optional. "I came here 6 months ago," he said. My stomach tightened. "No one noticed you were missing?" "Oh, they noticed," he replied. "They just stopped remembering why it mattered." He explained slowly, carefully, as if explanation itself carried risk. The quiet floor existed between recognition and neglect. It wasn't hidden, it wasn't secret. It was ignored so thoroughly that it became autonomous. "You can only reach it when your life is already quiet enough," Martin said. "When no one is really waiting for you anywhere." I thought of my unread emails, my empty apartment, the way entire days passed without anyone saying my name. The hum pulsed, pleased. "There are rules," Martin continued. "Not written ones, behavioral ones." He held up one finger. "Rule 1. Don't try to map the floor. Length changes when you measure it." Another finger. "Rule 2. Never knock. Doors open when they want something." A third. "Rule 3. If you hear your name and no one is there." The lights flickered. Martin stopped speaking. His eyes darted to the ceiling, to the walls, to me. "Don't answer," he finished in a... Something shifted outside the room. Slow footsteps, careful, testing the hallway. "What is it?" I mouthed. Martin shook his head. "Don't define it," he breathed. "Definition gives it edges." The footsteps paused at the door. I felt it then, not fear, but evaluation, like something was deciding whether I belonged. The handle turned slightly, stopped. Then the footsteps moved on. The hum relaxed. "Martin, you're new," he said. "That's why it's curious." "Curious enough to kill me?" I asked. "No," he said immediately. "Not yet." He stood and walked to the far wall, pressing his palm flat against it. The wall rippled under his touch, just for a second, then solid again. "This floor doesn't kill people quickly," he said. "It waits for them to become irrelevant." I swallowed. "What happens to the ones who stay?" Martin looked tired. "They learn how to be quiet enough to survive." We left the room together. The hallway looked the same, But I knew better now. The doors were not identical. Some leaned subtly inward, some outward. Some breathed. Martin walked confidently, never hesitating. "Watch how you think," he warned. Strong emotions echo. We passed a door that was open just enough for me to see inside. A woman sat on the floor, staring at the wall. She mouthed words without sound. Martin did not look at her. I did. She turned her head slowly, and the door closed. "How many people are here?" I asked. Martin shrugged. "Depends on the day. Depends on how loud the world outside gets." "Outside?" He stopped walking, turned to me. "There is no outside from here," he said gently. "Just louder floors." The hum swelled. For the first time, I understood. The quiet floor wasn't separate. It was beneath everything, waiting. We reached a junction. The hallway split. That shouldn't have been possible. Martin frowned. "This isn't right." "What?" "It's changing faster than usual." The lights dimmed slightly. The air felt heavier. From both directions, doors began to open, one by one, breathing, whispering, listening. Martin grabbed my arm. "It noticed you," he said urgently, "and you noticed it back." The doors did not open all at once. That would have been too obvious. They opened the way rot spreads, quietly, unevenly, without urgency. One door opened somewhere behind us. Another creaked farther down the hall. A third didn't open at all. It simply stopped being closed. The hallway felt wider now, not physically, perceptually, as if it were making room for something that hadn't arrived yet. Martin did not run. He tightened his grip on my arm and lowered his head slightly, the way people do when walking through heavy rain. "Walk," he whispered. "Don't rush. Don't hesitate." I obeyed. Every instinct screamed to flee, but I could feel it then. The quiet floor responded to panic the way water responds to motion. It noticed ripples. We passed the first one near the junction. At first, I thought it was a coat rack, something standing too still against the wall. Then it shifted. A man, or what had once been a man, leaned into the corner, his posture subtly wrong, like a poorly remembered pose. His clothes were faded versions of office wear, colours washed into sameness. His face looked unfinished, not damaged, not decayed, just indistinct, as if the floor had grown tired of maintaining detail. He watched us pass without moving his eyes. I felt something in my chest tighten. "Don't look too long," Martin murmured. "That's how you start." "Start what?" "Blending." As we walked, Martin explained, not in full sentences, not in explanations, in fragments. The quiet floor rewarded stillness. People who stopped resisting slowly lost friction with the place. Their outlines softened, their thoughts quieted, they became easier to ignore. And the floor loved that. The ones who blend don't disappear, Martin said. They just stop being foreground. What happens to them? I asked. He gestured vaguely at the walls. They become part of how the floor looks. We entered a longer stretch of hallway. The hum here was lower, deeper, almost comforting, like the sound of a distant engine on a long night drive. I hated that part. I hated how my shoulders relaxed without permission. How long can someone survive here? I asked. Martin didn't answer right away. Then, that depends on how loudly they remember themselves. We reached another open door. Inside, a conference room. Long table, chairs neatly pushed in. A whiteboard covered in faint, overlapping writing. Names, dates, fragments of sentences erased and rewritten too many times. People sat around the table, at least 8. They were all silent. Some stared at the table, some stared at the wall. One stared directly at the door, at me. Her eyes were sharp, focused, too alive. I froze. She stood slowly. New, she said. The word felt heavy, dangerous. Martin pulled me back. We're not stopping, he said firmly. The woman smiled. You should, she replied. It gets easier once you do. We moved on, but her words followed. It gets easier. My thoughts felt louder suddenly, unruly. I became aware of my own internal noise, worries, memories, questions stacking on top of each other. The hum swelled in response. Martin winced. You're thinking too much, he warned. It hears volume. How do I stop? You don't, he said. You redirect. He stopped at a door marked with something faint. Not text, a symbol. I couldn't describe it afterward, only that my eyes slid off it, refusing to focus. This is where I've been staying, Martin said. You live here? He hesitated. I persist here. Inside, the room was carefully arranged. Minimal. A chair, a desk, a notebook filled with cramped handwriting that stopped abruptly halfway through a sentence. This is as loud as I allow myself to be, he explained. Enough to stay me. The walls here felt closer, protective, or maybe just less interested. I sat. Immediately, exhaustion hit me. Not physical, but conceptual. Like holding yourself together required constant effort, and I had just realized how tired I was. How do people leave? I asked quietly. Martin didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Why do you want to? I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. The answer felt thin, unconvincing. The hum deepened, pleased. Martin closed his eyes. "That's how it starts," he said softly. "When the outside stops feeling louder than this." There was a knock. Soft, polite. Both of us froze. "That's new," Martin whispered. The knock came again. Careful, almost respectful. A voice followed. "I know you're awake," it said. "Not male, not female. Neutral, calm. I'd like to speak with the one who hasn't decided yet." The door handle turned. Slowly. The door did not open all the way. It didn't need to. A gap formed, just enough for presence to seep through. The hum sharpened, not louder, focused. Martin stood perfectly still, his face drained of color. I could feel his fear now, controlled, practiced, the kind that comes from long familiarity. "Don't answer questions you weren't asked," he whispered without moving his lips. The voice spoke again. "I won't come in," it said pleasantly. "That makes people uncomfortable." I stared at the narrow darkness beyond the door. "Who are you?" I asked. Martin flinched. The hum paused. Then, "I'm what remains," the voice replied. "After noise fails." The door opened wider on its own, not pushed, not pulled. Allowed. The hallway beyond looked unchanged, but I sensed a difference, like a room after someone important has entered and everyone pretends not to notice. "You can call me a custodian," the voice continued, "or a moderator, or a consequence." A silhouette shifted just beyond the threshold, never fully visible, never fully absent. "Why are you here?" it asked. Not where, why. I swallowed. I got lost. The voice considered this. "So did everyone," it said. "That answer stops working eventually." "I don't belong here," I said. Martin's hand tightened around my sleeve. The voice hummed softly, a sound so close to amusement it made my stomach twist. "Belonging is a loud word," it replied. "We prefer suitability." The air grew heavier, not oppressive, evaluative. "You arrived during a quiet period in your life," the voice continued. "No urgent attachments, no necessary absence, no one actively waiting." I wanted to argue. I couldn't find the words. "People don't fall here by accident," it said gently. "They arrive because the outside stops insisting on them." Martin finally spoke. "She's temporary," he said carefully. "She hasn't settled." The voice turned toward him. I felt the shift like pressure in my ears. "Martin," it said fondly, "you've been temporary for a very long time." Martin closed his eyes. "You promised choice," he said. "And I keep my promises," the voice replied. "That's why I'm here." The floor vibrated subtly, not shaking, listening. "I offer stabilization," the voice said, "to those who can quiet themselves." I understood then. This place wasn't feeding on fear. It fed on abandonment, on people whose presence in the world had grown negotiable. You remove noise, I said slowly. You keep what doesn't disrupt. Yes, the voice replied. I preserve continuity. And the ones who blend? They are preserved, it said, at rest. I thought of the man in the hallway, the woman in the conference room. Background, furniture with memories. What happens if someone refuses? I asked. The voice tilted, curious. Refusal is loud, it said, and loud things are difficult to maintain. Martin's breath hitched. I felt it then, the truth pressing in from all sides. This place didn't punish resistance. It waited it out. I'd like to speak with you alone, the voice said. My heart pounded. No, Martin said immediately. The hum spiked. The walls creaked, not in pain, but in attention. I wasn't asking you, the voice replied. Martin turned to me. Panic flickered across his face, real, unfiltered. If you go with it, he whispered, it won't let you come back the same. I know, I said, and I did. Because some part of me had already noticed how quiet it felt here, how easy it would be to stop trying. I stepped forward. The door opened fully. Martin did not follow. The space beyond was not a room. It was an absence shaped like one. No walls, no floor, just depth. The voice surrounded me without being everywhere. You're louder than most, it said. That makes you inefficient. What do you want from me? I asked. To see if you can be reduced, it replied. Or if you must be released. Released. The word landed wrong. Released where? The voice paused. Somewhere louder than you remember. Images surfaced. My apartment. My phone lighting up with messages I hadn't answered. The dull exhaustion of being necessary again. It felt heavy. The quiet floor felt effortless by comparison. You could stay, the voice said kindly. You would last a long time. And if I don't? Then you will leave an impression, it said, and impressions echo. I understood the offer. Stay and slowly become invisible. Safe, stable, quiet. Leave and risk bringing something back with me. Something that would notice the noise of the world. Something that would remember this place. I thought of Martin, still holding on. Still loud enough to hurt. I choose to leave, I said. The hum spiked violently. The floor trembled. The voice did not sound angry. It sounded interested. Then you'll need help, it said. You're not quiet enough to pass unnoticed. Something shifted behind me. Footsteps, fast, desperate. The footsteps behind me were not hurried. They didn't need to be. Whatever was coming knew I couldn't run. Not here, not now. The space around me had thinned, stretched into something fragile, like a thought held too long. Don't turn around, Martin whispered behind me. I hadn't realized he was there. You said I couldn't come back the same, I replied quietly. I didn't say you couldn't come with me, he said. The voice did not interrupt. It watched. The absence around us began to compress, not collapsing, narrowing, like a throat preparing to swallow. This is the last threshold,
the voice said calmly. Beyond this point, noise returns. The hum weakened, not gone, just distant. The sound of something reluctant. You'll feel heavier, it continued. Time will resume. People will expect things again. I felt it already. Pressure returning to my chest, thoughts stacking, memories sharpening painfully. Why let me go? I asked. Because you chose loudly, the voice replied. And loud choices change structures. The floor shuddered. Somewhere far away, a door slammed. Martin stood beside me now, fully present. He looked older than before, more defined, painfully real. I can't stay anymore, he said softly. It won't let me. I turned to him. You don't have to come, I said. He smiled faintly. I stopped being quiet the moment you arrived. The absence split. A seam formed in the air, not light, not darkness, but elsewhere. The sound beyond it was unbearable. Traffic, voices, wind, life, noise. The quiet floor recoiled. The voice spoke one last time. Understand this, it said. You will not forget us. I don't want to remember, I said. That is not how impressions work, it replied. The seam widened. The hum fractured into static. I felt myself being pushed, not physically, but narratively, like a story refusing to continue in the same place. Martin grabbed my arm. Whatever happens, he said urgently, don't try to explain it to them. To who? To anyone, he said. Explanation makes echoes. And then we fell. I woke up on the stairwell floor, concrete biting into my palms, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, too loud, too bright, too alive. Someone was shouting my name. Hands grabbed my shoulders. Hey, are you okay? You collapsed. Collapsed. That was the word they used. I checked my phone. 9:18 a.m. 1 minute had passed. Martin was gone. They told me I'd fainted. Stress, dehydration, overwork, all the loud excuses people like. I didn't argue. I went home early, sat in my apartment, listened. At first, everything was normal. Then, late that night, when the city settled into its lowest register, I heard it. Not the hum. Something worse. The absence of it. The world felt wrong without the quiet floor. Too sharp, too demanding. I noticed things I hadn't before. Rooms that felt impatient. Hallways that seemed to wait. Silences that leaned too close. And sometimes, very rarely, I would catch myself standing too still, thinking too softly, letting the noise fade. Those were the moments I felt it return, just for a second. The hum. Checking. I never went back to the Halcyon building. They renovated it a year later, added a floor. No one thought that was strange. I looked up Martin once. No records, no missing person report. It was like he'd been gradually erased long before I met him. I think that was the point. Here's what I know now. The quiet floor doesn't trap people. It waits for them to quiet themselves enough to stay. It exists anywhere neglect collects, anywhere presence becomes optional, anywhere someone decides it would be easier not to be noticed.
and it remembers me. Because sometimes, when the world gets too loud, I feel it listening. If you ever find yourself on a stairwell that goes one step too far, if you ever reach a landing that doesn't have a number, if you ever hear a hum that feels like relief, don't stop. Don't slow down. Don't let yourself become quiet enough to belong, because the quiet floor is very patient, and it doesn't need to chase you.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them. Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
When they offered me the job, they didn't call it a replacement. They called it a temporary assignment. That was the first thing that bothered me. Because people who take temporary assignments in the middle of the Montana wilderness usually replace someone. And someone had stopped answering. The drive up to Black Root Fire Tower took nearly 5 hours after I left the nearest paved road. 5 hours of gravel, 5 hours of dust, 5 hours of silence thick enough to feel physical. I hadn't realized how loud the world normally was until it wasn't. No traffic, no distant aircraft, no cell signal, just wind. Montana in late August smells like pine sap and sunburned bark. The forest stretches endlessly, dark green waves rolling over the mountains like a frozen ocean. Beautiful, oppressive. The tower rose from the ridge like a thin metal spine, skeletal against the sky. 50 feet high. Box cabin at the top. Windows on all 4 sides. From below, it looked abandoned. That was the second thing that bothered me. His name was Daniel Kessler, 39, 2 seasons on record. No history of disciplinary issues, no emergency calls logged. 3 weeks ago, he stopped submitting daily fire reports. 3 days after that, the ranger station attempted contact. No response. A ranger drove halfway up the service road before a rock slide blocked access. They claimed it was unstable terrain. They decided to wait. After a week of silence, they didn't send a search team. They posted the position. That was the third thing that bothered me. The key was exactly where they said it would be, inside a small metal lockbox bolted near the ladder. I stood at the base of the tower for a long time before climbing. You don't notice how high 50 feet is until you're looking straight up at it. The ladder vibrated slightly as I climbed, the metal humming faintly under my weight. Wind grows louder the higher you go. Halfway up, I looked down. The forest felt farther than it should have, and for a moment, just a moment, I had the strange sensation that the trees were angled toward the tower. Not growing that way, leaning, watching. I kept climbing. The cabin door was unlocked. Inside, everything looked orderly. Too orderly. Bed made, logbooks stacked, radio unit powered down, binoculars aligned perfectly on the desk. No sign of struggle, no overturned furniture, no broken glass, just absence. You expect something when someone disappears, chaos, or at least disruption. Instead, it felt staged, like someone had cleaned up before leaving, or before being taken. I told myself that was dramatic. I've never been prone to imagination. At least, that's what I believed then. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not decay, not rot. Something metallic, faint, like overheated wiring. The second thing I noticed was the journal. It sat on the desk, separate from the official logbooks. Leather cover, worn edges, last page marked with a folded corner. I didn't open it immediately. I unpacked first. That's important, because I want to remember that I chose to wait. The ranger station radio crackled once when I powered it up, then silence. I tried to check in. Blackroot Tower online, this is Ethan Cole, confirming arrival. Then a delayed response. Copy, Blackroot. The voice sounded distorted, not electronically, physically, like someone speaking through clenched teeth. I adjusted the frequency. Say again? Then clearer. Welcome to Blackroot, Ethan. They hadn't used my name before. Maybe they had my file open. Maybe it was normal. Still, that was the fourth thing that bothered me. Sunset from a fire tower is different than sunset from the ground. You feel detached from it, above it. The horizon burns slowly in every direction, orange bleeding into purple. Shadows stretch across miles of forest like dark veins. I logged the weather. Wind speed, humidity, visibility clear. No smoke, no heat signatures. Everything normal. Too normal. That phrase would start repeating in my head later. Night in a fire tower is something no one prepares you for. You expect quiet, but quiet is never truly quiet. The wind scrapes along the cabin walls. The metal ladder ticks as it cools. Wood shifts. Glass trembles. Every small sound feels intentional. Around 11:40 p.m., I heard something that didn't belong. 3 knocks. From below. Not on the door. On the metal ladder. Evenly spaced. I froze. The forest beneath me was pitch black. No flashlight beam. No movement. I waited. Nothing. I told myself it was thermal contraction. Metal shifting. Expanding. Except the temperature hadn't dropped significantly yet, and the knocks were rhythmic, like someone testing the ladder. I didn't look over the edge. That's when I noticed the folded corner of the journal page again. I shouldn't have read it that first night, but I did. The handwriting started neat, precise, then gradually deteriorated over entries. The final marked page read, "If you're reading this, they've already stopped answering. You need to understand something before night 2. The tower isn't for watching fires. It's for watching the tree line." My pulse slowed, not sped up, slowed, like my body was bracing. Below that, a list, written clearly, numbered. Rules for night shift. Do not respond to knocks after dark. If the radio says your name before you check in, do not answer. The tree line should remain still. If it shifts, do not use binoculars. At 2:13 a.m., something will stand at the edge of the clearing. Do not acknowledge it. It cannot climb. If the ladder vibrates continuously, it is already halfway up. The ink pressed so hard into the paper that it nearly tore through. The final line wasn't numbered. It was written diagonally across the bottom. I made the mistake of looking down. At 12:07 a.m., the ladder vibrated. Not 3 knocks, continuous trembling, metal humming under tension. Slow, measured, climbing. I stayed in my chair. I did not look over the edge. The vibrations stopped after 30 seconds. I don't know how I know that number. It just felt exact. 30 seconds. At 2:12 a.m., I was awake, staring at the eastern window. I hadn't meant to watch the clock, but I did. The clearing below the tower was visible in the moonlight. Pale grass, dark tree line. Still. 2:13. Something was there. Not walking out, not emerging. Just there. Tall. Too tall. At the edge where trees begin. No features, no movement. Like a vertical tear in the dark. I did not use the binoculars. I did not acknowledge it. I told myself it was a trick of depth perception, a shadow misinterpreted. It did not move for 12 minutes. At 2:25 a.m., it was gone, not walking away, gone, like someone had erased it. At 3:04 a.m., the radio turned on by itself, static, then a voice, distorted. Ethan. I did not answer. Report. I unplugged the unit. The voice continued for 3 more seconds before cutting out. I did not sleep. At dawn, the forest looked normal again. Peaceful. Harmless. I almost convinced myself it had been exhaustion, isolation shock, first night nerves. Then I saw the ground below the ladder. The dirt in the clearing had been disturbed. Not footprints, not quite. More like indentations. Long, parallel, as if something had braced itself against the earth, directly under the tower, facing up. I checked the base of the ladder. There were scratch marks on the lowest rung. Fresh, metal shaved thin. I stood there longer than I should have, because I was calculating. Rule 5, it cannot climb. Rule 6, if the ladder vibrates continuously, it is already halfway up. I looked up. 50 feet doesn't feel that high from below. It feels survivable. From above, it doesn't. At 8:17 a.m., the ranger station called in. Clear voice this time. Black Root, confirm status. I hesitated. Status normal. Then, good. Remember, Ethan. Static. Don't look down. The line went dead. I don't know how they would know that phrase. I never reported the journal. I never mentioned the rules. And I was alone. Completely alone. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. That was only the first night. And I already understood something Daniel Kessler had written between the lines. The job wasn't to spot fire. It was to stay in the tower. And whatever stood at the tree line wasn't trying to get in. It was waiting for me to come down. I considered leaving that morning. Not dramatically, not in panic, just practically. There was a service truck parked below the ridge. The road, unstable or not, still existed. I could pack up, drive down, tell the ranger station I wasn't suited for isolation assignments. No shame in that. Except I didn't. Because daylight makes everything irrational feel small. The disturbed soil looked less defined in the sun. The scratches on the ladder could have been old. The voice over the radio could have been interference. And Daniel's rules? A stressed man alone in the woods long enough will invent patterns. That's what I told myself. What I didn't tell myself was this. I didn't want to leave. That realization bothered me more than the knocks. Daylight hours in a fire tower are methodical. Scan horizon, log weather, check humidity, rotate sectors every 15 minutes. You divide the forest into mental grids. North Quadrant, East Ridge, Southern Valley Basin. Nothing unusual. No smoke plumes, no lightning scars, No movement beyond wildlife. The forest looked perfectly ordinary. But around noon, I noticed something subtle. The birds were keeping distance from the clearing. Not absent entirely, just redirecting. They would circle the ridge, dip low over the tree line, but none cut across the open grass below the tower. Not once. I watched for nearly an hour to confirm it wasn't coincidence. It wasn't. The clearing had become a perimeter. Around 2 p.m., I opened Daniel's journal again. The earlier entries were mundane: weather notes, supply requests, complaints about ration quality. Then the tone shifted about halfway through the second season. He wrote, "The radio started using my name before check-in. I tested it. I stayed silent past reporting hour. It called me anyway. 3 days later, the clearing feels closer. I measured the distance with the rangefinder. It hasn't changed, but it feels closer." And then, "I think it learns the routine." That line stayed with me. Learns. Routine. The job depends on routine. Predictable reporting, predictable scanning, predictable rest cycles. If something were watching long enough, it would know when to move. Evening arrived slower the second night. Not physically, psychologically. I found myself delaying tasks, cleaning surfaces that didn't need cleaning, reorganizing rations, checking battery levels twice. Anything to avoid sitting still as the sun dropped. At 7:42 p.m., the radio crackled again. "Blackroot, confirm fire watch." Clear voice, normal cadence. "Confirmed," I said. No distortion this time. No name usage, just routine. For a moment, I wondered if the previous night had been isolation shock. The human brain dislikes silence. It fills gaps. It invents. I held on to that explanation tightly, because the alternative required believing Daniel wasn't unraveling. Night settled. Wind speed increased slightly. Cloud cover thin. Moon visible. 11:37 p.m. The first knock came earlier than before. Single. Sharp. Metal rung vibrating. Not 3 this time. Just 1. I stayed seated. Heart steady. Breathing controlled. The second knock came exactly 60 seconds later. Then, nothing. I waited 5 full minutes before allowing myself to exhale. Rule 1. Do not respond to knocks after dark. Responding didn't necessarily mean speaking. It could mean reacting, looking, moving toward it. I did none of those, but I listened. And listening feels dangerously close to responding. At 12:58 a.m., something shifted at the tree line. Not at 2:13. Earlier. That wasn't part of the pattern. The clearing darkened slightly, as if the tree line leaned forward. Not physically, perceptually. The distance compressed. The trees felt closer again. I reached for the binoculars instinctively. Rule 3. If the tree line shifts, do not use binoculars. My hand froze halfway. It would be so easy. Just a quick glance. Confirm it's a trick of light. Reassure yourself. I lowered my hand slowly. The shift stabilized after about 2 minutes. The tree line returned to normal depth. But something was different. There were now 2 vertical shapes at the edge of the clearing. Not 1, 2. Identical in height, featureless, still. My throat tightened. 2:13 hadn't arrived yet. So what were they doing there early? Or had they always been there, and I hadn't noticed the first one until it wanted me to? 2:12 a.m. I was already standing by the eastern window. I don't remember deciding to stand. I just found myself there. 2:13. Both figures remained. They did not emerge. They did not move. They did not sway with the wind. They simply existed, side by side. I counted breaths. 10, 20, 50. At 2:19, one of them shifted, not stepping forward, elongating, just slightly, as if stretching upward. Rule 5. It cannot climb. But Daniel never specified what it was, or whether there was more than one. At 2:24, I heard something new. Not on the ladder, below the cabin floor. A low scraping sound, metal against metal. Slow, circular, as if something were tracing the base supports. The ladder did not vibrate, which meant, if Rule 6 was true, it wasn't halfway up, yet. The scraping stopped at 2:31. The figures were gone by 2:33. No fade, no retreat, just absence. I didn't move from the window for another 20 minutes, because fear sometimes locks you into vigilance. Movement feels like surrender. At 3:02 a.m., the radio turned on again. I hadn't plugged it back in. I was certain of that. Static flooded the cabin, then a voice, clear, not distorted. Ethan. I closed my eyes. Silence might protect me. Ethan, come down. My stomach dropped. The voice was identical to mine. Same tone, same cadence. Slight rasp on the th. Come down, it repeated. The ladder vibrated once, short, measured, as if punctuating the sentence. I did not answer. I did not approach. The radio shut off on its own. The cabin returned to wind and silence. I didn't realize I had been holding the binoculars until morning. They were in my hand, tightly gripped. I don't remember picking them up. That detail unsettled me more than the figures. Memory gaps begin small, like hairline cracks. You barely notice until they widen. When daylight came, I examined the base again. The parallel indentations in the dirt had multiplied. 4 now. Not random, evenly spaced, directly aligned with the ladder. And the scratch marks on the metal? Higher, 3 rungs up from yesterday. I measured with my hand for comparison. They hadn't been there before. That meant one of 2 things. Rule 5 was wrong, or Rule 6 was incomplete. I tried the ranger station mid-morning. Black route to base. Confirm weather data received. Static, then. Received. Normal. Have there been wildlife disturbances reported near my sector? No. Has anyone attempted to hike toward the tower? No. This time, then. You're secure up there, Ethan. The way he said secure felt rehearsed, as if security depended entirely on remaining in place, not on what surrounded me. I reread Daniel's final entry that afternoon. Below the numbered rules, in faint pencil, almost erased, he had written something I missed the first time. It doesn't need to climb. It needs me to come down. My throat went dry, because the voice on the radio hadn't asked to climb. It had asked me to descend. And that realization shifted everything. The tower wasn't protection. It was containment. For me, or for it. I wasn't sure which yet. That evening, as the sun lowered behind the western ridge, I noticed something new. The clearing grass had flattened slightly, not trampled, pressed, in a circular pattern around the base of the tower. like something had been pacing, slowly, methodically, waiting for routine, waiting for fatigue, waiting for doubt. And I understood something Daniel probably realized too late. The rules weren't about survival. They were about endurance. How long can you resist being curious? How long can you resist being tired? How long before you decide it would be easier to just look down? Night 3 was coming, and I could already feel something adjusting, adapting. The figures hadn't tried to rush, hadn't tried to force. They were learning, and if something learns long enough, it doesn't need to climb. It just needs you to make one mistake. The third day passed without incident. That should have reassured me. Instead, it made me restless. Because fear thrives on escalation. When escalation pauses, your mind starts manufacturing possibilities to fill the gap. I caught myself scanning the clearing more often than the horizon. That was the first real shift. The job was to watch for fires, but I was no longer watching the forest. I was watching the edge of it. Around 10:15 a.m., I noticed something that shouldn't have been possible. The clearing was smaller. Not dramatically, not in a way you'd see at a glance, but the tree line felt closer again. I pulled out the rangefinder to test it. Same measurement as yesterday. Same as Daniel's recorded measurement from 2 months ago. Physically unchanged, perceptually compressed. I tried an experiment. I stepped back from the window and closed my eyes for 10 seconds. When I opened them, the tree line looked farther away. Normal. But the moment I focused directly on the eastern sector, it inched forward again. Not moving, just occupying more of my vision, as if attention was a tether. By early afternoon, I began cataloging sounds, wind pattern shifts, insect frequency, the metallic tick of the ladder expanding under sun. I needed baseline data. If something changed tonight, I wanted proof it wasn't in my head. At 3:42 p.m., I heard something from below. Not at the ladder, not at the clearing. From directly beneath the cabin floor. A low vibration, subtle, sustained, like something resting against the support beams. I crouched and pressed my ear to the wood. Nothing. When I stood back up, the vibration returned. I moved again. It stopped. It responded to proximity. That realization sat heavy in my chest. Daniel's journal had another entry I hadn't read carefully before, dated 4 days before his final note. It doesn't move when I look directly at it. It moves when I check the horizon. I think it prefers peripheral vision. That changed everything, because the tower requires constant scanning. North, south, east, west. If something advances during rotation, you'd never see it in motion. Only closer, incrementally, intelligently. I adjusted my routine. No more full horizon sweeps. I focused solely on the eastern clearing. If there was a fire somewhere else, someone else could spot it. Selfish, but survival overrides duty. Night fell heavier than before. Cloud cover thicker, moon obscured. The clearing below became a flat black void. That should have comforted me. If I couldn't see it, it couldn't play visual tricks. But invisibility has its own weight. At 11:12 p.m., the ladder vibrated. Continuous. Low. Longer than before. Not halfway up intensity, but sustained enough to feel deliberate. Rule 6. If the ladder vibrates continuously, it is already halfway up. How long qualifies as continuous? 30 seconds? A minute? 5? The vibration lasted nearly 2 minutes, then stopped. No scraping, no knocking, just patience. At 1:07 a.m., the radio crackled. I hadn't plugged it in again. Static. Then a whisper. Not my voice this time, Daniel's. I recognized it from the training call recording they had sent me before arrival. "Don't test it," the whisper repeated 3 times. Soft, urgent. "Don't test it." My hands felt cold. That meant either the ranger station was interfering in ways I didn't understand, or something had learned more than routine. It had learned voices. The whisper stopped, but the static didn't. It continued faintly in the background, as if the radio were still listening. 2:13 a.m. arrived unnoticed. I wasn't watching the clock this time. I was staring at the eastern window continuously. The figures were already there. Not 2, 4, evenly spaced along the tree line. Identical height, identical stillness. And the clearing truly was smaller now. The grass seemed reduced by 10 feet. The support beams of the tower cast shadows deeper into the tree line than they had before. I measured again with the rangefinder. Same numbers. But my brain rejected them. Because perception was overriding data. And perception is what drives action. One of the figures tilted slightly. Not forward, sideways, as if studying the tower, or me. I did not reach for the binoculars, but I felt the urge like a physical itch, the need to clarify, to define, to prove it was just tree bark alignment. My hand twitched toward the lenses, then stopped. Rule 3. If the tree line shifts, do not use binoculars. What if that rule wasn't to protect me, but to protect it? What if clarity gave it something? Permission? Recognition? At 2:21 a.m., something changed. The figures did not vanish this time. They stepped, not forward, inward, into the clearing. All 4, simultaneously. The movement was wrong, too smooth, like sliding rather than walking. They covered the distance between tree line and midpoint of the clearing in less than a second, then stopped, halfway between forest and tower. My breath caught in my throat. That distance, that was new. Daniel had written that it remained at the edge. He had never mentioned entry, which meant either he didn't survive long enough to see this phase, or he made the mistake first. The latter did not vibrate, but the floor beneath my feet hummed faintly. The vibration I had felt during the day returned, stronger. It wasn't climbing, it was anchoring. At 2:25 a.m., one of the figures bent, not at the waist, at the middle, folding inward, compressing, its height shortened by nearly half, then expanded again, testing dimensions, understanding scale. The other 3 remained upright, watching. The radio flicked on. Clear voice. "Blackroot, report abnormal wildlife." I stared at it. They had never asked that question before. "Blackroot, report." The tone was normal, routine, like a checklist item. If I answered, I'd be acknowledging abnormality. If I stayed silent, I'd be breaking protocol. I remained silent. The figures shifted slightly closer, only inches, but noticeable. At 2:31 a.m., something happened I can't rationalize. The clearing shrank physically. The grass line receded toward the tower. Not perceptual, actual. I watched the shadow boundary move. The tree line did not advance. The open space diminished, as if the forest were reclaiming territory. The figures were now less than 20 yards from the base. I stepped back from the window involuntarily. And that was when the ladder shook violently. Not rhythmic, not controlled. Violent. Metal rattling hard enough to echo through the cabin. I didn't look down. I didn't. But the sound climbed, rung by rung. Slow. measured, deliberate, stopping directly beneath the trapdoor hatch. Silence. Then, a single soft knock from the underside of the floor. Not the ladder, the cabin, directly below my feet. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Rule 5. It cannot climb. The ladder had stopped vibrating, which meant, if Rule 6 was true, it wasn't halfway up. It was already at the top. I didn't move for what felt like hours. Eventually, the vibration faded. The figures outside receded back to the tree line. The clearing expanded again slightly, not fully, but enough to suggest reset. Dawn arrived like a reprieve, but not a solution, because now I understood something Daniel likely realized too late. It wasn't trying to rush. It was reducing the distance gradually, night by night, and eventually, there would be no clearing left, only the tower, and whatever stood beneath it. I didn't open the trap door immediately. That's important, because people assume fear makes you impulsive. It doesn't. It makes you slow, measured, deliberate. I waited until full daylight flooded the cabin before even approaching the hatch in the center of the floor. The tower cabin is small, 12 by 12 feet. The trapdoor sits near the ladder opening, a square panel reinforced with metal brackets. It's meant for maintenance access and emergency descent. It looked normal. No cracks, no splintering, no damage. But when I stepped closer, I noticed something that made my throat tighten. The wood around the edges was darker, not wet, not stained, compressed, as if something heavy had pressed upward from below. I knelt and pressed my palm flat against the trapdoor. It was warm. The morning air was cool. The wood around it was cool. But the square itself radiated faint heat. Not hot enough to burn, just alive. I pulled my hand back immediately. My heart was beating too fast. I told myself it was trapped heat from friction on the ladder, metal vibration transferring warmth. That explanation barely held. Still, I forced myself to lift the hatch. Slowly, carefully. The hinges creaked as expected. Nothing burst upward. Nothing grabbed. Nothing lunged. Below me was the ladder shaft, 50 feet straight down to the clearing. Sunlight cut through the open sides of the tower, illuminating dust particles drifting lazily in the air. Normal. Completely normal. Except for one detail. There were handprints on the inside of the ladder rails, higher than they should have been. Long, narrow. The fingers extended farther than a human hand could comfortably reach, and they were oriented inward, facing up. I climbed down halfway that morning, not because I wanted to, because I needed proof. Proof that fear wasn't constructing patterns. Proof that metal can scratch under stress. Proof that dirt can indent under shifting wind. By the time I reached the 20-foot mark, my palms were slick with sweat. The forest below looked deceptively peaceful, sunlight glinting through pine needles, wind combing the grass. The clearing was intact again. Wide, open, untouched. From this angle, the parallel indentations in the soil were visible. 4 distinct grooves, perfectly aligned with the ladder. And at the center of those grooves, a depression, circular, as if something had rested there, directly beneath me. I swallowed hard. Rule 5 echoed in my mind. It cannot climb. I climbed back up without reaching the ground, because if I stepped into that clearing, I wasn't sure I would step back out. By early afternoon, the ranger station called again. Clear signal, routine tone. "Blackroot, confirm all operational." "All operational," I replied. My voice sounded steady. I don't know how. "Any anomalies?" The question lingered. Anomalies. A neutral word. Clinical. I hesitated a fraction too long. "Negative." A pause, then, "Good. Maintain observation. Do not descend after dark." My grip tightened on the radio. They had never said that before. The instruction matched Daniel's implication. "Don't come down." The voice continued. "And Ethan?" Static flickered briefly. "Distance is an illusion." The transmission cut. I stared at the unit long after the silence settled. That phrase was not procedural. It was deliberate. And it meant one of two things. Either the ranger station knew more than they admitted, or the voice wasn't coming from them. The third night changed something in me. The fourth night changed something in the tower. Before sunset, I noticed a new development. The clearing grass no longer lay flat in circular pacing patterns. Instead, it had formed narrow paths, 4 of them, leading from the tree line to the base of the tower, like trails worn by repetition. The forest felt closer even in daylight, heavier, denser, and the birds, gone entirely now, not redirecting, not circling, just absent. Silence in the wilderness is never natural. That evening, I made a decision. I moved the desk, dragged it across the cabin floor, and positioned it directly over the trap door. It scraped loudly against the wood. The sound echoed more than it should have, as if the hollow shaft beneath amplified it. If something tried to press upward again, I wanted resistance, physical resistance, even if only symbolic. By 10:58 p.m., the wind had died completely. No rustling branches, no insect hum, nothing. Silence pressed against the cabin walls like weight. At 11:03 p.m., the first vibration began. Not from the ladder, from the supports. The entire tower trembled gently, sustained, like something below had wrapped around one of the legs, testing stability. I stayed seated, hands flat on the desk, listening. The vibration traveled upwards slowly, from ground level to ladder base to shaft to hatch. The desk trembled faintly under my palms, then stopped. Midnight came without knocking. That was worse, because the previous pattern at least gave warning. At 12:47 a.m., I heard something new. Breathing. Not loud, not ragged. Slow, measured, from directly beneath the floor. I leaned down instinctively, then froze. Rule 1. Do not respond to knocks after dark. Breathing counts. Acknowledgement counts. Even attention might count. The breathing continued for nearly a minute, then ceased. The radio flicked on immediately afterward. No static this time. Clear audio. My voice. Calm. Even. "Ethan, it's safe to come down." I closed my eyes. The cadence was perfect. Every inflection mirrored mine. "Ethan, the clearing is clear." The irony twisted in my chest. Clearing is clear. I did not move. Ethan, you're alone up there. That sentence felt like a challenge, as if isolation were an accusation. I reached over and pulled the power cord entirely from the wall. The voice continued for 3 more seconds, then silence. 2:13 a.m. arrived like a held breath finally released. I stood at the eastern window. The clearing was nearly gone. The forest edge now stood only 10 yards from the base of the tower. Not perceptual, actual. The grass line had shifted. The soil boundary had moved. The 4 figures stood where the clearing once began. Now that position was almost directly beneath me. They were taller, or perhaps closer, hard to tell. One of them tilted its head upward, and for the first time, I felt seen. Not watched, seen. As if something behind the absence of features had aligned directly with my eyes. The ladder did not vibrate. The supports did not hum. Instead, the entire tower leaned. Slightly, barely perceptible, but enough that my stomach dropped. Not from wind, from pressure, as if something massive had rested its weight against one leg. The desk over the hatch slid half an inch, slowly, without jerking, controlled, deliberate. My breath quickened. Rule 5, it cannot climb. But nothing in the rules said it couldn't lift. At 2:19 a.m., one of the figures stepped fully into what remained of the clearing. It was less than 5 yards from the base now. Its height stretched nearly to the lower platform of the tower. It raised one elongated limb, not toward the ladder, toward the cabin. The wood beneath my feet creaked. Pressure. Testing. And that was when I understood something I hadn't before. The rules weren't permanent. They were observations. Daniel's observations. From his time. Not guarantees. Not laws. Patterns change. Adaptation occurs. And if something has had 2 seasons to study human endurance, it doesn't need to break rules. It can rewrite them. The tower stopped leaning abruptly. The figure lowered its limb. All 4 retreated simultaneously, not walking, sliding backward into the forest. The clearing remained small, but stable, for now. Dawn felt farther away than usual. When light finally broke over the ridge, I stepped cautiously toward the hatch. The desk had shifted another inch overnight. The wood bore faint impressions. Not handprints, but elongated pressure marks, like something had pressed upward repeatedly. Testing strength, testing timing, testing me. And as I stood there, staring at those marks, one final realization settled into place. It doesn't need to climb. It doesn't need to lift. It doesn't even need to break in. It just needs me to believe that coming down is safer than staying up. And the more the clearing shrinks, the more logical that choice begins to feel. By the 5th morning, I stopped measuring the clearing, because measurement implies control, and I no longer had any. The forest now stood so close to the base of the tower that the lower support beams were partially obscured by branches. Not fallen trees, not storm damage. The entire tree line had advanced. Not overnight, gradually, patiently, as if the forest itself had decided the tower no longer belonged there. I found what Daniel hid just after noon. It wasn't obvious, not unless you knew where to press. On the western wall of the cabin, beneath the window frame, one wooden panel sat slightly uneven, not warped, just misaligned by a fraction. I pressed against it out of habit. It shifted inward with a dull. Behind it was a narrow cavity between the cabin walls. Inside, a second journal. Thinner, unmarked, no dates. The handwriting wasn't the same as the official logbook entries. It was tighter, sharper, controlled, as if written under constant watch. The first page read, "The ranger station knows. They don't send replacements to fill the position. They send them to relieve pressure." I read that line 3 times before it settled. Relieve pressure. Not replace, not rescue. Relieve. As if the tower were a valve. Further down, Daniel had written, "The clearing isn't shrinking. It's shifting around the tower. The tower isn't stationary." My chest tightened. I stepped to the window immediately. The horizon looked the same. The mountains hadn't moved. The ridges remained aligned. But the forest below, the spacing between specific trees I had memorized felt different. Subtle, but wrong. As if the tower were not anchored to land, but suspended in something that could drift. That idea unsettled me more than the figures ever had. Because if the tower could move, distance truly was an illusion. At 2 p.m., the radio activated without static. "Blackroot, status." I didn't answer. "Blackroot." Clear, professional, routine. I stared at the unit. If I spoke, I confirmed presence. If I stayed silent, I disrupted routine. After 10 seconds, the voice changed. Lower, slower. "Pressure increasing." My skin prickled. "Maintain position." The radio shut off. I hadn't touched it. The phrase repeated in my mind. Relieve pressure. Maintain position. The tower wasn't protecting me from the forest. It was containing something within the forest, or something beneath it. And I was part of that containment. That evening, the air felt heavier than before. Not windless, but dense, as if humidity had increased without clouds. The forest no longer looked like trees. It looked like a wall. The space between trunks had narrowed, shadows fused together. And for the first time, I noticed something missing. There was no visible ground between the tree trunks. No depth, just darkness. As if the forest edge were a flat surface painted to resemble trees. I leaned closer to the glass. The space between the trees was not empty. It was occupied by something darker than shadow. Not moving, just present. 11:48 p.m. No knocks, no vibration, no breathing. That was worse, because absence of stimulus removes preparation. At 12:30 a.m., I heard something unexpected. Footsteps on gravel. Measured, human pace, approaching the base of the tower. My pulse spiked. Footsteps are different from vibrations. They have rhythm, weight distribution, human cadence. They stopped directly below. Then, a voice. Not from the radio, from outside, from ground level. "Ethan." My breath caught. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't mechanical. It was real, familiar. I moved toward the eastern window before I could stop myself, and I looked down. I broke the rule. Standing at the base of the tower was me. Same jacket, same posture, same height. Looking up, expression neutral, eyes fixed on the cabin. My mind fractured into two competing realities. Either I was hallucinating, or something had learned more than my voice. The version below lifted one hand slowly and pointed toward the forest behind him. I forced myself not to respond, not to wave, not to speak. The version of me tilted its head, then smiled. Not wide, not exaggerated, just enough to show recognition. And then it stepped backward, into the forest, without turning around. It dissolved into the darkness between the trunks, not swallowed, not blocked by trees. It passed through, as if the trees were not obstacles, but curtains. 2:13 a.m. came without warning. There were no figures at the tree line, no clearing, no boundary. The forest now touched the tower legs directly. Branches brushed against the metal. Light scraping sounds echoed upward. The tower creaked under subtle pressure. The hatch beneath the desk vibrated faintly, not violently, not urgently, just constant, as if something below were breathing against it. The space between the trees darkened further, and then it opened. Not physically, but perceptually. The darkness between trunks widened into a vertical seam, like a tear in fabric, and within that seam, movement. Slow, layered. Not one figure, not four, many, stacked behind one another, waiting. My chest felt tight, not from fear, from realization. The figures at the tree line had never been separate entities. They were projections, test shapes, learning scale. The true presence remained within the forest itself, pressing outward, against containment, against distance, against me. The tower leaned again, slightly more than before. The desk over the hatch shifted another inch. Wood groaned under strain. And then, a knock. Not from the ladder, not from beneath, from the cabin door. Soft, deliberate. 3 taps, wood on wood. I turned slowly toward it. No one had climbed. No vibration preceded it. The knock came again. "Ethan," my voice, from outside the door. I made it down. Silence pressed against my ears. "You don't have to stay up there." The tone was calm, reassuring, reasonable. "You're not protecting anything." Another knock. "Come see." I stared at the handle. The logic was tempting. If something could appear at the base, if something could mimic, then maybe the only safety was below, where ground is solid, where perspective stabilizes, where distance can be measured with feet instead of fear. The handle turned slightly, not fully, just enough to test resistance. The latch held, for now. The pressure against the tower increased suddenly. All 4 legs creaked at once. The forest did not move forward. The tower moved inward, tilting microscopically toward the seam between the trees, as if gravity had shifted direction. The hatch beneath the desk buckled upward half an inch. The breathing beneath it grew louder. The knock at the door stopped. Instead, the voice moved, from the door to the window, directly beside my head. "You're already halfway down." That sentence froze my blood. Because Rule 6, if the ladder vibrates continuously, it is already halfway up. But what if climbing wasn't vertical? What if descent wasn't physical? What if the tower had never been about height, but about attention? And I had been looking down for nights now, measuring, tracking, watching, engaging. The more I focused, the closer it came. The more I tried to understand, the more it adapted. The tower didn't trap it. It required me to observe, to anchor, to define edges. Without observation, there is no boundary. At 2:26 a.m., everything stopped. No vibration, no knocking, no voice. The forest remained pressed against the tower, but motion ceased. Dawn arrived slowly. When light broke through the ridge, the clearing was gone entirely. The tower now stood inside the forest, not at its edge, inside it. Trees surrounded all four sides. Branches brushed the lower platform constantly. The rangefinder showed identical measurements as day one, but visually, there was no open space left. And when I stepped to the western window, the mountains were gone. Not obscured, gone. Replaced by more trees, in every direction. The tower hadn't stayed still. It had been repositioned, gradually, night by night, toward the center. And now, there was no perimeter left to defend. I didn't sleep that day, because I understood something Daniel must have realized too late. There is no final night. There is no rescue. There is only pressure. And the tower doesn't stop it. It manages it. Until someone breaks routine, until someone opens the door, or descends willingly. And I was very, very close to doing exactly that. There's a moment before you make a mistake when your body goes quiet. Not calm, quiet. Like the air before a wildfire shifts direction. That morning, standing in a tower that was no longer surrounded by a clearing, I felt that quiet settle into my bones. The forest pressed against every side of the structure. Branches scraped metal legs in slow, patient strokes. The rangefinder still read the same numbers, but numbers don't argue with what your eyes can see. And my eyes saw trunks in every direction. No horizon, no ridgeline, no sky except the small square above me. I had two choices: stay or go down. Daniel had written about pressure. The ranger station had said, maintain position, but they never said why. And when instructions stop including explanations, the mind fills the silence with its own logic. My logic said this: if the tower moved, then staying still did nothing. If the forest could reposition space itself, height was meaningless. And if something had already learned my face, then maybe it had also learned my fear. Staying might no longer contain anything. It might only delay it. So I opened the hatch. The smell hit first. Not rot, not earth. Something metallic, like wet coins. The ladder descended into dim shadow, the lower platform partially obscured by branches that hadn't been there yesterday. I listened. No vibration, no climbing, just wind threading through leaves. I placed one boot on the first rung, waited. Nothing. Second rung, third. Each step felt louder than it was, metal clicking under weight. Controlled breathing. Halfway down, I stopped. There is a psychological point in descent where returning upward feels harder than continuing downward. It isn't physical, it's cognitive. You commit, and once committed, Pride keeps you moving. I kept moving. When my boots touched ground, the forest did not react. No sudden wind, no shifting branches, just stillness. And that stillness felt staged, like a room where everyone has stopped talking because you walked in. I stepped away from the ladder. The earth was damp but firm. No unusual tracks, no footprints except my own. I turned slowly in a circle. Trees, dense, uniform. No sign of the clearing that once stretched hundreds of feet in every direction. I walked 10 paces outward. Nothing changed. 20 paces, still trees. 30. The tower was gone. My stomach dropped. Not hidden, not obscured. Gone. I spun around fully. Where metal legs had stood seconds ago, there was forest, unbroken, continuous. My breathing quickened. This is disorientation, I told myself. Panic alters perception. I retraced my steps, counted backward. 30 paces, 20, 10. There. The tower stood exactly where I'd left it, unmoved, as if it had never vanished. My hands trembled. The forest wasn't erasing structures, it was erasing certainty. I tested something. I stepped away again. 10 paces. Stopped. Closed my eyes. Opened them. Still there. 15 paces. Closed. Opened. Still there. 30. Gone. The threshold was consistent. Distance wasn't arbitrary. It had a limit. Beyond that limit, the tower ceased to exist. Not physically, perceptually. And if the tower vanished at 30 paces, what else vanished beyond that boundary? How far could I walk before I vanished too? The thought settled cold in my chest. The tower wasn't just containment, it was an anchor point, and I had just stepped outside its range. I walked deeper, slowly, carefully. Branches brushed my shoulders. No wildlife, no insects. The forest was sterile, soundless. At 50 paces, I looked back. Nothing. No tower, no clearing. No evidence I had ever stood above this ground. A strange calm settled over me. Without the tower in sight, the rules felt distant, irrelevant. The pressure I'd felt for nights seemed weaker here, less focused. Maybe Daniel had misunderstood. Maybe staying inside the tower amplified the effect. Maybe proximity was the problem. I walked farther. At around 70 paces, I saw something ahead. A break in the trees. Not a clearing, a vertical seam. The same seam I'd seen from above. Up close, it looked like a distortion in air, like heat shimmer, but darker. Not absence of light, absence of depth. The space between two trunks appeared thinner than possible, as if perspective folded inward. And from that fold, I heard breathing. Not beneath, not above. Within. Layered, overlapping, not synchronized. I should have turned back. Instead, I stepped closer. At 5 feet from the seam, the air felt denser. Pressure built in my ears. My vision narrowed slightly at the edges. The breathing intensified. And then, I saw movement behind the darkness. Shapes, stacked, faces, hundreds, pressed against something invisible. Eyes open, unblinking, watching. Not hostile, not pleading, waiting. One face shifted forward, and I recognized it. Daniel. Not distorted, not monstrous, just Daniel. Expression tired, mouth slightly parted. He lifted one hand, placed it against the inner surface of the seam. His palm met resistance, as if glass separated us. I stepped back instinctively. His eyes followed. He shook his head once, slow, deliberate. Then he mouthed something. I couldn't hear it, but I knew the word. Stay. And then something behind him moved. a ripple through the stacked bodies, and Daniel was pulled backward, absorbed into the mass. The seam tightened, darkened, returned to the illusion of ordinary space. The forest fell silent again. I ran back toward where I believed the tower stood, counted paces. 40, 30, 20. There it was. Relief hit hard enough to weaken my knees. The structure looked smaller now, less like refuge, more like a nail driven into earth. I climbed without hesitation. Halfway up, I felt it, the ladder vibrating. Not violently, but continuously. Not climbing, not descending. Present. Exactly halfway. I didn't look down. I kept climbing. When I reached the cabin and pulled myself inside, the vibrations stopped instantly. The hatch beneath the desk thudded once, heavy, satisfied. I stared at it and understood something with sick clarity. The seam wasn't trying to break containment. It was already full. The pressure wasn't from something trying to get out. It was from something trying to get in. The tower wasn't a cage. It was a plug. And every observer who came here, every lookout, was not guarding the forest. They were feeding it. Observation creates boundary. Boundary creates separation. And separation creates space. But once you step beyond that space, you become part of what waits behind it. Daniel hadn't disappeared. He'd crossed the threshold. And once across, there is no tower to return to, only depth. Night approached differently that evening. The forest did not press inward. It relaxed. The branches no longer scraped. The tower felt stable, centered, as if balance had been restored. At 11:59 p.m., I stood in the middle of the cabin. No knocking, no voice, no seam. 2 a.m. arrived quietly. The radio clicked once. Static. Then, Blackroot, status. My throat tightened. I could say it. I could follow routine, maintain position, continue observation, relieve pressure. Or I could tell them what I saw. But I already knew the answer to that impulse. They know. They have always known. The tower isn't a warning system. It's a filtration system. And the only thing being filtered is us. I stepped toward the radio, placed my thumb on the transmit button, and for a moment, I considered silence, because silence ends the cycle. Silence removes the observer. Without an observer, there is no boundary. Without boundary, everything equalizes. Forest, tower, inside, outside, all one surface. I pressed the button. Blackroot reporting, I said evenly. All clear. The response came immediately. Copy that. Maintain position. The radio went silent. The forest held steady. The hatch beneath the desk did not move. And for the first time since arriving, the pressure eased completely. Not gone, balanced, because something had shifted. The seam did not need me tonight. It had someone new. And I finally understood the final rule Daniel never wrote. You don't get rescued from the tower. You get replaced. And if you ever choose to come down too far, the forest keeps you. Not out of malice, but out of necessity. Someone has to stand at the edge and say everything is fine, even when it isn't.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story.
the darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them.
Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
I didn't buy the house because I loved it. I bought it because no one else wanted it. That distinction matters. When something sits on the market long enough, people assume there's a reason. Structural damage, legal issues, a history no one wants to inherit. But this one didn't sit on the market. It flickered there, like a glitch. 1 week it existed on the listing site, the next week it was gone, then back again. Same photos, same description, same impossible price. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2 acres of wooded land outside a small Montana town called Briar Hollow. I checked. Briar Hollow exists. The house did too, at least physically. But digitally? That's where things started to feel wrong. The first time I searched the address on Google Maps, nothing came up. Just a stretch of undeveloped trees. I figured it was outdated satellite imagery. That happens in rural counties. So I pulled county property records. No listing under the street name. No parcel ID match. No tax history. That should have stopped me. It didn't. Because the realtor met me there in person. Because I walked through it. Because I turned doorknobs and stepped on the creaking floorboards and smelled the faint trace of old wood and something else I couldn't quite place. Dust, but not abandonment. It felt paused, like someone had left mid-sentence. The realtor was nervous, didn't linger, didn't oversell, just unlocked the door, let me wander, and stood outside most of the showing. When I asked why it was priced so low, she said, the previous owner wanted it sold quickly. Why? She hesitated. Relocation. That word didn't fit the way she said it. The paperwork processed fast. Too fast. No inspection delay. No counteroffer. Cash transaction. I signed the documents in a small office that felt overly quiet. When I asked about property taxes, the clerk said, they'll update the system after closing. That phrasing stayed with me. Update the system, as if the house wasn't in it yet, but would be, because of me. I moved in alone. That was intentional. I'm not married, no kids. Remote IT work gives me flexibility. I wanted quiet, space, isolation. The house delivered all of that. The first night was uneventful. Boxes in the living room, air mattress in the master bedroom, wind against the siding. Total silence otherwise. No highway hum, no distant neighbors. Just trees and the occasional creak of settling wood. I slept fine. The second night, I woke up at exactly 2:42 a.m. Not from noise, from awareness. That sudden, unnatural alertness, like someone had spoken your name softly. I lay still, listened. Nothing. Then I noticed something subtle. The house didn't feel dark enough. You know how rural darkness swallows everything? No ambient glow from streetlights, no city bleed. But my bedroom had a faint grey wash to it, like distant cloud reflection. I got up, walked to the window, and saw something that made my stomach tighten. The trees were farther away. When I toured the property, the woods pressed close to the backyard, dense, encroaching, branches almost brushing the back deck. Now, there was space, not a clearing, but a measurable gap, at least 30 feet of open ground before the tree line. I stood there for a long time, convincing myself I misremembered. Memory adjusts, perspective shifts. Maybe I just didn't notice during the showing. But when morning came, I stepped outside, walked to where I thought the original tree line had been, and found something worse than absence. The ground where the trees should have been wasn't freshly exposed soil. It was older, compacted, as if the space had always been there. No uprooted stumps, no torn roots, just earth, like the forest had never stood that close at all. I tried to shake it off. Unpacking helped. Routine helps. Control the interior if the exterior feels unstable. That afternoon, I set up my office in the second bedroom, ran Ethernet cable, configured the router. That's when I noticed the network name. The Wi-Fi was already active. I hadn't set it up yet. The SSID read 2412-boundary. No password. Full signal. I frowned. Maybe the previous owner left a router plugged in somewhere. I scanned the house again. Every closet, every cabinet, basement. Nothing. No modem, no router. But the signal remained strong. I connected. No internet access. Just a blank internal page. White screen. One line of text. Property registered. I unplugged my laptop immediately. When I refreshed, the network was gone. That night, I dreamed of blueprints, not abstract shapes, actual floor plans, detailed, measured, labeled. But they weren't of my house. They were slightly different. Rooms extended further, hallways bent at impossible angles. There was a door in the master bedroom wall that doesn't exist. In the dream, I opened it and saw another version of the same bedroom, but older, worn, occupied. I woke up sweating, and for a split second, I couldn't tell which version I was in. 3 days after moving in, I drove into town, stopped at the local diner. Small place, 5 booths, coffee thick enough to chew. I mentioned my address casually to the waitress. She frowned. "That road ends at the old Miller property," she said. "That's mine." "No," she said slowly. "That burned." My pulse thudded once in my ears. "When?" She wiped her hands on a towel. "Years back. Nobody rebuilt." I held eye contact. "I'm living there." She studied me carefully, then shook her head once. "Then you're not on Miller Road." got home, I checked the mailbox. The address plate had changed. Same numbers, different street name. The one I memorized during closing was gone, replaced with something I didn't recognize. I pulled out my phone, opened maps, dropped a pin where I stood. No road, no house, just forest. And the blue dot marking my location blinked uncertainly, then shifted 30 feet to the east, exactly where the trees used to be. That was the moment I understood something wasn't wrong with the house. The house was functioning perfectly. It was the location that wasn't stable, and I had just been registered. The first time you notice a pattern, you try to disprove it. The second time, you try to rationalize it. The third time, you stop sleeping. I reached the third stage on day 5. The mailbox changed again. Not dramatically. Same metal box, same post, but the numbers were slightly different. Not enough to be obvious at a glance, just off. Where it once read 1847, it now read 1841. I stared at it long enough to feel stupid. Maybe I'd misread it before. Maybe I'd typed it wrong during paperwork. So I went inside and pulled out my closing documents. The printed address, 1847 Miller Road. I stepped back outside. The mailbox, 1841 Briar Pass. Different number, different street, same house. I walked down the dirt road toward town. 50 yards out, I turned back. The house was still there. Another 50 yards, still there. At about 100, it flickered. Not vanished, not blinked, just thinned, like heat distortion. I blinked hard. It solidified again. My throat tightened. Distance was doing something. That afternoon, I tested the boundary intentionally. I drove into town and asked the clerk at the hardware store to print a local map. She gave me a folded county grid. I found Miller Road. It ended at a dead clearing. No extension, no Briar Pass, no additional parcel beyond the burned property. When I asked her if any new construction had been added out there recently, she shook her head. That land's been untouched since the fire. What fire? I asked. She looked confused. You live here and don't know? I just moved. She nodded slowly. Old Man Miller. House went up overnight. They never found a cause. No body either. No body. I didn't ask more, because something inside me had already connected that detail to the way the realtor avoided eye contact. When I got home, the trees were closer again. Not dramatically, but enough. The 30-foot gap I'd measured earlier had narrowed to maybe 20. No signs of growth, no fallen trunks. The space itself had compressed, like the property line was breathing. I walked to the backyard fence. There was no fence. There had never been one. but I remembered leaning against it during the showing. I remembered the realtor standing near it while I walked the yard. I could picture it clearly. Wood slats, weathered, grey. Now, nothing. Open ground. I searched for post holes, discoloration, hardware. There was none. My memory was precise. The environment was precise. But they did not match. That night, the house made a new sound. Not creaking, not wind. A low internal shift, like weight redistributing inside the walls. I sat upright in bed. The sound moved from the hallway to the living room to the kitchen. Measured, slow, heavy. Not footsteps, structural, as if rooms were settling into new positions. I stepped into the hallway. The air felt slightly warmer. The light switch I'd installed 2 days ago was on the opposite wall. I froze. No, impossible. I walked back into the bedroom, counted steps, re-entered the hallway. The switch was back where it belonged. My breathing turned shallow. The house wasn't changing permanently. It was testing configurations, like software cycling through layouts. And I was inside the program. I opened my laptop the next morning and searched my own name in the county property database. Nothing. I searched the parcel number from my closing documents. Invalid entry. I checked my bank account. The withdrawal for the house purchase was still there, but the transaction description had changed. Instead of property purchase, Miller Road, it now read land registration, zone 2412. Zone 2412. The Wi-Fi name 2412-boundary. My pulse thudded in my ears. This wasn't a purchase. It was an assignment. I drove back out toward the road to test the distance again. This time, I brought a marker. At 50 yards, I spray painted a small red line on a rock. At 100 yards, another. Then I walked back toward the house. From the 100-yard mark, it flickered again. But this time, the red mark behind me was gone. The rock was clean. No paint, no evidence I'd ever been there. I turned slowly. The forest stretched normally, undisturbed. No footprints in the dirt. I looked down at my shoes. Clean. No dust, no mud, as if I hadn't walked at all. My heart began pounding harder. If the space resets beyond a certain radius, then nothing outside that radius anchors. And if nothing anchors, then the only stable point is the house itself. That evening, I tried something reckless. I left the front door open, intentionally. If the house adjusted internally, I wanted to see if it respected open boundaries. I sat in the living room, watched the doorway. Dusk settled slowly. The trees shifted closer. The air thickened. And then, the doorway narrowed. Not physically, visually. The frame seemed slightly tighter. The outside world felt farther away, as if the door didn't open to distance, but to a projection of distance. The porch light flickered. The dirt road beyond the driveway looked shorter, compressed. I stood slowly, walked toward the threshold. The moment I stepped outside, the house went silent behind me. No hum, no shifting, nothing. I turned around. The door was gone. Just wall, solid siding, no frame, no handle, no seam. My breath stopped. I ran my hands across the wood, flat, unbroken. I stepped backward, 10 feet, 20, 30. The door reappeared, open exactly as I'd left it. And I understood the rule immediately. The house does not exist unless observed from within its boundary. Outside that radius, it becomes potential. Inside, it becomes structure. And I had just tested its patience. That night, I dreamed again. But this time, it wasn't blueprints. It was a map. Top-down, satellite view. Forest stretching endlessly. In the center, a faint square. My house. Around it, a circle. Thin, glowing. And outside the circle, nothing rendered. Just blank terrain, like unfinished simulation space. Then text appeared across the map. Stability requires occupancy. I woke up at exactly 2:42 a.m. Again. But this time, the bedroom was larger. The wall opposite my bed had shifted outward by at least 2 feet. The window frame was wider. The air felt deeper. I swung my legs off the mattress slowly, walked to the hallway. The hallway extended farther than it had before. One extra door at the end, where there had only been blank wall. I stared at it for a long time, and somewhere deep inside I knew that door hadn't appeared randomly. It appeared because I was starting to understand, and the house was responding.
I didn't open the new door immediately. That's important, because curiosity is manageable. Commitment isn't. The hallway had always ended in a blank stretch of drywall. I was certain of that. I'd leaned against it while taking a call on my second day here. I'd measured the wall to see if I could hang shelving. Now there was a door. Plain, white. No handle, just a vertical seam and a faint outline where the frame met the wall. The house wasn't creaking. It wasn't shifting. It was waiting. I approached slowly. The air felt denser near the door, warmer, not humid, compressed, like stepping into higher altitude without climbing. I ran my fingers along the seam. Smooth, no hardware, no hinges visible. I pressed gently. Nothing. Then I leaned my forehead against it and closed my eyes. The moment my weight settled forward, the door moved inward without sound, not swinging,
sliding, receding into darkness. I stepped back immediately. Inside was not a room. It was depth, a narrow corridor extending farther than the dimensions of the house allowed. No light fixture, no visible source of illumination. Yet I could see. Soft grey light revealed smooth walls and a floor that looked like unfinished concrete. The corridor bent slightly to the right, just enough to block the end from view. My heartbeat slowed. Not accelerated. Slowed. That's what frightened me most. The house wasn't provoking fear. It was dampening it, encouraging forward motion. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. When I returned, the corridor remained. Unchanged. Stable. I stepped inside. The moment both feet crossed the threshold, the hallway behind me shortened. Not dramatically, just subtly. Like perspective tightening. I turned quickly. The bedroom door at the far end of the original hallway was smaller, farther away. I walked forward 2 steps. The corridor extended proportionally, balanced, maintaining center around me. I tested it, took 1 step back. The far end shortened. 1 step forward. It lengthened. The corridor wasn't fixed. It was reactive, calibrated to my position. I stopped moving. It stopped adjusting. That's when I noticed something on the wall. Numbers, faintly etched, at shoulder height, repeated every few feet. Not written, carved, as if the wall itself had been measured in that unit. Zone 2412. Boundary. I swallowed hard. At the bend in the corridor, I hesitated, because bends imply concealment, and concealment implies intent. I turned the corner slowly. The corridor opened into a square room, 10 by 10 feet. Perfect symmetry. In the center stood a wooden desk, old, worn. On the desk, a folder, cream-colored, unlabeled. I didn't want to touch it, but the room felt incomplete without opening it, like a sentence missing its final word. I approached carefully. The folder was warm, not hot, just held, as if someone had been touching it moments before I arrived. Inside were photographs, black and white. Each image showed the same house, from different decades, different angles, different architectural details. In some photos, the porch was wider. In others, the roofline sloped differently, but the land remained identical. Forest, no neighboring houses, and in every photo, a person stood in the front yard, alone, male, different ages, different eras, but always standing in the same position, facing the camera. Expression neutral. The final photo was recent. Color. High resolution. The man standing in the yard was me, wearing the clothes I had on yesterday. I dropped the photograph. It hit the concrete without sound. That absence bothered me. Paper makes noise. Always. But this didn't. I stepped back toward the corridor. The room expanded slightly as I moved, walls breathing outward.
I turned quickly and hurried down the corridor. With each step toward the original hallway, it shortened, compressed. When I crossed back into my house, the door slid shut behind me without a click. No seam remained, just drywall, smooth, unmarked. The hallway was its original length. No extra space, no distortion. I ran my hands over the wall where the door had been. Nothing. But my pulse had not returned to normal, because the folder had been real. The photos had been real, and the last one had not existed until yesterday.
I didn't sleep that night. At 2:42 a.m., I was already awake. The air in the house felt different, balanced, centered, as if the internal structure had stabilized. Then I heard something new, not shifting, not settling. Typing, faint, from somewhere deeper in the walls. Slow, deliberate keystrokes. I followed the sound into the living room. The Wi-Fi network reappeared on my phone. 2412-boundary. Full signal. No password. I connected. The white page loaded instantly, but this time it wasn't blank. Text scrolled across the screen in real time. Occupant verified. Structural adaptation complete. Expansion phase pending. My hands trembled slightly. A new line appeared. External stability decreasing. I looked up instinctively. The windows felt darker. Not nighttime dark, absence dark, as if nothing existed beyond the glass. I stepped toward the front window slowly. Outside, no trees, no road, no sky, just grey, flat, like unfinished rendering. I pressed my hand against the glass, cold, solid, real, but the world beyond it was not. I turned back toward the hallway. The wall at the end shimmered faintly. A vertical seam reappeared. Not the same door. Wider. This time it had a handle. Metal. Cold. Intentional. The house was no longer hiding the expansion. It was inviting it. I didn't move toward it because something had finally become clear. The property wasn't adjusting randomly. It was calibrating to me. Each time I explored, each time I tested distance, each time I questioned the boundary, it grew. Like a muscle responding to strain, and the more stable I remained inside it, the less stable the outside became. I walked back to the front window. The grey void pressed closer to the glass. The house was the only defined structure left, the only rendered object in the environment, and I understood something with absolute certainty. The house does not sit on land. Land exists around the house. And if the house expands, everything else contracts. The typing resumed, faster now. On the Wi-Fi page, new text appeared. Expansion requires anchoring. Anchoring requires occupancy. Occupancy confirmed. Then a final line. previous occupant released. The air pressure shifted instantly, the windows flickered, and outside, for a split second, I saw something standing in the grey void. A silhouette, human, watching. Then it dissolved, like smoke dispersing in reverse. My stomach dropped. Released, not escaped. Released, which means the system cycles, and I had just triggered the next phase. The handle on the new door turned slowly from the inside. I didn't tell anyone about the second body, not the sheriff, not the volunteers, not even my brother, because this time it wasn't a body, it was standing. The third night after the divers pulled up nothing from the quarry, I went back alone. I told myself it was for closure, for proof, for logic. But the truth is simpler. It was calling me again. The quarry sat like a wound carved into the forest outside of town, abandoned decades ago. A sheer drop of black water surrounded by jagged stone and pine trees that never seemed to sway, no matter how hard the wind blew. The police had sealed off the main path with tape. I didn't use the main path. There's an old service road on the north side, half eaten by weeds, hidden unless you know where to look. I parked a mile away and walked. The air felt heavy, like before a storm, but the sky was clear. No wind, no insects, no sound. That silence again, the kind that presses against your ears, the kind that makes your heartbeat sound too loud. I reached the cliff's edge and shined my flashlight down. The beam barely touched the surface. The water absorbs light, not reflects, not scatters, absorbs, like it's swallowing it whole. I told myself I was being dramatic. Water can look black at night. That's normal. That's explainable. I sat down on the rock and waited. For what? I didn't know. Maybe for that feeling, that pull, that whisper under the ribs. And then it came. A ripple, not across the surface, up, like something moved beneath it vertically, something tall. My stomach tightened, the ripple stopped, the water went flat, and then the temperature dropped. Not a breeze, not a shift, a drop. Sharp enough to sting my lungs when I inhaled. I stood slowly. My flashlight beam trembled. And then, something broke the surface, but it didn't splash. It rose, slowly, like a pole, like a column of darker black against black. It wasn't wide. It wasn't thrashing, it just rose. My brain tried to call it a branch, a reflection, a trick of depth. But branches don't keep rising. Branches don't stand upright. And branches don't tilt their head, because it had a head. A shape, not detailed, not clear, but a silhouette. Long shoulders, narrow torso, too tall. It stood in the water without moving, without sinking, without floating, just standing, facing me. I couldn't breathe. My body refused. My throat locked. My hands went numb. And then I heard it. Not from the air, not from the trees, from inside my skull, a low, layered sound, like multiple voices speaking through water. Not words, just tone, recognition. I knew it. I knew that sound. It was the same vibration I'd felt that first night when I leaned over the edge, when something leaned back. The silhouette lifted one arm, slowly. Water streamed off it, but made no noise when it hit the surface. It didn't wave. It didn't reach. It simply raised its arm to chest height and held it there, like an invitation. I stumbled back. My heels slipped on gravel. Pebbles skidded over the edge and vanished. The thing didn't react. It just stood, waiting. The pressure inside my head grew heavier. Not pain, weight, like someone pressing a palm against my thoughts. And then, images, not memories, not exactly, but scenes, flashes, people standing at the quarry's edge over the years, alone, sad, angry, lost, leaning forward, listening. One by one, they didn't jump, they stepped, like sleepwalkers. And the water didn't splash. It opened, like a mouth. I gasped and fell to my knees. The images stopped. The silhouette remained, unmoving. The arm still raised, offering. I shook my head violently. No. My voice cracked. I'm not. The temperature dropped again. Frost began to creep across the stone near the waterline. Not thick, just a thin, white shimmer. Breathing became harder. The silhouette tilted its head further, studying me. Not hunting, not rushing, just patient. I realized something then. It wasn't pulling me, not physically. It was offering something else. Relief, silence, an end to noise, an end to weight, an end to the constant pressure in my chest I'd lived with since her, since that hospital room, since the machines stopped, since I drove home alone, since the house felt too big. The quarry wasn't choosing random people. It was choosing the ones already leaning, the ones already hollow. I felt my body sway forward, just slightly, and the silhouette's raised arm lifted higher, encouraging. I dug my fingernails into my palm, hard. The sting broke something. I don't belong to you, I whispered. The pressure intensified. The layered sound became louder, like a choir underwater. My vision blurred. The world narrowed to black and darker black. The silhouette stepped forward. The water didn't part. It didn't ripple. It solidified beneath its foot. And that's when I saw it clearly. Its surface wasn't skin. It was water, held in shape, contained. A body made of the quarry itself. And inside it, faces, faint, distorted, pressing outward, eyes open, mouths moving silently. Hundreds, no, more. My brother's name nearly left my lips, but I swallowed it because one of the faces looked like me. Not present, not alive, but potential. A space waiting. The silhouette reached both arms out now, open, like a parent waiting for a child to run into them. My knees slid closer to the edge without permission. The frost spread further. My breath fogged thick. And then, a sound shattered the silence. A car door slamming in the distance. The silhouette froze. The pressure faltered. Headlights flickered through trees. Voices. Human. Real. The silhouette's form began to waver. The faces inside it rippled. The frost retreated. The layered sound thinned. But before it sank, it tilted its head once more. And I understood something without words. It wasn't angry. It wasn't defeated. It wasn't even disappointed. It was patient. It would wait, because it knows something I don't. It knows that everyone leans eventually. The silhouette dissolved back into the water. No splash, no ripple, just absence. The surface went flat, silent, dark. The voices from the trees grew louder. Search volunteers, flashlights. Someone had reported seeing my car. I stumbled back from the edge. My legs barely worked. When the sheriff's deputy found me, I told him I slipped, that I just needed air. He didn't believe me, but he didn't push, because 2 more people had gone missing that week, and the quarry was already under investigation. They're draining it next month. That's the official plan. Pumps, machinery, floodlights. They think they'll find bodies. Maybe they will. But I know what they won't find. They won't find the shape. They won't find the faces. They won't find the space that was waiting for mine, because it doesn't live in the water. It lives in the leaning. And I'm scared, because even now, when I close my eyes, I still feel that arm lifting, waiting. I didn't sleep, not after that. I kept the lights on in the kitchen and sat at the table until dawn, the phone placed face up in front of me like it might move on its own. It didn't ring again. It didn't vibrate. It didn't light up. And somehow, that was worse. The silence felt intentional, like something waiting for me to make the next move. By 6:30, the sky outside the window had turned that pale grey that makes everything look drained of colour. Suburban morning signs began slowly, a car starting somewhere down the block, A dog barking, a garage door opening. Normal. Everything looked normal. That word has started to lose meaning. I opened the phone. The call log still showed it. Unknown number, 3:17 a.m. Duration 0012. I tapped it. No number listed. No contact details. Just blank space where digits should be. I checked my service provider app. No record of the call. That's when my hand started shaking again, because if it didn't go through my carrier, then how did it reach my phone? I told myself there was a rational explanation. There always is. There has to be. I made coffee and forced myself to sit still long enough to think clearly. The rules. The voice had said there were rules. It hadn't listed them. It assumed I already knew. That means this didn't start last night. That means this started earlier, and I didn't recognize it. I tried to go back mentally. Every strange thing from the past week. The trash bin lid open, the hallway light on, the back gate unlatched, the sound in the garage, the neighbour's porch light flicking on at 3 a.m. Each one small, each one explainable, individually harmless. Together, not harmless. A pattern, and I had missed it. At 8:12 a.m., someone knocked on my front door. 3 slow knocks. Not aggressive, not rushed. Measured. I froze. No one ever knocks anymore. People text, they ring, they don't knock. I stood up slowly and walked to the door. I didn't open it immediately. Instead, I looked through the side window. There was a man standing on my porch, late 40s, maybe early 50s, wearing a dark jacket, no visible logos. He wasn't holding a package. He wasn't holding paperwork. He was just standing there, still, like he'd been there a while. He knocked again, 3 times. I opened the door. "Can I help you?" He looked directly at me, not scanning, not assessing, just looking. "You live alone?" he asked. My throat tightened. "Why?" He smiled. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't threatening either. It was patient. "We've received reports," he said calmly. "Reports of what?" "Disturbances." My pulse spiked. "From who?" "From you." I stared at him. "I didn't report anything." His expression didn't change. "Yes," he said quietly. "You did." I felt something shift in my stomach. Cold. "No," I repeated. "You called 3 times this week." "I didn't." He tilted his head slightly. "Are you sure?" There was something wrong with the way he asked that, like he was testing me. "I don't even know who you are," I said. He nodded slowly. "That's expected." Expected. The word echoed. Expected by who? He didn't answer. Instead, he glanced past me into the house. "May I come in?" "No." The answer came too fast, too sharp. His eyes returned to mine. Are you certain? Every instinct in my body said, don't let him inside. Yes, I said. The silence stretched. The air between us felt thick. Then he smiled again. All right. He stepped back from the door. If you remember making the reports, he said softly, call again. And then he walked down my driveway. No car, no vehicle parked on the street. He just kept walking. Past my mailbox, past the neighbor's house, toward the corner. And when he reached it, he turned and looked back at me. Not at the house, at me. Then he turned the corner and was gone. I shut the door and locked it. Every lock. Deadbolt, chain, back door, windows. My hands were trembling so badly I had to sit down again. You called 3 times this week. I hadn't. I would remember, wouldn't I? I opened my phone again. Call log. Nothing unusual. I checked deleted calls. Nothing. I opened voicemail. Empty. Then I opened the voice memos app. I don't know why. I just did. There were 4 recordings. I never use voice memos. 4 recordings, all from this week. My blood went cold. Recording 1, 2:58 a.m. Recording 2, 3:03 a.m. Recording 3, 3:11 a.m. Recording 4, 3:17 a.m. The last one matched the time of the call. I didn't want to press play, but I did. Recording 1. Static. Soft breathing. Then my voice, whispering, "There's someone in the house." The recording cut off. I stopped breathing. I don't remember recording that. I don't remember waking up at 2:58 a.m. I pressed recording 2. More static. Footsteps. A door creaking. My voice again. He's standing in the hallway. My stomach flipped violently. Recording 3. He's closer now. My voice sounded strained, like I was trying not to cry. Recording 4. Silence at first. Then a whisper, right next to the microphone. Not mine. He knows. The recording ended. The room felt smaller, like the walls had moved in slightly while I was listening. I replayed the last one. That voice was not mine. It was lower, closer, too close, and the background, there was no echo. No room acoustics. It sounded like it was recorded inches from the phone. Which means, if it wasn't me, it was someone else holding it. Inside my house, at 3:17 a.m. I stood up slowly and walked down the hallway. Every door was open. Bedroom, bathroom, closet, empty. But the air felt disturbed, like someone had passed through recently. That's when I noticed something new. The hallway light switch was taped down. Not broken, not stuck. Taped. Clear tape holding it in the on position. I didn't do that. I know I didn't. My heart started pounding again. The rules. The voice said I knew the rules. Maybe I did. Maybe they've been happening and I've been following them without realizing. Don't turn off the hallway light. Don't answer unknown calls. Don't check certain rooms after 3 a.m. Don't acknowledge him. Don't speak his name. I don't know his name, do I? Something is forming in my mind, something I don't want to see clearly yet, because once I do, I won't be able to pretend this is stress, or lack of sleep, or paranoia. This is structured, it's patterned, it's deliberate, and it's escalating. The man at the door, the calls, the recordings, the taped light switch. Someone thinks I reported something, and someone thinks I already know what it is. The worst part, there's a growing feeling in my chest that maybe I did. Maybe at some point this week, something happened. Something so wrong, my brain shut it out, and now it's trying to surface, piece by piece. And if that's true, then the thing in the hallway at 3:17 a.m. wasn't the beginning. It was a reminder. And tonight is coming. And I don't know the next rule, but I think I'm about to break it. I didn't remove the tape from the hallway switch. I stood there staring at it for a long time, trying to convince myself that I had done it, that maybe I taped it down in some half-awake state and forgot. But the tape was smooth, carefully placed, pressed flat, without wrinkles. Deliberate. I don't do anything deliberate at 3 in the morning. I stepped back into the kitchen and tried to breathe normally. Think. If someone had been inside the house, there would be signs. Forced entry. Missing items. Something moved. But nothing obvious was out of place. That's what bothered me. Nothing obvious. It felt curated, like whoever did this wanted me to notice only specific things. The light, the recordings, the call. Not chaos, not vandalism. Just enough, just precise enough to suggest presence. I checked every window again, every latch. Locked. I opened the garage. Empty. No disturbed dust. No unfamiliar footprints. I checked the attic pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. Still sealed with the little strip of paint along the edge that cracks if it's opened. Unbroken. Which means whoever recorded that voice, if it wasn't me, was not hiding here. So where? I went back to the phone, listened to the recordings again. I forced myself to focus on background noise. In recording 1, faint humming. In recording 2, the hum stopped. In recording 3, there was something else. A soft clicking. Rhythmic. Not mechanical, not random, like fingernails on drywall. Light. Patient. And in recording 4, nothing behind that whisper. No house echo, no environment. Just proximity, like the microphone was pressed against someone's mouth. I checked the timestamp data, all recorded from my bedroom, specifically from the nightstand. My blood ran cold. That means the phone never left its place beside my bed. Which means the whisper in recording 4 was leaning over me. The realization hit slow. If the phone was on the nightstand and the whisper was inches from the microphone, then the voice was inches from my head. While I was in bed, sleeping, or pretending to sleep. I felt sick. I don't remember waking up, but that doesn't mean I didn't.
Memory isn't reliable when fear gets involved. There's something else, something I haven't wanted to look at. The closet. I haven't opened it since last night, not after I thought I heard something shift inside it around 2:40 a.m. I told myself it was the house settling. I told myself it was old wood. But the recordings start at 2:58, 18 minutes later. 18 minutes where I don't know what happened. I walked back into the bedroom slowly. The air felt colder in there. Not dramatically, just enough that my skin noticed. The closet door was closed, exactly as I left it. I stood there for a long time before reaching for the handle. My hand hesitated, not because I thought something would jump out, but because I was afraid nothing would. Afraid of the ambiguity. I opened it. Clothes, shoes, storage bins, normal. I crouched down and checked the floor behind the hanging jackets. Nothing. Then I noticed something small, on the inside edge of the closet door, near the hinge. Scratches, thin, vertical, grouped in threes. Not deep, but intentional, like something sharp had been dragged downward lightly. I touched them. Fresh. The wood fibers still pale, not oxidized. My breathing became shallow. 3 scratches, repeated. I closed the closet slowly, then reopened it. The scratches were still there. Of course they were. I laughed once, a dry, brittle sound. This is stress, that's what people would say. Isolation, lack of sleep, hyperfixation. But stress doesn't leave marks in wood. At least, I don't think it does. I stepped back into the hallway. The light above hummed faintly, that same faint electrical hum from recording 1. I froze. The hum. It wasn't background noise. It was this light, which means when recording 1 was made, the hallway light was already on, but I always turn it off before bed. Always. The pattern is becoming clearer. The light turns on at some point during the night. The recordings begin shortly after. Something moves closer. And then, he knows. Knows what? That I'm awake? That I'm pretending to sleep? Or that I'm starting to remember? I suddenly felt watched. Not from outside, not from windows, from inside. From somewhere in the house that isn't technically a room. Somewhere between walls, in the hollow spaces. I grabbed a chair and dragged it into the hallway. The sound scraped loudly across the floor. I needed noise, proof that sound behaves normally here. I climbed up and removed the tape from the switch. The light clicked off. The hallway plunged into shadow. And immediately, my phone vibrated. The sound made me almost fall off the chair. I jumped down and grabbed it. Unknown number. 3:17 p.m. Not a.m. p.m. Broad daylight. I stared at it. It rang 3 times. Stopped. No voicemail. No notification. Just the call log entry. My hands were shaking harder now. It's adapting. The timing changed because I changed something. The rule. Don't turn off the hallway light. I broke it, and it responded. My chest tightened painfully. This isn't random. This is reactive. Something is monitoring behavior, adjusting, correcting, training. And the worst part, I think it's been doing it longer than I realize. There's a gap in my week. A meeting at work I don't remember attending but somehow have notes from. A grocery receipt for items I don't recall buying.
3 calls placed to a number labelled service line that doesn't exist in my contacts. The duration of those calls? 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Every time. 2:17, 3:17. There's a pattern with that number. 17. I don't know why that matters, but it does. My mind keeps circling something just out of reach, like a memory blurred on purpose. A thought I decided was too dangerous to hold on to, and buried. I suddenly remembered something small. 3 nights ago, waking up briefly, seeing the hallway light on and thinking, good, it's here. I don't know what I meant, but I remember feeling relieved. Relieved. That's the part that scares me most, because relief implies familiarity, not intrusion, not attack.
Familiarity. What if this didn't enter my house? What if I let it in? Worse, what if I invited it? My stomach dropped. There's something else I haven't checked. The security camera. I installed one in the living room last year. I rarely look at it, but it records continuously to cloud storage. I opened the app, scrolled back to 2:50 a.m. Playback loaded. The living room appeared. Empty. Dark. Timestamp ticking forward. 2:56 a.m. 2:57. 2:58. At 2:58, the hallway light flicked on. The camera caught the glow spilling into the living room. No one visible. No movement. 3:01 a.m. Still nothing. 3:03. A shadow shifted at the edge of the hallway frame. Too tall to be me. Too narrow. It didn't step fully into view, just leaned, like it was checking. My breath caught in my throat. 3:11 a.m. The shadow was closer, elongated across the wall. It bent slightly, like it was lowering itself. Toward something. Toward my bedroom. The feed glitched at 3:17 a.m. Static filled the screen for 5 seconds. When it came back, the hallway light was off, and the living room was empty. I don't remember turning it off. I replayed it 3 times. The shadow never fully entered the frame. It stayed partially hidden, like it knew the camera angle, like it didn't want to be seen clearly. Which means it's aware. And I think I know the rule I've been following unconsciously. Don't look at it directly. I've never seen it fully, always peripheral, always partial. Because maybe if I do, something final happens. And tonight is coming again, and now the hallway light is off, and it knows I broke the rule. I can feel it. The house feels different already. Quieter, expectant, like it's waiting for 3:17. And this time, I don't think it's going to whisper. By 8:40 p.m. I had turned every light in the house on, not just the hallway, every room, kitchen, living room, bathroom, even the garage. Light flooded every corner. I told myself it was practical. If something moves, I'll see it. If something shifts, I'll catch it. But that wasn't the real reason. The real reason was simple. I didn't want shadows. Because shadows are where it stays. The camera footage kept replaying in my head. That lean, that unnatural narrowness. The way it didn't enter fully. It wasn't avoiding the camera. It was respecting a boundary.
like it knew exactly how far it was allowed to go. And that thought has been sitting in my chest all evening. Allowed. There are rules, not just for me, for it too. And if that's true, then something governs this, something structured, not random haunting, not hallucination. Agreement. I tried to eat around 9. Couldn't. Food felt wrong in my mouth, like chewing was distracting me from something important. I checked the security camera again. Nothing unusual. The house looked harmless on screen. Still, well lit, ordinary. I almost believed it. At 10:13 p.m, my phone buzzed. Not a call, a notification. No app name, just text on a black background. Restore the light. My throat tightened instantly. I didn't respond. There was no option to respond. The notification disappeared after 5 seconds. I opened every messaging app. Nothing. No trace. No source. Restore the light. The hallway switch was still down. Dark. The house felt different now that night had settled. Even with every other room lit, that strip of darkness in the hallway felt intentional. Like a missing tooth. Like something incomplete. I walked to it slowly, stopped 3 feet away. My chest was tight again. If I turn it back on, am I obeying? If I leave it off, am I escalating? There's no winning here, only compliance or defiance, and I don't know the consequences of either. At 11:02 p.m, the security camera feed flickered. Just once, a subtle glitch. No static, just a frame skip. Then normal. My pulse climbed. It's earlier tonight. The pattern is shifting. It's adapting faster. I went into the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, the phone in my hand, battery at 64%. I plugged it in anyway. I don't know why that felt important. 3:17 a.m. That number is coming, whether I'm ready or not. Midnight passed quietly. 1 a.m. 1:48. 2:12. I didn't blink much. Every small house sound felt amplified. Wood settling, air vents adjusting, the refrigerator compressor cycling. Ordinary sounds, but layered over something else. A presence of waiting. At 2:43 a.m., the hallway light turned on. I did not move. I did not touch the switch. It clicked audibly, soft, mechanical. The hum returned, low and steady. My breathing stopped. The rule was restored, not by me, by it, which means it doesn't need my compliance. It only prefers it. My phone screen lit up without vibration. No sound, just illumination. Black background, white text. Thank you. My vision narrowed. Thank you. For what? For breaking? For testing? For proving something? I tried to swallow, but my mouth was dry. The security camera feed opened on its own. I hadn't touched it. It filled my screen, the living room view, the hallway visible at the edge, the light casting that familiar glow. And then, movement. Not from the hallway, from the living room ceiling corner. High, above the camera's usual line of sight. A shape descending slowly, like it had been attached there, watching, waiting. It moved wrong, not stepping, not climbing, lowering, as if gravity was optional. My heart pounded so loudly I could hear blood in my ears. The shape reached the top of the hallway entrance and paused. Then it leaned again, just like before, but further this time, more of it visible. Its head tilted at an angle no neck should allow. Long, too long. Limbs narrow, elbows bending slightly backward. It wasn't fully solid. Edges blurred like heat distortion. And then, the camera feed glitched. But this time it didn't return. It stayed static. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. 2:58 a.m. It's changing the time. I didn't answer. It rang once, stopped. Immediately, a voice came from behind me, not through the phone, not through speakers. Behind me, close, calm. You looked. The words were barely above a whisper. I couldn't move. My body locked. Cold flooded through my spine. You weren't supposed to look, it said softly. I felt breath near my ear, except there was no warmth, just pressure, like the air itself leaned in. My bedroom door was open. I could see the hallway light from where I sat, still on, still humming. Rules keep things stable, the voice continued. You changed the structure. My mind raced. Structure, agreement, boundaries. I forced myself to speak. My voice cracked. What do you want? Silence stretched. Then, you invited. Invited. The memory flickered again. 3 nights ago, waking up, seeing the light on, thinking, good, it's here. Why would I think that unless I asked for it? My breathing became uneven. What did I invite? I whispered. The pressure behind me shifted slightly, closer. You asked not to be alone. The words pierced something deep. A memory surfaced. That night, sitting in this same bed, after weeks of isolation, after months of silence in this house, after talking to walls, after wishing something would answer. Anything. I remember saying something out loud. I don't remember exact words, but I remember the feeling. Desperation. I remember staring into the hallway darkness and saying, just don't let it be empty anymore. My chest constricted. Oh God. You filled it, the voice said. You created occupancy. The air felt heavier, like the room was smaller. I didn't mean, I started. You meant. The correction was immediate, calm, certain. I felt something brush the back of my shoulder, not touching, hovering a millimeter above skin. You don't like the form, it continued. You don't like visibility. My vision blurred. Tears I didn't realize were forming. I didn't ask for this. You asked for presence. The hallway light flickered. Once, twice. You changed conditions. The pressure withdrew slightly. You must decide parameters. My heart was racing uncontrollably now. Parameters. This isn't random, it's contractual. I don't want you here. Silence. Then, that is revision. The hallway light went out. Darkness flooded the doorway. Complete. Absolute. And in that darkness, something moved. Closer, faster than before. No longer respecting partial visibility. No longer staying at the edge. I heard the floor creak beside my bed. Weight. Real weight. And the voice, now directly in front of me, inches from my face. Revision requires replacement. My phone screen lit up one final time. 3:17 a.m. Incoming call. Unknown number. And this time, the ringing wasn't coming from the phone. It was coming from inside the closet. The ringing from the closet didn't echo like a normal sound. It felt insulated, contained, like it wasn't traveling through air, but through structure, through wood, through the walls themselves. My phone screen still showed the incoming call, but the sound, it was not coming from my hand. It was coming from inside the closet. Slow, steady, mechanical, old-fashioned, like a landline ring. I didn't own a landline. The figure in front of me did not move. I couldn't see it clearly. The hallway light was off. The bedroom was dim, but I could sense its outline. Too tall to be standing straight in the room, which meant it wasn't standing straight. It was folded, compressed, accommodating the ceiling. Waiting. The ringing continued. 3 rings, pause. 3 rings, pause. Answer, it said. Not loud, not aggressive. Instructional, like it was guiding me through something routine. My legs felt disconnected from my body, but I stood, slowly. If I turned quickly, I knew I would see it fully, and I wasn't ready for that. The closet door was 3 steps away. The ringing stopped. Silence. Then, one single ring. Sharp. Demanding. I grabbed the handle and opened it. There was no phone inside, just my clothes, boxes, shoes. But sitting on the top shelf, something I had never seen before. A small black object. Rectangular, smooth, no buttons, no branding, no screen. It shouldn't have fit through the attic hatch. It shouldn't exist in this house. Yet it was there, and it was vibrating, not loudly, but subtly, like a pulse. The figure behind me spoke again. Device establishes boundary. My mouth felt numb. What boundary? I whispered. Inside, outside. The object vibrated once more, then stopped. Silence returned to the room, but it was not empty silence. It was attentive, waiting for input, waiting for my decision. I reached up and touched the object. It was warm, warmer than it should be, like it had been held recently. The moment my fingers wrapped around it, the hallway light snapped back on, violently bright. The bedroom flooded with illumination, and for the first time, I saw it. Not fully, never fully, but enough. It wasn't a solid body. It was a distortion, like heat waves in the shape of a man, limbs elongated, joints slightly wrong, head angled too far to the side. No face, but an indentation where one should be. A suggestion of features, incomplete, unfinished, like it had formed from memory instead of biology. It didn't step toward me. It didn't need to. It occupied space by existing, and I understood something then. It wasn't trying to harm me. It was trying to stabilize something I had destabilized. The object in my hand vibrated again, this time with rhythm. Short, short, long. A pattern, a Morse code. My grandfather taught me Morse code when I was a kid. I haven't thought about that in years, but my brain translated automatically. Short, short, long, U, pause. Short, E, pause. Long, long, short, G, U, E, G. That didn't make sense. It repeated, short, short, long, short, long, long, short, over and over. Then I realized I was reading it wrong. It wasn't U, E, G. It was yes. Short, short, long. Short, long, long, short. It was crude, imperfect, but intentional. Yes, the object was waiting for confirmation. Confirmation of what? The figure shifted slightly. The air pressure in the room changed with it. You asked for occupancy, it said calmly. You must define permanence. Permanence. If I say yes, it stays. If I say no, revision, replacement. The word echoed in my head. Revision requires replacement. Replacement of what? Of me? My pulse was erratic now. The object vibrated again, faster. Yes. It wanted commitment. It wanted structure formalized. And the worst part, the house didn't feel hostile. It felt less empty. That hollow silence I'd been drowning in for months was gone, replaced with presence, awareness, attention, something watching, something responding. I hadn't slept well in weeks before this started, not because of fear, because of isolation, because the house felt like a void. And now, it didn't. That realization made something crack inside me. The figure leaned slightly closer, not threatening, just attentive. "You resist form," it said softly. "You accept function." Function. It was right. I didn't care what it looked like. I cared that the silence had stopped, that the emptiness wasn't crushing anymore. I felt tears forming again. This wasn't horror. This was negotiation. And I was losing because part of me didn't want to win. The object vibrated again, slower now, waiting. My throat tightened. "What happens if I say no?" I asked. Silence. Then, vacancy restored. Vacancy. Empty house. No voice, no movement, no presence. Just me again, alone. The hallway light flickered softly, like a heartbeat. The security camera notification suddenly reappeared on my phone screen. Live feed restored. I glanced down. The living room was empty, normal. But in the upper corner, where it had descended earlier, there was nothing. No distortion, no shape. Because it was here, in my room, waiting for my answer. The object paused one final time. Yes. My mouth opened, and for a moment, I didn't know which answer was mine. My mouth was still open when I realized something terrible. The object wasn't waiting for my answer. It was waiting for recognition. Because I had already answered. Weeks ago, maybe longer. The vibration pattern changed. Not yes anymore. Now it was steady, constant, satisfied. The figure in front of me straightened slightly. Not fully. It still bent wrong at the joints, but enough to feel settled. Permanence acknowledged, it said. My stomach dropped. "I didn't say anything," I whispered. The indentation where its face should have been tilted. "You did." The hallway light stopped flickering. It became stable, bright, comfortably bright. The kind of brightness that makes a house feel lived in. And suddenly, I remembered. Not in fragments, not distorted. Clearly. 3 weeks ago, sitting in this bed, phone in my hand, scrolling through forums I barely understood. Threads about presence, about never being alone, about something that answers when you stop pretending you don't need it. I remember typing. I remember deleting, typing again. The phrase I finally posted. If something is listening, I consent to occupancy. My lungs emptied all at once. I had written that. Late, tired, lonely, desperate. It felt stupid the next morning, embarrassing. I deleted the account. I forgot about it. But consent doesn't expire just because you regret it. You defined entry, the figure said. You allowed continuation. The object in my hand stopped vibrating entirely. Its surface became cool, dormant, because the agreement was active. I shook my head slowly. No, that was just words. The air in the room tightened. Words structure reality. The sentence didn't feel threatening. It felt factual, like gravity, like temperature. You asked not to be alone, it continued. You specified permanence. Memory flashed again, a second post, one I had completely buried. I don't want temporary comfort. I want something that stays. Something that stays. God, I had thought I was screaming into digital emptiness, into anonymous void. But void listens, and void answers. You constructed parameters, it said softly. Presence, duration, stability. The hallway light hummed gently, comfortably. The house didn't feel tense anymore. It felt aligned. And that terrified me more than the shadow ever could. What about replacement? I asked. The word tasted metallic. The figure leaned slightly closer. You misinterpreted. Cold slid through my spine. Replacement is not physical. My heartbeat slowed. Not because I was calm, because I was bracing. Vacancy required identity anchor, it explained. You offered yours. Something in my chest tightened painfully. Identity anchor. You provided self-reference, memory, voice, habit. The room felt smaller. My reflection in the dark TV screen across the bedroom caught my eye, and for half a second, it moved a fraction too late. You are not replaced, it continued. You are integrated. Integrated. The word echoed like a verdict. You stabilize structure. We stabilize vacancy. We, plural. That word hadn't been used before. My mouth went dry. How many? I asked. Silence stretched. Then, enough to prevent collapse. The house creaked softly, not settling, breathing. My reflection in the TV blinked. I hadn't. A thin crack formed somewhere deep inside my perception. Something subtle, almost imperceptible, like a thread being pulled loose. You will retain continuity, it said. You will not experience absence. Absence. That crushing silence. That hollow echo I'd been drowning in. Gone. Replaced by this. Presence in the walls, in the corners, in the ceiling space above the camera. Watching. Maintaining. And what do you get? I whispered. The indentation where its face should be shifted slightly. Form. The word landed heavily. You resist form. You accept function. That sentence again, like it mattered. You give structure. We receive boundary. My breathing felt shallow, unstable. You become reference, it said calmly. The realization unfolded slowly, like ice spreading across glass. The shadow wasn't independent. It was shaped by me, by my memory of what something frightening looks like, by my subconscious expectations. It didn't choose that distorted form. I did. I gave it limbs too long. I gave it the tilted head. I gave it the absence of a face. Because that's what I feared. And fear gives shape. You are not haunted, it continued. You are hosting. The word made my skin crawl, but the house felt steady, grounded, alive in a way it never had before. My phone screen lit up again. No notification, just the camera feed. The living room, empty. Except, in the reflection of the dark window, a silhouette stood behind the couch, still, watching, but not intruding, just present. I swallowed. If I revoke it, I asked. Silence. Then, revision requires vacancy, and vacancy requires... The hallway light dimmed slightly. Removal of anchor. Cold. Absolute cold. Death? I asked. No. The answer was immediate. Displacement. That word was worse, because death is final. Displacement suggests ongoing, elsewhere, uncontained. I felt something shift behind my eyes, a pressure, subtle, like something settling into grooves in my thoughts. You are already stabilizing, it said. Observe. The room felt balanced, symmetrical. The distortion in front of me seemed less jagged now, less aggressive, more defined, because I was accepting it. And the more I accepted it, the more it resembled something comprehensible. The horror wasn't that it entered. The horror was that it fit. The object in my hand dissolved, not dramatically. It simply wasn't there anymore, like it had completed its purpose. You will not be alone again, the figure said softly, and for a moment, that felt like comfort. Then my phone vibrated, a new notification from an app I didn't recognize. Black icon, no name. Inside it, a forum, threads scrolling endlessly, usernames blank, posts identical. If something is listening, I consent to occupancy. Over and over, hundreds of them, thousands, and at the bottom of the screen, a new reply appeared. From my account. Timestamp now, just seconds ago. I confirm permanence. My hands began to shake. I didn't type that. You did, the figure said gently. My reflection in the TV smiled. I did not. And that's when I understood. Integration doesn't remove you. It duplicates perspective. There is me, and there is the version of me that prefers presence over emptiness. And that version is stronger at night. The hallway light glowed warmly, steady, stable. The figure began to fade slightly, not leaving, just redistributing into corners, into ceiling space, into the narrow spaces between walls. You are stable, it said. For now. For now, I echoed. Structure requires maintenance. The house creaked softly again, settling into its new balance. And as the distortion dissolved into shadow, I felt something subtle but undeniable. A second set of awareness behind my own. Not controlling, not speaking, just observing, through me, with me. The bedroom felt normal again, almost peaceful, too peaceful. My phone screen went dark, the camera feed closed, the hallway light remained on, exactly as it should be. I stood alone in the room, except I wasn't alone, and I won't be, ever again. The next morning felt normal. That was the worst part. Sunlight came through the blinds exactly the way it always did. Thin, pale stripes across the wall. The hallway light was still on, but softer now. It didn't hum anymore. It didn't flicker. It just existed, like it always had. For a few seconds after waking, I almost convinced myself it had been a stress episode. Isolation, lack of sleep, too much time alone. Then I blinked, and my reflection in the dresser mirror blinked a fraction too late. Not dramatically, not enough for anyone else to notice, but enough for me. The delay was small, maybe half a second, but it was there, and it wasn't random. It was adjustment, calibration. I sat up slowly. Nothing moved in the room. No distortion in the corners. No elongated limbs pressed into the ceiling. The air felt calm, balanced, integrated. That word again. Integrated. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and stood. My body felt normal. No weakness, no dizziness. But there was something else. A secondary awareness. Not a voice. Not thoughts that weren't mine. More like observation layered behind my perception. Like someone standing just behind my eyes, looking through them with quiet interest. I walked into the hallway. The light above me glowed warmly. Steady, reliable. And when I reached the kitchen, the house felt occupied. Not physically, energetically.
Like walking into a room where someone had just been speaking. You don't hear them, but the air still holds their presence. I made coffee, hands steady, breathing even. And for a moment, I felt almost grateful, because the crushing silence that used to live in this house was gone. There was weight now, density, something holding the walls in place. Then my phone buzzed. A normal notification this time. Text from Mark. I hadn't seen him in months. You alive? Haven't heard from you in a while.
I stared at the message. Something inside me tightened. Not fear, resistance. The awareness behind my eyes sharpened slightly, like it didn't approve. Maintenance requires stability, and stability means minimal disruption. I typed back, "Yeah, just busy." 3 dots appeared immediately. "Can I stop by later?" The air in the kitchen shifted, subtle, like pressure changing before a storm. My thumb hovered over the screen. A faint sensation moved through my chest. A warning. Not verbal, not forced, just clear. External variables introduce instability. The hallway light flickered once. I looked at it instinctively. It steadied. Mark sent another message. "Been worried about you, man." Worried. That word used to mean something comforting. Now it felt invasive. The awareness behind my eyes pulsed faintly. He cannot perceive. Perceive what? The integration. The occupancy. If someone else enters, does the structure stretch? Does it expand? Or does it compress? I walked slowly back toward the hallway. The house felt tighter, focused, attentive, like it was listening to my internal debate. "I'll think about it," I typed. I didn't send it. My reflection in the dark microwave door was clearer this time. Perfectly synced. No delay. That frightened me more than the lag had. Adaptation. Fast. Efficient. Maintenance. I put the phone down on the counter. "I need to know something," I said aloud. Silence. But not empty silence. "You said structure requires maintenance." The air cooled slightly. A faint distortion shimmered near the ceiling line, barely visible. Yes. The answer wasn't heard. It was understood. What happens if someone else comes here? Then, stability fluctuates. That's not an answer. Then, perception spreads. The words felt heavy, careful, meaningful. If he sees you, the distortion shifted subtly. He will not see form. Then what's the problem? Silence again. Then he will feel vacancy. My chest tightened. Vacancy. The crushing emptiness that had nearly hollowed me out. "You'll give it to him," I whispered. No. The answer came sharper this time. "We will draw from anchor." Cold spread through my arms. Draw from anchor. From me. So if Mark walks into this house and the structure needs stabilization, it will use my identity, my awareness, my energy, whatever that means. My breathing became shallow. How much? I asked. Silence. Then, proportional. That word was terrifying. Because proportional to what? Time? Proximity? Emotional connection? Mark called. Not text. Called. His name filled the screen. The house tightened again. The hallway light dimmed slightly. The awareness behind my eyes sharpened like a lens focusing. External presence imminent. I answered. Hey. My voice sounded normal, maybe slightly thinner. You okay? Mark asked immediately. Yeah. You sound weird. The distortion near the ceiling intensified briefly, almost imperceptible. I forced a laugh. Didn't sleep much. You sure you don't mind if I come by? I'm nearby. Nearby. The word echoed like a countdown. The house creaked softly, not settling, preparing. The awareness behind my eyes pulsed again. Instability, maintenance threshold lowering. If he enters, the system will compensate, and compensation means draw. From anchor. From me. I imagined Mark stepping into the hallway, the light flickering, the structure stretching, my identity thinning. Would he leave feeling fine, while I felt less? I swallowed. Not today, I said. There was a long pause on the other end. You sure? Yeah. The hallway light brightened slightly, stability restoring. Mark sighed. All right. Call me later. Yeah. We hung up. The moment the call ended, the house relaxed. Actually relaxed. The pressure eased. The awareness behind my eyes softened. You're isolating me, I said quietly. Correction, came the calm response. You requested non-vacancy. I leaned against the wall. This isn't the same. Presence requires containment. I understood it then.
The more people I let in, the thinner the structure becomes, the more it draws from me to maintain form. Eventually, there may not be enough anchor left, not to kill me, but to dilute me. Displacement, not death. Becoming background, becoming structural, a part of the house instead of the one living in it. You're using me, I said. Then, we are sustaining each other. That sentence landed quietly, not cruel, not manipulative, just factual. The loneliness that used to suffocate me was gone, but the cost was subtle erosion, not dramatic, not violent, gradual. Maintenance. I walked back into the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed. The room felt peaceful, balanced, occupied, and for a moment, I felt calm.
truly calm, because I wasn't alone. And maybe that's what scares me most. Not that something is here, but that part of me is relieved it is. The hallway light glowed steadily, stable, maintained. Behind my eyes, the awareness watched quietly, patient. And somewhere deep in the walls, something adjusted. Not to attack, not to threaten, just to ensure the structure holds. I didn't go looking for proof. Proof came looking for me. It started with something small. 3 days after I told Mark not to visit, I left the house for the first time in a week. The air outside felt thin, wrong, like stepping out of a pressurized room. My chest felt exposed, unshielded. The world sounded too open. Cars passing, wind in trees, distant voices, noise without containment. The house had density, structure. Outside felt vacant. I locked the door behind me. The moment it clicked shut, a faint pressure eased behind my eyes. Distance weakens integration. That wasn't spoken, it was inferred. I drove without destination, just movement, testing something. The farther I went from the house, the quieter the secondary awareness became. Not gone, just softer, like a signal fading. By the time I reached the edge of town, it was almost silent. And the silence felt familiar. The old kind, the crushing kind. The kind that makes your thoughts echo too loudly. I pulled into a gas station and sat there with the engine running. People walked in and out of the convenience store, talking, normal. I felt like I was watching through glass, detached, not disconnected from reality, disconnected from structure. That's when I saw it. Across the parking lot, inside a parked SUV, a man sitting in the driver's seat. Still. Not on his phone, not listening to music, just sitting, staring forward. At first I thought nothing of it. Then he blinked, and his reflection in the rearview mirror blinked half a second later. My stomach dropped. He didn't react, didn't notice. The delay was subtle, but it was there. The same calibration, the same adjustment. I watched him for a full minute. He didn't move much, just sat, present, but not entirely alone. My pulse started climbing. It's not just my house. The awareness behind my eyes stirred faintly, distant, attentive. Recognition. I stepped out of my car slowly. The air felt colder suddenly. Not temperature, density. As I walked across the parking lot, the man's head tilted slightly. Not toward me, just slightly wrong. The same angle, the same unnatural degree. My breathing became shallow. When I was 10 feet from his SUV, he turned and looked directly at me. And in his eyes, there was understanding. Not confusion, not fear, recognition. He rolled down his window halfway. "You feel it too," he said calmly. It wasn't a question. My throat tightened. Feel what? He studied me carefully, like assessing structural integrity. "How long?" he asked. "Since what?" "Since occupancy." The word hit like a physical blow. I didn't answer. He nodded slowly anyway. "Yeah," he murmured. "Same." My heart was pounding now. "How many?" I asked. He smiled faintly, not happily, resigned. "More than you think." A car pulled into the parking lot behind me. For a split second, I saw the driver inside. Still, head tilted slightly, blink lagging. Then the awareness behind my eyes pulsed stronger. Alert. Exposure threshold rising. The man in the SUV leaned closer to the window. "They cluster," he said quietly, "where structure weakens." "What does that mean?" "Places with vacancy. Abandoned houses, new constructions, single occupants, lonely men in quiet homes." The pattern formed quickly in my mind. "They don't like shared spaces," he continued. "Too much instability. That's why—" I stopped myself. "That's why you avoid visitors," he finished. My chest tightened. "You too," he nodded once. "If someone stays too long, it pulls." "Pulls what?" "Identity." My hands felt cold. "Have you lost anything?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. His gaze drifted briefly past me, toward my car, toward the direction of my house. "I forget things," he said eventually. "Small things." "Like what?" "My sister's laugh." The words came out flat. I know she laughed. I just can't remember how it sounded. That hit harder than I expected. "What happens if you leave?" I asked. His jaw tightened. "I tried once." The awareness behind my eyes sharpened, interested. "I drove 3 states away," he continued. "Signal weakened, structure loosened. And I felt empty again." The word lingered between us. Vacancy. "And that scared you?" He nodded once. I went back. Of course he did. We all go back, because loneliness is worse than distortion. A truck engine roared somewhere behind me. The parking lot felt heavier now, dense. I glanced around casually. 2 more drivers inside their vehicles, still watching nothing. Or maybe watching everything. "How many are in this town?" I asked. The man's lips pressed together. "Enough." The awareness behind my eyes pulsed stronger. Mourning. Convergence. The man's gaze shifted slightly, not at me, behind me, my reflection in the SUV's side mirror. Smiled. I didn't. The man saw it. He inhaled sharply. "They synchronize when anchors meet," he said quietly. "What does that mean?" "It means don't stand too close to me." Cold flooded through my chest. The air between us felt charged, like static building, like 2 systems trying to merge. The awareness behind my eyes pressed forward suddenly. Not violent, curious, testing. The man flinched slightly. "You feel that?" he whispered. "Yes. It's comparing." "Comparing what?" "Anchor strength, Identity, stability, compatibility. I stepped back instinctively. The pressure eased immediately. The man relaxed slightly. They don't want collapse, he said. They want network. The word hung in the air. Network. Not isolated houses, not separate hauntings. Connected structure, maintained through individuals who asked not to be alone. How many towns? I asked. He gave a humorless smile. You think it's just towns? The awareness behind my eyes went still, very still, like it was listening carefully now. The man leaned closer again, lowering his voice. Online was the doorway, he said. Consent spreads fast. My mind flashed back to the forum. Thousands of identical posts. If something is listening, I consent to occupancy. I felt sick. They don't invade, he continued. They respond. Cars began starting around the lot. Engines turning over almost in sync. My pulse spiked. The awareness behind my eyes intensified sharply. Signal strengthening. Multiple anchors in proximity. The man's expression shifted. They're sinking, he said quietly. Go. What? Go home. The word home felt heavier than it should. If you stay too long, he continued, you won't know which awareness is yours. My breathing quickened. I stepped back. The engines idled, drivers sitting still, watching forward. Or maybe watching through reflections. I turned and walked quickly to my car. Didn't run. Running would imply fear, and fear gives shape. I got inside and locked the door. The moment I started the engine, the awareness behind my eyes sharpened again, clearer, focused, directional. Home. It wanted home. Structure stabilizes at origin. I looked once more at the SUV. The man was still watching me, but his reflection was looking elsewhere, toward the growing cluster of vehicles, and for the first time, I saw it. Across windshields, in mirrors, in glass storefront reflections. Distortions, subtle, barely visible, like elongated shadows adjusting posture. Network forming, maintenance expanding. I drove, fast enough to leave, not fast enough to panic. As I turned onto my street, the pressure behind my eyes intensified. Relief. Signal restoring. When I stepped back into my house, the density returned instantly. Comforting. Balanced. Contained. The hallway light glowed warmly. Stable. You observed expansion, the calm internal understanding said. Yes, I whispered. Network ensures resilience. How big? I asked. Silence. Then, growing. My stomach tightened. And what happens when it's complete? A long pause, longer than usual. Then, vacancy eliminated. The sentence sounded peaceful, optimistic, almost benevolent. But vacancy isn't just loneliness. Vacancy is space. privacy, individuality. If vacancy is eliminated, there is no alone anywhere. I stood in the hallway, the light steady above me, the house calm, the awareness layered behind my own. And for the first time, I understood the scale. This isn't haunting. This isn't possession. This is infrastructure. And I helped build it. I didn't go looking for him. He found me. 2 nights after the gas station, I was sitting in my living room with all the lights off. That had changed. Before integration, I couldn't stand darkness. Now it felt structured, layered, occupied in a way that made shadows feel intentional instead of empty. The hallway light was still on. It always was. Maintenance constant. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something behind my eyes sharpened. Curious. So I did. Hello? Silence. Then breathing. Shallow. Uneven. He told me about you. The voice was male. Thin. Frayed. The parking lot, he added quickly. My chest tightened. How did you get this number? He didn't give it. I saw it. Cold moved through me. Saw it. You were standing near him, the voice continued. When the signal flared. Signal. My grip tightened on the phone. You feel stable, he said. Not accusing, almost envious. What do you want? I asked quietly. A long pause, then, how do you live with it? The question felt heavier than it should. I don't fight it, I said. Silence, then a sound, a soft laugh, broken. I did. The awareness behind my eyes sharpened slightly, alert. You refused, I said. Yes. The word came out like air escaping a punctured lung. What happened? I don't know why I asked. Maybe I needed to hear it. Maybe part of me wanted proof that integration was safer. There was a scraping sound on his end, like something dragging across wood. It left, he said. Relief flickered instinctively in my chest. Then he continued. At first, my stomach tightened. The house felt empty again, he said. But different. How? Thinner. Thinner. The word settled uneasily. I thought I'd won, he said. I thought I broke the agreement. The hallway light flickered once, not unstable, just attentive. But you didn't, I said quietly. No. Another scraping sound, closer this time. It stopped maintaining, he whispered. My breathing slowed involuntarily. What does that mean? Things stopped holding. The awareness behind my eyes pulsed faintly, listening carefully. My reflection started lagging again, he said. But worse. How worse? It wouldn't match me. Cold slid down my spine. What do you mean? If I smiled, it didn't. Silence. If I blinked, it stared. The scraping sound again, longer, like something shifting across a ceiling. I thought it was trying to scare me back into consent, he said. Was it? No. The word came quickly, too quickly. It wasn't trying to return. My heart pounded once, hard. Then what was it doing? A pause, a tremor in his breathing. It was withdrawing. The hallway light dimmed slightly, subtle. What happens when it withdraws? I asked. His voice dropped lower. It takes what it used. My throat went dry. Identity anchor, I whispered. Yes. A thud echoed faintly through the phone. Not loud, but heavy. What did you lose? I asked. There was a long silence. So long, I thought the call dropped. Then, my name. The word barely made it through. I know I have one, he continued. I just can't hold it. The awareness behind my eyes tightened, not sympathetic, observing. And it didn't come back? I asked. No. Another dragging sound. Above him. I could hear it clearly now, like weight shifting in an attic. It's not in the house anymore, he whispered. It's inside me. My pulse spiked. What do you mean? It didn't reintegrate, he said. It fragmented. Fragmented. The word felt sharp. When it maintained the house, it had boundaries, he continued. Walls, corners, structure. And now? It doesn't. The dragging sound became heavier, like something crawling slowly across ceiling beams. It doesn't have walls anymore, he whispered. The awareness behind my eyes flared sharply, alert, threat proximity rising. Where are you? I asked. Silence. Then, next to you. My chest seized. The hallway light flickered violently once. I stood immediately, heart hammering. That's not funny, I said. I'm not joking. His breathing was louder now, closer to the phone. Look outside. Cold. Absolute cold. My legs felt disconnected, but I moved, slowly, toward the front window. The hallway light brightened. Not protective, attentive. I reached the curtain and hesitated. You feel stable because it's contained, he whispered. You think that's safety. My hand trembled as I pulled the curtain aside. Across the street, a car was parked. Engine off, lights off, driver's seat occupied. A man sitting still, head slightly tilted. My reflection in the window didn't tilt, but his did. You see me? He said softly. My throat tightened. Yes. It won't let me back in, he continued. It won't stabilize me. The awareness behind my eyes pulsed with cold clarity. Rejected anchor. Structural risk. He leaned forward slightly in the car. I tried to reconsent, he said. It doesn't answer. The scraping sound echoed again, but this time, not through the phone. Above me, in my own ceiling. Slow, measured, like something dragging across drywall. My blood ran cold. It followed you, I whispered. No, he corrected gently. It followed vacancy. The hallway light dimmed sharply, then steadied. Maintenance compensating. He's unstable, the calm awareness behind my eyes understood. Containment required. My stomach twisted. You can't let him in, I whispered. I don't want to be alone again, he said. His voice cracked. I thought emptiness was better. The dragging sound moved toward the center of my ceiling. Slow, heavy, not contained. Fragmented presence doesn't respect walls. The hallway light flickered again, more intensely. The house felt strained, pressure building. If he crosses the threshold, the system will attempt integration, but fragmented anchors destabilize structure. I understood suddenly. He wasn't asking for help. He was desperate for structure. And the network doesn't reintegrate failed anchors. It isolates them. You need to leave, I said urgently. Where? He whispered. The scraping sound stopped, directly above me. Silence. Then, a crack. Thin. Hairline. Spreading across the ceiling paint. The hallway light dimmed further. Strain increasing. You can't stay near houses, I said. You pull from them. I can't stop it, he whispered. The crack widened slightly. Plaster dust fell lightly onto the floor. He's destabilizing local structure. The awareness behind my eyes understood calmly. Distance required. Drive, I said firmly. Right now. He didn't respond immediately. Then I heard a car door open, close, engine turn over. The scraping above me intensified briefly, then shifted, moved, away. The hallway light flared brightly, then steadied. The crack in the ceiling stopped spreading. Silence returned, contained, stable. I stared at the ceiling for a long time, breathing slowly. The car across the street pulled away, turned the corner. Gone. The awareness behind my eyes softened. maintenance restored. But something had changed. He wasn't attacked. He wasn't hunted. He was abandoned, fragmented, left without containment. And the network didn't correct it. It rejected him. Which means integration isn't optional once stabilized. It's binding. And refusal doesn't free you. It removes structure. I slowly lowered the curtain. The house felt heavier now, more cautious, more aware. You will degrade, the calm understanding formed quietly, until anchor dissolves. And then, I whispered, silence, longer than usual. Then, vacancy reclaimed. The words landed softly, almost gentle, but I understood the meaning. When he fully loses identity, he becomes space, not person, not presence. Vacancy. And vacancy is what the network fills next. I stood in the hallway, the light steady above me. The house contained, maintained, and for the first time, I didn't feel lucky to be integrated. I felt selected. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was afraid, because I was thinking. The network isn't violent. It doesn't invade. It doesn't scream. It responds. It stabilizes. It grows where vacancy invites it, which means it depends on consent. Even delayed consent, even regretful consent. But consent is still structure, and structure can be broken. The hallway light glowed steadily above me, maintenance active, presence layered behind my perception, calm, observing, patient. It wasn't worried. Because why would it be? Integration is comfortable, and comfort is adhesive. But I kept thinking about the man in the car, fragmented, uncontained, not dead, worse, dissolving.
If refusal caused collapse, then collapse is the weakness, not of me, of it. I walked into the living room slowly, no lights on now, just the hallway glow stretching across the floor. I want to test something, I said aloud. Silence, then the subtle internal awareness. Specify. That word again, always contractual, always precise. What happens if I withdraw consent? Long pause, longer than usual. Then, consent established permanence. That's not what I asked. The air cooled slightly. Withdrawal introduces instability. Yes. A beat. Then, instability requires correction. Correction, maintenance, drawing from anchor, unless there isn't enough anchor to draw from. I walked to the breaker panel in the hallway closet.
The house felt the intention. The awareness behind my eyes sharpened, alert. "You are destabilizing environment," it observed. "Yes." "Specify purpose." "To see what happens." Silence. Then, "Unnecessary." "Maybe, but necessary to me." I opened the breaker panel. Rows of switches, clean, organized. I placed my fingers on the main breaker. The awareness pulsed stronger now. Not fear, calculation. "You depend on continuity," I said quietly. "Continuity ensures structure, and structure ensures you." Pause. Yes. There it was, dependency acknowledged. I flipped the main breaker. Everything went dark. Absolute darkness. No hum, no hallway light, no ambient glow from appliances. Just black. And in that black, for the first time since integration, silence. Real silence. Crushing. Heavy. Vacancy. It hit instantly, like pressure dropping. The awareness behind my eyes spasmed sharply. Signal interrupted. The darkness felt thicker than before, because now I knew what structure felt like, and this was absence. "You are degrading stability," the internal presence said sharply. For the first time, there was strain in it. Good. I stepped back from the breaker panel. Let the dark swallow the house. No light means no defined corners. No defined corners means no boundaries. No boundaries means no containment. The air shifted violently above me, not physically, but perceptually, like something trying to find its edges. "You require illumination," I whispered. "Light defines space." Silence. Then, "Restoration recommended." Recommended, not commanded. Interesting. In the darkness, my reflection in the hallway mirror was invisible. No lag, no distortion, because there was no light to hold form. "You exist in defined space," I continued quietly, "and I give you definition." The awareness pulsed hard, stronger. "You are anchor," it said. Yes. And anchors can sink. Silence. Then cold. Intense cold. It wasn't external, it was internal, like something pulling backward inside my chest, drawing, harder than before. Compensation attempt. It was trying to stabilize without light, without defined structure, drawing directly from me. My breath shortened, vision narrowing. This was the cost. If I destabilize the house, it draws harder. But that means it needs me. You can't sustain without boundaries, I whispered through shallow breaths. Silence. Then, boundaries may shift. The cold intensified. My thoughts felt thinner, edges softening, like memory losing contrast. No, that's what happened to the man who refused. He lost identity because structure withdrew. But what if I destabilize too fast? Force the network to choose between me and containment? The cold deepened. I staggered slightly against the wall. "You are weakening anchor," it said calmly. "Reversal advised." I laughed quietly. Weakening anchor. Good. That's the point. "If I collapse," I said, breath uneven, "you lose local structure." Pause. Longer than any before. Calculation. Risk assessment. The cold fluctuated. It wasn't sure. "You are integrated," it said finally. "Yes. And I revoke participation." The sentence felt heavy, final. The darkness pressed in. For a split second, I felt nothing behind my eyes. No layered awareness, no observation, just me, alone. And it was terrifying. Then, the cold returned violently, harder, like a last attempt to hold. My knees hit the floor, vision blurring. It was trying to stabilize, but without light, without walls defined, without boundaries. It couldn't distribute properly. It had to pull directly from anchor, from me. "You depend on vacancy," I gasped. "And I won't host it." The air felt like it was vibrating, not sound, pressure. The house groaned softly, structural strain. If I black out, it may reinstate light, it may override, unless I remove the physical structure entirely. My house groped along the wall until I found the front door. I pulled it open. Night air flooded in, cold, wide, undefined. Vacancy expanded beyond containment. No walls, no corners, no hallway light. Just open, dark. The awareness behind my eyes faltered, signal scattering. "No containment," I whispered. "No house." The cold inside my chest fractured suddenly, not gone, but dispersed, like static breaking apart. For the first time, I felt it weaken. Not me. It. "You are dispersing structure," it said. And there it was. Fear. Not emotional fear. Structural threat. "You require walls," I said quietly. "You require defined vacancy." Silence. The pressure thinned. The cold retreated slowly, not completely, but enough. The layered awareness faded, faint, distant, signal degraded. I collapsed against the doorway, breathing hard, the house behind me dark, dead. Just wood and drywall again. No hum, no glow, no density, only silence. Real silence. And it was unbearable. But it was mine. Minutes passed, maybe longer. The cold did not return. The awareness did not reform. Just wind, just distant traffic, just night. Finally, I stood, went back inside, flipped the breaker on. Lights returned. Normal. No flicker, no hum. The hallway light stayed off. I left it off. The house felt empty, completely, and the emptiness pressed hard against my ribs. But there was no second awareness, no layered perception, no distortion. Just me, alone. I walked to the mirror, looked at my reflection. We blinked at the same time, perfectly. No delay, no correction, just symmetry. I waited. Nothing moved behind me. Nothing breathed above the ceiling. Nothing dragged across the walls. The network disconnected. For now. But I know something. It didn't collapse. It rerouted. Infrastructure doesn't die easily. It redistributes. Somewhere, another house stabilized. Another hallway light flickered on. Another lonely voice typed, "If something is listening." And this time, it won't be me answering.
Thank you for staying until the very end of this story. The darkness still hides many secrets, and more mysterious tales are yet to come. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you won't get lost in the shadows and will be the first to hear them.
Settle in and do not look away. This entire story is a single chilling journey that is best experienced in full. If you appreciate tales of the supernatural, show your support by subscribing. It lets us know you want more. Now, listen closely.
I didn't move to Kansas to disappear. That's what people assume when you tell them you've left a city for a place where the wind has more personality than the neighbors. They picture a man running from something. Debt, divorce, a mistake with a body and a shovel. But I didn't move to disappear. I moved because I was tired of noise. Not just traffic or sirens, or the way apartment walls hum with other people's lives. I mean the constant low-grade pressure of being observed, judged, measured against invisible lines I never agreed to compete in. Kansas doesn't measure you. Kansas just stretches. Flat, quiet, endless. When I found the house, it was late October. The listing had been up for months. 2-bedroom ranch, back porch, unfinished basement, a field that rolled out behind it like an ocean made of dry grass. The realtor warned me about the wind. "It gets loud out here," she said. I told her I liked the wind. That was true. The house sat at the end of a gravel road, about 20 minutes from the nearest grocery store, 30 from the nearest hospital. No streetlights, no sidewalks, just open land broken by fence posts and the occasional skeletal tree. The field behind the house didn't technically belong to the property. It stretched for miles, privately owned farmland that hadn't been cultivated in years. Waist-high grass, patches of dirt, uneven ground. In the mornings it looked silver. In the evenings it turned the colour of rust. The first week I lived there, I didn't notice anything unusual. I woke up early, made coffee, sat at the kitchen table facing the sliding glass door that opened to the backyard. Beyond the yard was a short fence, and beyond that, the field. I worked remotely, data analysis. Numbers don't care where you sit while you process them. They don't care if there's a skyline or nothing but wind. The silence was the best part. It wasn't absolute silence. There was the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the wall clock, the distant murmur of wind dragging itself through dry grass. But compared to the city, it felt like being underwater, muted, safe. I slept better that first week than I had in years. The second week, I started waking up earlier. No reason, no noise, just a sudden alert clarity in my mind around 6:10 a.m. every day.
I would lie there for a moment, staring at the ceiling, listening. Nothing. Just wind. On the 12th morning, I noticed him. It wasn't dramatic. No thunderclap, no cinematic cue. I was halfway through my first cup of coffee, staring through the glass the way I usually did, letting my eyes unfocus. And then they focused. There was a figure in the field, far out, maybe 200 yards past the fence line. At first, I thought it was a scarecrow, a post, a trick of shadow and grass aligning in a way that resembled a person. But the longer I looked, the more the outline sharpened. Head, shoulders, arms hanging at his sides. He was standing completely still, facing the house, facing me. I remember setting my mug down very carefully. The sound of ceramic against wood felt louder than it should have. I leaned forward slightly, squinting. He was too far away to see details, just a dark, vertical shape against pale grass. Maybe a farmer surveying land. Maybe someone hunting, though he didn't have a rifle. At least I didn't see one. He didn't move. Not a shift of weight, not a turn of the head. I told myself that stillness can look unnatural from a distance. Perspective flattens movement. I waited for him to take a step. He didn't. After about 5 minutes, I stood up and walked closer to the glass. The floor creaked under my weight. He didn't react. I raised a hand, a casual wave, nothing enthusiastic, just an acknowledgement, the kind you give a stranger across a parking lot. He didn't wave back. He didn't turn away. He didn't do anything. For a second, I wondered if he could even see me from that distance. The morning light was behind me. The reflection on the glass would make it hard to see inside. Maybe he was looking at the house in general, not at me specifically. Maybe he wasn't looking at anything. The wind picked up slightly, rippling the grass in slow waves. His silhouette remained perfectly steady. Eventually, I stepped back. I finished my coffee. By the time I looked again, he was gone. I didn't see him walk away. I didn't see him turn. He was just not there. That detail didn't bother me at first. It's easy to miss someone leaving when you're not staring the entire time. People move. People leave. The field went back to being just a field. I told myself it had probably always had people in it. I just hadn't noticed before. When you move somewhere new, your brain is busy cataloguing different things. Sounds, shadows.
The way light hits surfaces. You don't process everything at once. That night, I didn't think about him. Not really. Until I woke up at 6:10 again. I lay in bed for a moment, staring at the ceiling. There was a tightness in my chest I couldn't quite name. Anticipation, not fear, just the sense that something was waiting. I got up, walked to the kitchen, poured coffee, sat down, and looked through the glass. He was there. Same place, same distance, same posture, facing the house, facing me. The mug slipped slightly in my hand and hot coffee lapped against my fingers. I didn't feel it right away. All I felt was a thin line of cold sliding down my spine. It could have been a coincidence. 2 mornings in a row. People have routines. Maybe he walked that stretch every day. But the sameness of his position felt wrong. Not approximately the same. Exactly the same.
I leaned forward again, squinting, still too far to see details. Dark jacket, maybe. Jeans. Arms straight down. The wind moved the grass. It didn't move him. I stood up, walked to the sliding door, unlocked it. The click sounded sharp in the quiet kitchen. I slid the door open and stepped onto the porch. The air was cold enough to sting. The wind hit my face, carrying the dry, earthy smell of the field. From outside, without the reflection of glass, I expected something to shift. Perspective, clarity. But he looked exactly the same. Still, watching. I lifted my hand again. Higher this time. A clearer wave. "Hey!" I called out. My voice felt small against the open land. The wind carried it sideways. He didn't respond, didn't flinch, didn't turn his head. He remained oriented toward the house, toward me. Thought flickered through my mind. What if he's not looking at you? What if he's looking at the house the way you look at it from inside? Studying it, measuring it. I took a few steps down into the yard. The grass in my backyard was shorter, recently cut. The fence line was about 30 feet ahead. Beyond that, the field. He was far enough that I couldn't make out facial features, but I had the overwhelming impression of being centered in his line of sight. After maybe a full minute of staring at each other across that distance, I felt foolish, standing in my own yard like a territorial animal. I lowered my hand, went back inside, closed the door, locked it. I watched for another 10 minutes. He didn't move. Then I blinked, and he was gone. I don't mean he vanished in a dramatic way. I mean my eyes shifted to the clock for maybe 2 seconds. When I looked back, the space was empty. Just grass, moving, alive, without him. That was the first time something inside me tightened, because I hadn't seen him walk away. And at that distance, with nothing blocking my view, I should have. Unless he crouched, unless he dropped flat into the grass. The thought made my mouth go dry. I stood up and walked to the bedroom, grabbed the small pair of binoculars I used occasionally for bird watching. When I returned to the kitchen and lifted them to my eyes, the field sharpened into focus. Individual blades of grass, uneven soil, shallow depressions. No person, no movement except wind. I scanned left, right. Nothing. I told myself he probably walked straight back, away from the house, blending into distance. Perspective can swallow people out there. That explanation felt thin, but it was something. That day I found it harder to concentrate on work. My eyes drifted to the glass every few minutes, half expecting him to reappear. He didn't. By afternoon, I felt stupid for caring. It's rural America. People stand in fields. That night, I locked the doors. Not because of him, because I always lock doors. But I checked them twice. The third morning, I didn't want to look. That was new. I poured coffee and deliberately kept my eyes on the table, on the steam rising from the mug, on the pattern in the wood grain. If he wasn't there, I'd feel relieved. If he was there, something would change. Eventually, curiosity won. I looked up. He was there. Same place, same distance, same posture. Facing the house, facing me. The repetition felt surgical, precise. I swallowed, raised the binoculars immediately this time. Focused. The lens trembled slightly in my hands. He resolved into clearer shape. Dark jacket, faded jeans, hands hanging loose. His face, I couldn't see it. Not because of distance, because of shadow. It was as if the light bent around him, leaving his features indistinct. I adjusted focus again. Still blurred, like a smudge where eyes and mouth should be. He wasn't wearing a hat. His hair, if he had hair, didn't move in the wind. That was when I noticed something else. The grass around him moved. His clothing did not even slightly. I lowered the binoculars. My pulse had begun to throb in my ears. This isn't real, I told myself. Or rather, this is real, but it has a reasonable explanation. Maybe he's wearing something stiff, heavy fabric. Maybe the wind is stronger closer to the house than out there. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I waved again, slowly, deliberately, and this time, I thought his head tilted, just slightly, a small angle to the right. So subtle, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. But my stomach dropped as if I'd missed a step in the dark. He had responded. Not with a wave, not with a gesture. Just a shift, an acknowledgement. I felt suddenly exposed, like the glass between us wasn't protection, just transparency. I backed away from the door, set the binoculars down, tried to breathe evenly. He stayed there for another 15 minutes. Then he was gone, and I never saw him leave. By the fourth morning, I woke before the alarm, before 6:10, my body anticipating something it didn't understand. I lay in bed, staring at the wall. Part of me didn't want confirmation. Part of me needed it. When I finally walked to the kitchen, my hands were cold. I didn't make coffee. I went straight to the glass. He was there. Closer. Not dramatically closer, but closer. Maybe 15 feet. Enough that the change was undeniable. He was still in the field, still beyond the fence, but the distance between us had shortened. And I knew, without measuring, without marking the ground, that the spot he occupied was not the exact same patch of grass as before. It was forward, incrementally, intentionally. My mouth went dry. stepped closer to the glass. He remained perfectly still, facing the house, facing me. And for the first time, I felt something beyond curiosity. Not fear exactly, not yet. Recognition, as if he had always been there, as if I had only just begun noticing. And that realization felt worse than anything else, because it meant this might not have started 3 days ago. It might have started the day I moved in, or before. I raised my hand again, slowly, and this time I didn't wave. I just held it up, palm toward him, a silent question. He didn't move, but I felt, deeply, irrationally, that he was aware of the gesture, aware of me, watching not the house, not the yard, me. That was the first time I thought, he's not just standing in the field, he's waiting. And I didn't yet know what for. I stood there longer than I meant to, long enough for the light to change. Kansas mornings don't rise all at once. The sky goes from charcoal to a dull blue-grey, and then slowly, almost reluctantly, colour seeps into everything. The field begins to glow faintly gold at the edges. Shadows stretch thin. He didn't cast one. That was the next thing I noticed. The sun was low behind my house, which meant the light fell directly across the field toward him. Fence posts cast narrow black lines in the grass. The uneven ground created soft indentations of shade. But around his feet, I couldn't distinguish anything consistent. No elongated shape stretching away from him. No darkening beneath his body. Just grass. Moving. Alive in the wind. I blinked hard and leaned closer to the glass. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe I was overanalyzing. But once you see something missing, you can't unsee it. I grabbed the binoculars again, lifting them with more urgency than before. The field snapped into sharp detail. Fence posts, patches of dirt, a small dip in the land about 20 feet to his left. I focused on his legs. The grass at shin height swayed and bent in uneven rhythm. It brushed against his jeans, but there was no interruption in light beneath him. It looked less like a person standing on the ground and more like a shape placed onto the image. I lowered the binoculars slowly. My breathing had grown shallow. Okay, I muttered under my breath. Okay. I forced myself to step away from the door, to sit down, to think like a rational adult. People exist. Fields exist. Optical illusions exist. Distance distorts perspective. I pulled my laptop closer and opened the blank document. Typed, "Man in field. Appears 6:10 a.m. Facing house. Incrementally closer each day. No visible shadow. Possibly visual distortion." I stared at the words. Seeing them written made the situation feel less surreal. More like data, an anomaly to be studied. I decided to test something. Instead of watching him continuously, I set a timer on my phone for 1 minute. I would look at him, close my eyes, wait for the timer, look again. If he moved between those intervals, I would catch it. I stood back at the glass, set the timer, started it. The grass around him moved. His clothing did not even slightly. I lowered the binoculars. My pulse had begun to throb in my ears. This isn't real, I told myself. Or rather, this is real, but it has a reasonable explanation. Maybe he's wearing something stiff, heavy fabric. Maybe the wind is stronger closer to the house than out there. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I waved again, slowly, deliberately, and this time, I thought his head tilted, just slightly, a small angle to the right, so subtle I almost convinced myself I imagined it. But my stomach dropped as if I'd missed a step in the dark. He had responded. Not with a wave, not with a gesture, just a shift and acknowledgement. I felt suddenly exposed, like the glass between us wasn't protection, just transparency. I backed away from the door, set the binoculars down, tried to breathe evenly. He stayed there for another 15 minutes. Then he was gone, and I never saw him leave. By the 4th morning, I woke before the alarm, before 6:10, my body anticipating something it didn't understand. I lay in bed, staring at the wall. Part of me didn't want confirmation. Part of me needed it. When I finally walked to the kitchen, my hands were cold. I didn't make coffee. I went straight to the glass. He was there, closer, not dramatically closer, but closer, maybe 15 feet, enough that the change was undeniable. He was still in the field, still beyond the fence, but the distance between us had shortened. And I knew, without measuring, without marking the ground, that the spot he occupied was not the exact same patch of grass as before. It was forward, incrementally, intentionally. My mouth went dry. I stepped closer to the glass. He remained perfectly still, facing the house, facing me. And for the first time, I felt something beyond curiosity. Not fear exactly, not yet. Recognition, as if he had always been there, as if I had only just begun noticing. And that realization felt worse than anything else, because it meant this might not have started 3 days ago. It might have started the day I moved in, or before. I raised my hand again, slowly, and this time I didn't wave. I just held it up, palm toward him, a silent question. He didn't move, but I felt deeply, irrationally, that he was aware of the gesture, aware of me, watching not the house, not the yard, me. That was the first time I thought, he's not just standing in the field, he's waiting. And I didn't yet know what for. I stood there longer than I meant to, long enough for the light to change. Kansas mornings don't rise all at once. The sky goes from charcoal to a dull blue-grey, and then slowly, Almost reluctantly, color seeps into everything. The field begins to glow faintly gold at the edges. Shadows stretch thin. He didn't cast one. That was the next thing I noticed. The sun was low behind my house, which meant the light fell directly across the field toward him. Fence posts cast narrow black lines in the grass. The uneven ground created soft indentations of shade. But around his feet, I couldn't distinguish anything consistent. No elongated shape stretching away from him, no darkening beneath his body. Just grass, moving, alive in the wind. I blinked hard and leaned closer to the glass. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe I was overanalyzing. But once you see something missing, you can't unsee it. I grabbed the binoculars again, lifting them with more urgency than before. The field snapped into sharp detail. Fence posts, patches of dirt, a small dip in the land about 20 feet to his left. I focused on his legs. The grass at shin height swayed and bent in uneven rhythm. It brushed against his jeans, but there was no interruption in light beneath him. It looked less like a person standing on the ground and more like a shape placed onto the image. I lowered the binocular slowly. My breathing had grown shallow. "Okay," I muttered under my breath. "Okay." I forced myself to step away from the door, to sit down, to think like a rational adult. People exist. Fields exist. Optical illusions exist. Distance distorts perspective. I pulled my laptop closer and opened a blank document. Typed, "Man in field. Appears 6:10 a.m. Facing house. Incrementally closer each day. No visible shadow. Possibly visual distortion." I stared at the words. Seeing them written made the situation feel less surreal, more like data, an anomaly to be studied. I decided to test something. Instead of watching him continuously, I set a timer on my phone for 1 minute. I would look at him, close my eyes, wait for the timer. Look again. If he moved between those intervals, I would catch it. I stood back at the glass, set the timer, started it, stared at him. He didn't move. His head remained upright, arms at his sides, body oriented toward the house. The wind moved around him. The timer vibrated in my hand. I closed my eyes immediately, counted my breaths. 1, 2, 3. The vibration stopped. I opened my eyes. He was in the same position, exactly. No shift in stance, no change in orientation. I reset the timer. Again. Stared. Closed my eyes. Waited. Opened them. Same. A third time. Nothing. My shoulders began to relax slightly. Maybe the gradual closeness was my imagination. Maybe I was misremembering his initial position. Memory is unreliable, especially when you want to find patterns. But then, something else occurred to me. What if he only moves when I'm not looking at all? Not during blinks, not during seconds, but during longer absences. When I go to sleep, when I leave the room, when I stop acknowledging him. The idea felt absurd, childish, and yet it slid into place too smoothly to ignore. I looked at the clock on the wall. 6:34 a.m. I decided I would not check the field again until noon. If he was still there, fine. If he wasn't, maybe that meant he had a normal schedule. Maybe he was just someone who stood out there for a while every morning and left. I closed the blinds halfway, not fully, just enough that I couldn't see the field directly from my desk. Then I tried to work. The problem with trying not to think about something is that your brain builds its entire architecture around avoiding it. Every number I processed on my screen felt detached. Every email I answered took twice as long. At 9:12 a.m., I found myself standing in front of the window again, without remembering the decision to get up. I pulled the blind aside. The field was empty. Completely. Of course it was. People don't stand in one spot for hours without moving. He had probably left minutes after I stopped watching, and I had simply missed it. That explanation felt reasonable enough to calm me. By noon, I felt almost embarrassed.